This case is came before the jury.
Yes, Your Honor. If I may, I'd like to make an offer of proof before the jury comes in regards to the text messages that we discussed on yesterday when Mr. Devlin was on the stand. And in addition to that, we'd also like to make an offer of proof in regards to the card that was left with Ms. Benning's father. May I proceed?
Sure.
I would ask the court to state to the court that if we were allowed to bring in the telephone records in regards to Ms. Jade Benning and the romantic relationships that she had with two other men, the state had brought up a text message by
Okay, hang on, let me make sure I'm understanding what you're talking about. You're talking about the pictures that you wanted to ask him about but didn't want to introduce.
It's not that I didn't want to introduce them, I did not want to display them in the open public.
That's what I said, you wanted to ask about them. Is that what you're talking about?
I wanted to introduce them, but not display publicly.
Is that what the text messages that your offer is about, is that what you're talking about?
It is, Your Honor.
Okay.
Yes. And so the state has put on evidence in regard to Mr. Taylor text messaging on the 24th with Ms. Xavier Winford. In that text message, it was in fact a romantic message. As a
Okay,
result,
you're getting off into something else. Tell me how the images of Miss Benning are relevant to what you want to prove.
I want to introduce the relevance in regards to Ms. Benning's romantic relationship that she too was seeing other
And you're of
men.
the opinion the two images prove that?
They're not in their text message threads, not just the images.
You just asked me to introduce images.
I meant to say text messages if I didn't say images.
Where are they?
They are here, Your Honor.
All right, get those, and we'll mark them B or whatever that other thing under C. Okay, what else you got?
In addition to that, Your Honor, in addition to that, yesterday the state asked Mr. Eric Devlin, who was the digital forensic person for the defense, whether or not, or at least represented that Jerry Porter was a friend of Ms. Benning's. There was a card left at the bedside with Ms. Benning, and it was from a Mr. Jerry Porter.
Who knows that?
I'm sorry?
Does Mr. Devlin know that?
I wasn't going to bring it up with Mr. Devlin, but
Who you wanted to bring it up with?
only in response to the state's
But
ask.
how would he know that?
I was going to show him the actual cards.
How was he gonna know where it was found and located?
I was going to ask him to read the cards.
How was he gonna know where it was found and located?
I was going to tell him.
Okay.
And those cards that was left on the side of the bed listed a Jerry Porter, and he referred to himself as her lover. And this was on March the 6th, the day of her death. And I thought that it would be in direct response to the state's solicitation of the relationship with Mr. Porter as only being friends.
All right, get those. You never asked the court to introduce, I don't know how many pages these are, 50 plus. You never asked the court anything about those texts. But we'll put them under seal for your proffer.
And I specifically asked the court if I could introduce those text messages.
No, you didn't.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, who's the next witness?
At this time, Your Honor, the defense will call Dr. Jancy Lindsay.
Okay, let the jury step down. Good morning to you, ladies and gentlemen. The jury, let the record reflect all of the jurors are here present.
Yes, I do. Good morning, Carolyn.
May I proceed, Your Honor?
Sure.
Judge Lacy? Good morning, Dr. Lindsay.
Good morning.
Could you please state and spell your name for the record, please?
Dr. Jancy Chun Lindsay, JANCI-CHUNN-LINDSAY.
And how are you employed, Dr. Lindsay?
I have my own consulting, toxicology, and molecular biology business, Toxicology Support Services, LLC.
And how long have you owned your own business?
Since mid-2009.
And could you give the court information in regards to your educational background?
Yes, I have a bachelor's degree in biological and physical sciences. I have a PhD in molecular biology and biochemistry.
Okay. And could you tell the court exactly when and where did you start working as a toxicologist?
I started working in the laboratory formally as a toxicologist most of my research over the years. I worked in a lab before going back to get my PhD, in between my bachelor's degree and my PhD, as a lab technician at the bench. And I was able to do a lot of toxicology research and even publish as a technician, which was really great. It helped me get into graduate school. But I started doing toxicology research then, and then I was hired directly after my PhD into Exponent Scientific Consulting Group as a toxicologist in their Toxicology and Mechanistic Biology division.
Very good. And have you had the opportunity to be published or have any articles published?
I have.
And have you had the opportunity to testify prior to today and be deemed as an expert?
Yes, many times over the past 20 years.
Would that be civil and criminal or both?
Both, and then military case.
Very good. At this time, I would tender Dr. Lindsay as an expert and would offer her CV.
In the field of
Toxicology.
any questions from the state? All right, again, ladies and gentlemen, this witness will be allowed to give her expert opinion. You can place such weight on it as you choose to. And that'll be 60. Okay.
Dr. Lindsay, have you had the opportunity in this particular case to review any materials as it relates to the case against Mr. Taylor?
Yes, I have.
Can you inform the jury exactly what all materials have you had the opportunity to review?
Yes. I have reviewed the toxicology litigation packets that everybody has been talking about, the detective investigations, the EMS report for Jade Benning, the bond hearing transcript, which had interviews with several of the people that are involved, transcripts from these hearings, All the literature that I brought on the toxicology of both cocaine and fentanyl and them together. The Pandora records, which are the administrative records for all of the medications which Jade received while she was in the hospital. The ME records for Miss Benning and the baby Abby's autopsy report in Jade's medical records.
Thank you. I want to now draw your attention to toxicology lab report by ENS 23129285.
Yes.
You have that, and it's on the screen beside you as well.
Yes, I do have it. Thank you.
You're welcome. Do you remember specifically what was tested in this specific lab report?
Yes, this lab report covers the testing of Miss Benning's comforter, the blue comforter from the apartment.
And was there any type of bodily fluid that was found to be on the comforter?
So they had what they looked to be vomit in a section of the comforter that they extracted in order to test that section of the comforter for drugs. And then they chose another section of the comforter as a case blank, which did not appear to have any vomitus on that portion of the comforter.
And what is a case blank, Dr. Lindsay?
So there are several case blanks in these types of tests. They'll be just the homogenate buffer that they use to extract, and of course it should have nothing in it. And then they'll use an area of the comforter or clothing that they believe does not have any of the liquid item or blood or whatever the matrix is that they're testing, so that can be a blank for them as well. So they'll have just the buffer, and then they'll have what they think is a true blank on the material.
There's been a lot of talk about the word matrix. Will you tell the jury exactly what a matrix is?
So in this case, when we're talking about matrix, we're just talking about whether it's blood or urine or fabric or vomit. That's all it means. It's not meant to be a fancy word.
Now, this jury has heard a lot of science, and I'm sure they don't want to hear a whole lot more.
What is your question?
Could you tell us exactly what was found to be positive on this comforter from Miss Benning's home?
Yes, I can. So on the comforter, we have the presence of fentanyl, we have the presence of cocaine, we have the presence of the primary metabolite of cocaine, benzoyl ligoxanine. They did not test for EME, but we do have cocoethylene as well, which is what forms when you use cocaine and ethanol at the same time.
Okay. And ethanol, would that be alcohol, like drinking alcohol?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Were there any other substances that were at some point found on this comforter but was later to be determined inconclusive?
Yes.
Do you know what those are?
I believe those were THC, methamphetamines, and I think it was just THC and methamphetamine.
Very good.
Yeah.
But to be fair, they later determined that the spikes, if you will, were not placed in that test. So they could not say affirmatively whether that was so. Is that right?
That's right, and they didn't rerun the test, which they could have done.
Okay.
And they also didn't report those values. Yeah.
Okay, and so to be clear, it wasn't that they weren't present, it's just that they did not run the confirmation to get a more definitive result.
Correct. This was the first time they were doing this assay, so they were coming up with a new technique. That's the best way to say it. So it hadn't been validated yet.
And what is an assay?
An assay is just a protocol for how you do something in the lab.
Okay. Now, were they able to quantify any of the substances?
Sorry. Goodness.
Oh, you didn't know that?
I'm making a mess up here. I apologize.
There are issues on the side of it.
I got it. Sorry about that. Okay.
Were they able to quantify any of the substances that were found on the company?
Well, they purported to be able to quantify them, but not really, because there's no comparative. Since they were doing this for the first time, they had no comparative liquid. They added a buffer, but it's not like it was blood or urine, so they added a buffer to it. There's nothing to compare it to in the literature to give it a. So they came up with an amount, but there's no other something in the literature to say if you took this amount of drug and vomited this much on this comfort in this volume, you would have, you know, a certain concentration. So that's why it's really more qualitative, what we call qualitative than quantitative, or semi-quant.
Did you still need the towel for you?
Yeah, let court officer clean that up for you.
Sorry, that's very disruptive. Apologize. Thank you, sir.
Okay. So, in regards to the cocaine that was found, how does the cocaine relate to, I think, what you call BZE? Can you explain that to the jury?
Sure. So benzoyl-aldoxamine, or BZE, sometimes called BE, is the major metabolite of cocaine. It's formed when cocaine passes through the liver, as is the next metabolite, EM, the aragocnine methyl ester.
And the BE and the cocaine, was that found in the vomit?
Yes, it was.
Now let's talk about the fentanyl. Where was the fentanyl found on the comforter?
So it was found in both the vomitus and in the case blank, which complicates things. Yeah.
Why does that complicate things?
Well, because the case blank was supposed to be a case blank. So finding fentanyl on the case blank indicates that there was the presence of fentanyl on the comforter, either from contamination or from prior use.
And did the lab expect to find fentanyl on the case blank?
No. No, it should not have had fentanyl.
What is the purpose of the case blank?
Well, to be a blank area of the substance you're testing, as we kind of went over a minute ago. Yeah.
Is that the purpose, to see whether or not the instrument is working properly and things of that nature?
Now that's another blank. So like I said, you'll have like a buffer blank, and then you'll have just another blank for the media that you're using, if that's possible in this type of a fabric test, or maybe you're testing an airbag or something else like that.
Did they rerun that fentanyl to ensure that there was nothing wrong with their instrument, and to ensure that the fentanyl that they found outside of the vomitus was in fact a true presence of fentanyl?
I don't remember if they reran that fentanyl, but I know that they validated that the fentanyl was there. Dr. Methune validated that the fentanyl was, or excuse me, Dr. Kolosky from CFSRE, I think, and Dr. Methune from NMS.
And is Dr. Methune the actual forensic toxicologist who in fact performed the testing on this particular comforter?
Yes.
Now I want to bring your attention to the cocaethylene.
Yes.
Where was the cocaethylene found?
So the cocoethylene was found in the vomitus, but not in the case blank.
Thank you. And again, no concentrations could be attributed to any of these substances as it relates to the comforter.
Well, comparatively, there's no ability to compare. So it's a semi-quant. They purported to have an amount, but what do you compare it to?
Thank you.
That's kind of the problem.
And would that be consistent with Dr. Bethune's testimony that you could not give a definitive quantitative value on any of these substances?
Yes.
I now want to draw your attention. Could you? Thank you. Do you see what's on the side of you there?
Yes.
And I believe that this would be State's Exhibit number 46, I believe. And could you tell us what exactly this is?
It looks like it's the chromatographs from the testing.
Okay. And what is a am I saying that?
The chromatograph?
Chromatographs, what is that?
It's the first part of the testing when you use a chromatography method. They'll say something like, we're going to test by GCMS, gas chromatography, mass spectrophotometry. If any of you remember chemistry back in school where you had to go through organic chemistry and identify the compounds, and you might have learned about chromatography and mass spectrophotometry. The mass spec looks at the ion, the chromatography looks at where that chemical elutes off of a column. And each chemical has its own kind of signature time where it elutes off of the column. And according to its abundance, it'll make what looks like a mountain peak. And you can measure the area under the curve and compare it to a standard curve to get an idea of the relative abundance of that particular sample.
Now, to be fair, did NMS find that the fentanyl was a number such that it was below the rate of where they would detect it, meaning below the reportable limit?
Below the limit of quantitation or below the limit of detection. Concentration. They've got it highlighted. Yes.
And what does that mean when it's below the level of detection?
Well, they won't record it often. So it's there, but it's not being reported.
And is that something that's pretty standard in all labs, that before they will actually report something,
Yes.
it has to be at a certain level?
Yes, I think people are probably most familiar with it in alcohol in hospital tests. If you don't have above 10 milligrams, which is about a half a drink for a 150-pound person per deciliter, then they won't report it. Even if you have alcohol in your system, they'll say it's just a negative test.
Very good. Josh, can you? I want to now bring your attention to work order 23126889. And it is also on the screen.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Okay. Can you tell us what exactly is this particular toxicology report testing?
Yes, so this is the blood that was taken at the hospital at 10:31. Unfortunately, it was collected in the wrong type of tube in order to store the blood and the enclosed chemicals properly. Typically, in order to preserve cocaine, which is super susceptible to hydrolysis and degradation, we have to add some sodium fluoride and some other chemicals to keep it stable, or it'll just spontaneously degrade. But they used a clear plastic tube with no sodium fluoride or anything in the tube, which is problematic. And then there's the liver tissue from the baby and the homogenate of the liver tissue and buffer from the baby.
And this, you had stated that it was taken at 10:59. Would that be on February 25th of 2023?
Yes. Sorry, I didn't stipulate that.
Would this be at a time when Ms. Benning was actually in Vanderbilt Hospital?
Yes, when she first came to the hospital.
Did this particular test positive for any substances?
Yes, it did. Hang on, just let me get mine out because I can see it better. So So it tested positive for the main metabolite of cocaine, benzoyl-agochlin, at 1,800 nanograms per mil, for cocaine at 78 nanograms per mil, and for agochlin methyl ester at 7,800 nanograms per mil, as well as for fluconazole in the baby's tissue, which is an antifungal, at microgram per gram. So it was just a presumptive positive, a qualitative, what we call a qual instead of a quantitative.
And do you see whether or not cocaethylene had an indication on this particular test?
So on this particular test, they don't report cocoethylene, but in 8, 9, no, they don't. They didn't report cocoethylene in this test.
And do you see whether or not a confirmation test was ran on cocaethylene on the last page of this particular report? It's also on your screen next to you, page 3 of 4.
Yes.
Why would a lab run a confirmation test on any substance?
Because they had detected it in the, okay, so these are the reporting limits. That actually isn't the actual result. Those are the reporting limits.
But do you see that there was a confirmation test actually ran for cocaethylene?
So they would run a confirmation test if they saw that it was in the first portion of the test, which is usually an immunoassay screen.
And why do they run screens as opposed to just going straight to the confirmation?
Some labs do go straight to the confirmation through something called QTOF. Labs are moving towards that, but it's less expensive to do the ELISA.
And what reason then, if they found cocaethylene or had a detection, why wouldn't they report it?
It may have been below their reporting limit or their limit of quantitation if it's a quantitative test. So this particular test was a quantitative test. You see everything's reported in quantitative units in nanograms per mil, not just presumptive positive or positive, except for the fluconazole. So if it's below their limit of proper quantitation, that is, if it's off the curve, if it doesn't fit on their curve because it's too low, then they won't report it. Or if it's below their limited detection for reasonable presence.
Thank you. I want to ask you now a few questions as it relates to the substance cocaethylene. Could you educate the jury what reasons would cocaethylene appear in any matrix?
So if cocoethylene is there, that indicates that a person has ingested ethanol and cocaine at the same time and it has gone through the liver. It has to go through the liver to make the cocoethylene. So this isn't something that would spontaneously form in the saliva or just in the blood. It has to go through first, what we call first pass metabolism.
And let me ask you this. Cocaethylene, I believe you testified before that it was when cocaine and ethanol come together at the exact same time. Is that right? Is there any other reason that would appear?
No.
How long does it take? Well, let me ask you this. We don't see ethanol when you find cocaethylene. What does that mean if cocaethylene is the presence of cocaine and alcohol at the same time? How could you see cocaethylene but not see ethanol?
So the ethanol will bind the cocaine and make cocoethylene, and cocoethylene has a longer half-life than alcohol. So if the alcohol is above the level of the cocaine, then what's ever left over you might measure, but people have an average burn rate of 18 milligrams per deciliter per hour, or 0.3 milligrams per minute of alcohol. So she could have, in a scenario, let's hypothesize a scenario, if she had drank even 4 drinks earlier that day, it would have been completely gone by the time she got to the hospital.
And so can you educate the jury, what is a half-life?
A half-life is the amount of time it takes for a particular chemical to be divided in half in the blood or the urine, depending on which half-life you're looking at, for half of it to dissipate and be gone.
Now, half-lives in terms of what that is for each particular substance, is it different for every substance?
Yes, it is.
Is this a standard accepted practice in toxicology?
Yes, it's at the top of most of the toxicology treatises, I guess you would say, in the Baselt's reference, which is kind of the Bible of toxicology and drugs. It's listed in the top left-hand corner in the literature that I've presented.
What is the half-life for cocaine?
So the half-life for cocaine is pretty short. It's cited as anywhere from 0.3 to an hour.
And I believe you testified that BZE is the first metabolite of cocaine, the parent cocaine?
That's correct, and it has a different half-life than cocaine.
What is the half-life for BZE?
I think it's 1 to 2 hours for BZE.
And does EME have a different half-life than the parent cocaine and BZE?
It does. I don't recall EME's half-life off the top of my head, but it is longer than cocaine, the parent compound, which is why you see the large amounts of metabolite with the smaller amounts of cocaine.
And EME would be the second metabolite that forms after BZE?
Well, they form, I have a chart, they form differently. So BZE and cocaine are not, or BZE and EME are not the only metabolites of cocaine. There are several other metabolites, but those are the main metabolites of cocaine that are formed and measured in the pharmacokinetic studies that we look at to try to get an idea of how much should be in the blood or urine after a person ingests a certain amount.
And what is the half-life of cocoethylene?
So cocoethylene has a longer half-life as well. It's cited as different, anywhere from like 1 to 4 hours, basically. Some say 1 to 2, some say 2 to 4.
Do you know what would be the difference as to why it would be 1 hour versus 4 hours?
So inter-individual metabolism, co-ingestants. If a person's taking a particular drug, that can retard the pharmacokinetic profile for that particular drug. Because drugs use similar enzymes. So for cocaine, the main enzyme is CYP3A4. And CYP3A4 is a universal enzyme that metabolizes a lot of drugs, including fentanyl.
And let me ask you this, what is pharmacokinetics? You just mentioned that. Could you educate the jury what that is?
So pharmacokinetics is, I guess, the study of the metabolism of a substance and the ability to look at it over time, its decay over time. You can measure the pharmacokinetics if you give a person dose X of a drug and you know what their weight is and you can estimate their volume, their body volume of blood, then you can graph a curve for how long it should take for that particular drug using the known half-life and different compartmental models to be exited from the body. As long as you don't have some other drugs that are using the same enzyme that are interfering with that curve, which is unfortunately what we have here.
And would that be the equivalent that the jury could probably understand is if someone is pulled over for drinking while driving,
Mm-hmm.
and the police may want to try to figure out what was his blood alcohol level at a certain time, if they
Yes.
did get it particular. Is that
Yes.
the same as the extrapolation of alcohol to get that quantitative number?
Yes, there's pharmacokinetics for alcohol, and we just discussed them a little bit ago, that 18 milligrams per deciliter per hour burn rate, and I do that all the time.
Okay. And so were you able to guesstimate or try to determine, given the cocaethylene that was found in the vomitus of Ms. Benning, were you able to utilize pharmacokinetics to get an idea as to when you would have thought that Ms. Benning would have ingested cocaine and alcohol at the same time?
So, I guess first of all, it's an assumption to say it was an oral, she ingested something orally, right, beyond the alcohol. We don't know for sure with the cocaine, right?
Okay.
And second of all, we have to allow for the pass through the liver for it to show up in the blood.
Okay.
So, we would say in the past few hours.
You say the past few hours, 2 hours, 3 hours, 4 hours, or can you say?
Can't really say, no.
And is one of the reasons that you can't say is because in regards to the vomit, there aren't any numbers that can definitively be determined for that particular test.
Right, we don't have a matrix to compare it to, the blood, right, or the urine.
What about the blood that was found in 231268889? Are you able in any way to try to determine the pharmacokinetics in that regard?
So this is the tube that didn't have the preservative in it, the plastic sample, and we know that cocaine is very volatile. However, we don't know to the extent that it was volatilized, or hydrolyzed, excuse me, not volatilized. And what I mean by that is I think earlier Dr. Carney tried to infer that Ms. Benning had a 78 cocaine level when she came to the hospital, and then they drew her blood, and then it all just spontaneously hydrolyzed to the tube. And I think that is very incorrect to say. One, it's not possible because cocaine is metabolized so fast. Some of it would have metabolized already by the time she got to the hospital, no matter when she took it, because that 0.3 to an hour. And two, because these numbers, if I just saw these numbers,
I don't mean to interrupt you. When you say these numbers, are you speaking of the BE at 1800, the cocaine at 78, and the EME at 7800?
Yes, the smaller amount of cocaine at 78, the BCE at 1800, and the large amount of EME. If I knew nothing about this case, I would think that this was a person who would use throughout the day and had stacked because of the large amount of metabolite. Now, what does that mean practically for us? And the tube that doesn't have the proper preservative in it, it means we don't know. We don't know what that number should have been. We don't know if it was higher in cocaine and it just hydrolyzed. Or we don't know if it indicates there was stacking or use going on during the day.
Okay. And why don't you
From
know?
a toxicology perspective.
Okay.
Yeah.
Why don't you know?
Because there wasn't any preservative in the tube. And so we don't know whether half of it hydrolyzed, all of it hydrolyzed, some of it hydrolyzed.
So are you stating then, Dr. Lindsay, that the pharmacokinetics as it relates to cocaine is determined once that cocaine is preserved properly, and that's when you get more definitive numbers.
Absolutely, 100%. Yeah.
And so when Dr. Kotulski stated also that he would not agree to add the EME and the parent cocaine to get a definitive number, you would agree with that?
Yes, but for a different reason. I wouldn't do that in a good cocaine sample.
Okay.
Because they have different molar ratios and different half-lives, so they won't be present in a one-to-one. It's not an apples-to-apples comparison. You might get a relative sort of abundance, or what's better to do is to compare it to what's in the literature when they give measured amounts of cocaine, and then they record what 10 people have in their urine or their blood 2 or 3 hours after they give the dose. And that, I feel like that is a better mechanism to try to get at that.
To that point, did you ever review other material and ascertain that 2 days later, Ms. Benning's blood tested positive for cocaine and had a measure of 69 nanograms per milliliters of cocaine?
Yes, I did, which would be pretty impossible by normal pharmacokinetics if the half-life was maintained as it would be with cocaine alone.
What do you mean by that?
She would have had to use an elephant's worth of cocaine at the high end and anywhere from like 6 to 14 8 balls at the low end.
4 to 16 8 balls. What is an 8?
16, yeah.
What is an 8 ball?
3.5 grams of cocaine. And that's the low end. So the pharmacokinetics don't make sense. So why? Why don't they make sense? So the co-ingestion, I'm going to get a little water and I'm not going to spill it this time. Promise. The co-ingestion of fentanyl or the co-use of fentanyl with cocaine, whether it's ingested or not, they both use the same enzyme, that's CYP3A4. They also both inhibit the clearance of each other. So fentanyl inhibits an enzyme that pumps cocaine out of cells. And fentanyl also causes dopamine to accumulate at the synapse, which is the main mechanism of action of cocaine. What does that mean? That means if you use them together, you don't have the same half-life. You have cocaine hanging around longer and you have fentanyl hanging around longer. And because of that, you increase the toxicity of the two drugs and you lower the threshold dose at which toxicity occurs. In short terms, using them together makes them much more toxic at a lower level.
And how then can you explain that if Ms. Benning was in the hospital on 2/25 at 22:31, which would have been on February 25th of 23, at 10:31 p.m. and stayed in the hospital until her next blood test draw on February 27th, how then did that nanograms per milliliters of cocaine only go down by 9 points?
So, one, it probably didn't just go down by 9 points. There probably was more cocaine initially. However, as I said, the cocaine pharmacokinetics don't work. She obviously didn't ingest or was exposed to an elephant's worth of cocaine, nor probably 16 8 balls. Cocaine has a very anesthetic effect, and they even use it in anesthesia for eye surgery and for nose surgery. So that much cocaine would have numbed her mouth completely, or her nose, or her face. It's just not probable. So what is probable is that the pharmacokinetics of using fentanyl and cocaine together retarded the clearance. How much? We don't know. So where normally with a single drug you might be able to do some pharmacokinetics to try to arrive at what the dose might have been in the beginning, you can't do that here.
So to have a number, for example, to utilize the number Dr. Carney opined on, of 7,878, can someone, in your opinion, slip that amount of cocaine in someone's drink without them noticing?
Objection, Your Honor. Just to
I'll
correct.
sustain the objection.
I'll ask you a hypothetical.
That
I have to ask you a question. Let me give you a hypothetical. If someone was to slip an enormous amount of cocaine into someone else's drink, what, if any, symptoms would you expect that person to feel when levels are 7,878?
So I think people are getting the levels kind of mixed up.
She just asked you a question.
Okay, that level is actually within a normal medium to high use parameter for people that abuse the drug.
But
That's not answering the question.
would they experience any symptoms?
Yes, so they would experience the normal symptoms from using cocaine.
And what type of symptoms would they experience with 7,878 nanograms per milliliters of cocaine?
Oh, if the level was that high, what a medium to high user would experience: tachycardia, agitation, higher heart rate, pulse. Sometimes some thoughts of persecution, fuzzy halos around the eye, around bright lights, hyperthermia.
So, and I guess my question is, if they were to drink that amount, would that affect the numbness in their mouth?
That amount, perhaps not. It might make them a little bit numb. What would make them really numb is trying to do the pharmacokinetics back to an expected dose
So,
from that 69, which is our most reliable sample.
okay, so the 69, was the amount in her blood on February 27th. If you were to use the pharmacokinetics to go back to February 25th, 23, what amount of cocaine would she have had to consume in order to be at 69 nanograms per milliliters on February 27th?
That's where we talked about the elephant and the multiple 8 balls, and I said that it was improbable. So in reality, we just don't know how much she consumed beyond that first blood measurement, which was in an improper tube. So it didn't give us an idea of when. It could have been earlier in that day. It could have been right before.
But will it be more than the amount that we see on these tests?
Oh, yes. Well, the 69 going backwards, yes. But the 78 is within normal limits of a high dose use, medium to high dose use.
And given those numbers that you stated would be very high doses, would you expect someone who was drinking that amount of high dose to experience numbness in their mouth?
Yes, they should.
I want to ask you a question in regards to liquid cocaine.
Okay.
Is liquid cocaine a thing? Is that a thing?
Not really, but people do dissolve cocaine in liquids.
And to dissolve cocaine in a liquid, along with alcohol, how much cocaine would someone have to dissolve in a liquid to end up at the numbers we see on these tests?
To end up with the numbers that you see on the test,
Yes.
Not that much for, I mean, what a medium to high dose user would use. The problem is that the test is not reliable to tell us when it was used. That's really the problem.
And I'm not speaking of the numbers on the test, I'm talking about going back to 225 in order to end up on 227 at these numbers.
Oh, that's super high dose. I mean, that's improbable. That's how we know the pharmacokinetics are off. You can't use the singular compartmentalized.
In your
method.
opinion, do you believe that to use the pharmacokinetics to go back, because we know the half-life is 0.7 to 1 hour, and
3 to 1 hour.
0.3 to 1 hour.
It's
And
different
so
different places. Yeah.
that means, let's just use an hour for an example. For every hour, you would have to go back, cut that number in half. Is that right?
Increase that number. Yes.
Sorry, increase, going backwards, increase
Yeah.
that number. And so every hour, you would increase that number by half to go back.
Which is billions of milligrams, which is why you're in the ton range. So,
And that pharmacokinetics is in fact the standard accepted manner in order to determine what that person's dose was at the time that we are trying to determine on 225, on the evening of 225. That is an accepted practice in your field of toxicology.
yes, if you can get it to a single drug where it's acceptable. Yes.
Thank you. I pass the witness.
Sure.
Dr. Lindsay, so you claim that you've reviewed several things in this case file, correct?
No, I reviewed several things in the case file.
That's what I just said.
I think you said I claimed to
You
review.
claim to. I'm saying you said that you reviewed the toxicology reports, the detective investigation. You said
Yes.
the EMS.
That's
I guess
correct.
the reports.
Yes.
Have you been watching all the testimony this week?
I've been watching most of the testimony. I tried to watch most of it. Yes.
Okay. And you reviewed the bond hearing transcript, correct?
That's correct.
And the Pandora records and the medical examiner records, correct?
That's correct.
And so you heard Dr. Carney's testimony before this jury, is that right?
That's correct.
And you heard Dr. Kowalewski's testimony before this jury, is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And you also heard Dr. Midthen's testimony before this jury, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And so you were talking about the methamphetamine and the marijuana that came up in the assay test on the comforter. That's what you started out talking about. Do you remember that?
I remember it was mentioned, but that wasn't. That was one of the side tests that were done, or one of the results that came up, but it wasn't validated.
Correct. It wasn't validated because they can have false positives, correct?
I believe it wasn't valid. Well, yes, because of the iron ratios, they weren't correct.
And that's what Dr. Midthen testified to, is that it could be a false positive. It did not mean anything. She just noted it, correct?
That's correct.
And you would not report out something that is that low level, correct?
So there was a difference between the ion ratios being off and it being a low level. I don't believe she said that they didn't report it because of the low level. I can go back and check the testimony, or you can look it
It
up.
was the ion ratios were off. It was something that she couldn't report, correct?
Right, and they didn't run it again to see, because I think they were concentrating on the cocaine and the fentanyl. So, yeah, they only ran it that one time.
You would agree that Ms. Benning had multiple tests run and none of them tested positive for methamphetamine, correct?
Oh, correct, yes.
Okay, and none of them tested positive for marijuana either, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and also when she got to the hospital, she did not have alcohol in her system. That came back negative, correct?
No, you can't say that because the reporting threshold is 10 nanograms per mil. So as I discussed earlier, anything below that 10 nanograms per mil will be reported as a negative.
Okay, but
So we can only say that it was reported as a negative, that it was either negative or less than 10 nanograms per mil.
okay, so if the cocaine was dissolved in a very small amount of alcohol and put in her drink and she ingested it that way,
Yes.
that would explain the cocoethylene that is apparently so incredibly important.
It would have to be a larger amount of ethanol, not just a little bit, in order to come up in the assays. So we're not talking like a teaspoon. I think somebody had said something crazy like vanilla before.
Well, you just said somebody said something crazy. That's interesting because you're saying that it came up in the comforter, the cocoethylene, correct?
In the vomitus, yes.
Okay, but Dr. Mithen's report specifically does not even have a numeric value. The response was so low.
Yet it's still persisting in other matrices a couple days later, so it just hadn't formed all the way probably.
It literally does not have a numeric value. That is how low it is.
Okay, but it's still persisting in other matrices days later, so we know that it was at a higher value then, even given its half-life.
Days later, when she's in the hospital receiving medication after medication after medication, trying to keep her alive on life support because she ingested liquid cocaine. Correct?
You don't know that.
Dr. Lindsay, you have heard
Excuse
three
me.
experts
You don't need to raise your voice.
testify.
Your
Okay,
Honor, I
have a
have-
seat, Ms. Collins, just ask your question in a reasonable manner.
Dr. Lindsay, you have heard three experts testify that it was ingested and it had to be a liquid. It was in her drink.
Are you testifying? Because there's
Ma'am, Please
nothing.
don't interject yourself. Just keep yourself calm as well. You don't ask questions, okay?
I'm sorry.
Okay.
There is
Now,
nothing.
what is your question? You said three experts said X. What is your question?
You've heard the three experts testify that it was ingested orally, correct?
I've heard them testify that it could have been ingested orally.
Have you heard them testify that there was no evidence that it was ingested in any other manner?
No, I haven't.
You haven't heard that testimony.
I have not. If you point it out, I would be happy to look at it.
Okay, so you didn't hear Dr. Carney's testimony when she described her autopsy.
That wouldn't show you whether it was ingested orally or by any other manner.
Okay, and Dr. Lindsay, you went on and on about pharmacokinetics and calculating a dose. Did you provide your calculations?
Did I provide my calculations? No, but anybody can do them. If it's a half-life of 30 half-lives in between the first and the second dose, you would be up to billions of milligrams.
Okay, so you don't have any math that supports that at all for pharmacokinetics?
I did it at one time, but it was so off the chart, I knew that it was incorrect.
Oh, so you knew that you were incorrect.
No, I knew that the pharmacokinetics did not make sense.
Well,
So
did
anybody
it-
can take, the other experts didn't do the same calculations, and they could have, or they should have. They would have seen right away that it was not possible.
Well, you're saying it's not possible because you're refusing to acknowledge that it was ingested in liquid form, correct?
No, I'm not. I'm saying we don't know. It could have been ingested in liquid form, or it could have been used in another form. We just don't know.
Well, that's what you're saying, that you just don't know. But Dr. Carney was very positive when she did her autopsy report.
That
So,
wouldn't have shown, an autopsy report would not show whether someone had ingested it orally or ingested it through insufflation or injection. An autopsy would not show that.
Dr. Lindsay, are you a forensic pathologist?
No, I'm not a forensic pathologist, but I'm a toxicologist, and it would not show that. If you want to describe how it would show that, maybe that could enlighten me.
Dr. Lindsay, I am asking you the questions.
Okay, and I'm
Have you
correcting
ever
you.
performed an autopsy?
No,
Yes or no?
no.
Okay. Did you hear Dr. Krolewski's testimony where he said that he would not even attempt to calculate using pharmacokinetics to try to calculate the dose?
He doesn't do that regularly in his practice. He's more of an analytical chemist. It was clear by the way he answered the questions, and that's why he wouldn't do the pharmacokinetic calculations. That's more of a biochemistry type thing.
Dr. Lindsay, that was not Dr. Krolewski's answer. You do know that, correct?
I listened to his testimony, and that's how I knew he didn't do that. He didn't do it on a regular basis. He's more of an analytical chemist toxicologist than a strict toxicologist who does pharmacokinetic modeling. I think he was open about that.
Okay. Dr. Lindsay, I know that you do. So you're saying that you reviewed everything in the investigation file and the testimony at the bond hearing, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
But you are here testifying that you think it's possible that Jade Benning was drinking 4 drinks out and doing cocaine. How was she doing it again?
We don't know.
Okay, but what did you use for your pharmacokinetics calculation?
So that's a little bit different. What I'm saying is we don't know whether she ingested it orally or whether through insufflation or whether injection. We just don't know because the numbers don't tell us. And the only reliable numbers we have are from a tube that did not have preservative in it. So while a ratio in a proper tube might give us an idea of whether it was orally ingested instead of insufflated, we didn't have that because we have the tube that didn't have the proper preservative in it.
Okay, so my question is for the pharmacokinetics that you testified about, I think at one point you said 16 8 balls. What was the ingestion method that you used for that pharmacokinetics calculation?
So I did assume an oral bioavailability for that. Oh, gosh, should have been using that before.
So you assumed liquid cocaine.
Cocaine taken orally.
Dissolved in a liquid.
It doesn't have to be dissolved in a liquid. It's the same thing if you take it orally or food, liquid, whatever. It's going through the metabolism that way instead of going through insufflation or vaginal insertion or whatever.
So you said that, and then immediately afterwards you said, but you can't calculate the pharmacokinetics with this case.
Correct.
So you calculated it, and then you said you cannot calculate it in this case.
Yeah, so the history is that when I tried to apply proper pharmacokinetics to this case, it didn't work. And so then I went into researching, because it wasn't plausible, then I went into researching, well, why could that be? And then there are a couple articles that I provided the literature here. The best one is Chang et al., who goes into the pharmacokinetics of cocaine and fentanyl taken together and how they both inhibit each other's clearance. What does that mean practically? They both inhibit each other's half-life or clearance. So we don't know how much.
Dr. Lindsay, you're going on and on about cocaine and fentanyl. Those aren't the facts of this case. Dr. Lindsay, you do agree that on the internet there is information about liquid cocaine. Do Do you agree with that?
Yes, can we clear up the last statement?
Do you want to start arguing with her?
No, she just made a factually
Okay,
incorrect
if your lawyer,
statement.
they want to ask you, they'll ask you. Go
Okay.
ahead, what is your literature about liquid cocaine?
It's on the internet, correct? There's rehab facilities that have internet pages, and when you go to it, it says, do not ingest it this way because it is lethal and it will kill you. You have seen that, correct?
Yes, if you orally use cocaine, you can overdo the amount because the bioavailability is less and it takes longer to absorb.
And it is known to cause death. It is lethal, correct?
No, lots of people use cocaine that way. I mean, it's not preferable. You kind of waste part of the drug, but apparently the high is supposed to be better. The problem is the fentanyl along with the cocaine, which lowers the threshold dose of toxicity.
Okay, so if a website says that it increases the risk of sudden death, you're just saying, not really, even though.
I'm saying it doesn't cause death in all cases.
Objection, Your Honor, speculation.
But it can cause death, and there is information on the internet that warns people about that. Don't you agree?
Objection, Your Honor.
Okay, I'll rule the objection. She's going to answer, I think.
Yes, of course it can cause death. It depends on the amount.
And you would agree, too, that there is a lot of information on the internet about cocaine and that it can cause a placental abruption or a spontaneous abortion if used when pregnant, correct?
Cocaine can cause myocardial infarctions, including things like placental abruptions. Yes, it can.
I mean, this is the U.S. Department of Justice, 1988, cocaine use in pregnancy can lead to spontaneous abortion of the fetus.
Yes, it can also lead to birth of those babies, which everybody knows about, the crack babies, the cocaine babies that are adopted, thankfully.
Thank you, Dr. Lindsay.
Any other questions?
Yes, Your Honor. May I have that come on, please? I was asking him if I could utilize the come here.
It's up.
Thank you. Dr. Lindsay,
Yes.
I want to draw your attention. First, let me do this. Draw your attention to the NMS litigation packet and from data in regards to, oh, I'm sorry, that's the wrong one. In regards to 2312-9285. Do you see that?
I do.
And do you see the window for coca-ethylene?
I do.
And just to be clear, 2312-9285, is that the comforter we've been discussing this morning?
Yes.
And do you see a peak in a presence for coca-ethylene?
Yes, this was also admitted to by Mithun and Katalski.
If you'll just answer the question as it's given.
Sorry.
Instead of ad-libbing all of the information. Go ahead.
Thank you.
Yes.
And so does that in fact show that there was in fact the presence of coca-ethylene on the comforter in the vomitus?
Yes.
Now, to be fair, it was not up to the reportable limit, but it was in fact there.
Yes.
Are there reasons why a substance will not be at a reportable limit?
If it's not formed yet, if it's below the reportable limit.
And would this be before Ms. Benning ever made it to Vanderbilt Hospital?
Yes.
I now want to show you again, NMS Laboratory Report 231-29285. Do you see that?
Yes.
That is the same number associated with the comforter. Is that right?
That's right.
And do you see the fentanyl peak in this window here?
Yes.
And is that peak a representative of, in fact, fentanyl being present in the vomitus on the comforter?
Dr. Midthen testified that it was, yes.
So it's not just you stating that the fentanyl was present and or the cocaethylene was present. This is NMS lab data that was performed by Dr. Methuen.
Yes.
Your Honor, may we approach briefly?
Okay. Do you have any other questions?
Finally, Dr. Lindsay, is there any type of treatment at a hospital that will cause you to test positive for cocaethylene?
No.
Thank you.
Not that I know of. I would
Thank
say.
you. I pass this.
Any other questions?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Your Honor.
At this time, Your Honor, the defense will call Dr. Kelly Larkin.
Okay.
May we approach briefly? She's coming in.
Did the state get what you wanted?
Yes, Your Honor. I mean, when we have a few minutes to review this, having now just been handed.
Something different?
Yes. Which might result in a jury out.
You'll step down the hallway, ladies and gentlemen. What do we have different, Ms. Holland?
This is my first time, so I'd like to take a minute. This just appears to be notes that she took. The first page are notes that come from the testimony, 911 call that Mr. Taylor made. There is testimony notes from Najee Jackson. There, she has names here of the EMTs. She has some medication notes from the medical records.
And all of this just was generated overnight?
And it's not original thoughts, it's just notes that she took from the records that.
All of that was generated overnight?
Yes, Your Honor. Yes.
What does that mean?
I'm assuming she took notes in regards to when she and I met and we went over what she would testify about today.
How long does the state need?
Would you like to see the notes, Your Honor?
I don't know. How long does the state need?
We have just maybe 3 or 4 more minutes, and maybe in that time can get Dr. Carney
Okay.
connected up.
How long is it gonna take to get Dr. Carney a link?
We just sent it to her.
Oh, okay. Somebody told me 20 minutes.
That's what, initially, Judge, they actually said 30 minutes.
So,
And then we cut it down a whole lot.
pardon. And just, I'm trying to see when, I don't know if it'll be this week or next week when we finish the proof, but you're planning on calling Mr. Taylor? Carl Taylor?
No, we've decided not to.
Oh, okay. So this would be the last witness?
It would be.
Oh. All right.
Court in a 10-minute recess.
already so far, there is lots of spicy things happening in the courtroom. There is fighting back and forth, and we have an expert on the stand, or what is allegedly an expert for, I believe, the defense's side, which I know is for the defense's side, and prosecutor getting heated with witness on the stand and about the liquid cocaine or no liquid cocaine. And the judge, I think, has had enough with both groups. He really just wants it to be over with. And I believe they're trying to wrap things up, which I know this for a fact, that they're trying to wrap things up because the 4th of July, they want to get it done before the holiday happens. I don't believe this changes anything. Yeah, there were people born that were on drugs. Yes. On various different heroin, cocaine. But when someone's given an overdose of these types of drugs, they will not be alive. But we will see if the jury does it or not. We will see how that goes. Because if they're able to prove that he did it or not. Yes, she did look pregnant and happy. She looked like she was trying to take care of her kid, and she wanted to have the baby. And so somebody poisoned her, which we believe it is Blaise. But yeah, it's like she wasn't trying to get herself deleted. And I don't know if people ingest cocaine by liquid cocaine. They usually do it. I wouldn't know. I don't do cocaine, but from my amateur knowledge, I'm sure that they snort it and smoke it. I've not heard of liquid cocaine before. So that means somebody made a cocktail of poison. Is what I'm trying to say. I'm not saying that the liquid cocaine doesn't exist. It's just someone was trying to make some lethal poisoned drink. Okay, so liquid cocaine, which I did research on this while we were watching this trial, and they're taking the cocaine and they have to put it together in a liquid form by taking the cocaine and kind of like dissolving sugar in a drink, right? Kind of like that. So you're making a new solution of cocaine in the liquid. No more detail about this, but that's basically like how it works. So whoever did it really had to know what they were doing. And I don't... Yeah, it does sound like he was trying to do that, definitely. It was out of Corey Richardson's playbook. Okay, let's see this. So here we go. Liquid cocaine used to poison Jade Benning was created by dissolving standard powdered or rock cocaine into alcohol. So that is basically similar to what I was saying, except that there has to be an alcohol component to it. According to prosecutors, Blaise Taylor mixed this highly concentrated chemical solution himself, and he then allegedly spiked a container of pink lemonade that was in Benning's kitchen counter. Looks like they're back.
She has it, yes, Your Honor. Thank you so much.
All right, where, see if we can get our Dr. Larkin. Step up, raise your right hand and be sworn.
Do you swear the testimony you're about to give to be the truth, so help you God?
I swear.
I got a little here, so thanks.
Good morning, Dr. Larkin. Could you please state and spell your name for the record?
Yes, my name is Dr. Kelly Larkin, Kelly Larkin.
And could you please give the jury a little background as to your education as well as your employment experience?
Yes, I'm a board-certified emergency physician. I've been practicing for 30 years. I have a bachelor's degree in science. I have a master's degree in neuroscience. I have a medical doctorate. And following completing medical school, I did an emergency medicine residency training for 3 years. Following that, I was invited to take the board examination to become board certified. I took the written boards. Once I passed that, the next year I was invited to take the oral boards. Once I passed that, I was board certified emergency doctor. Since that time, every 10 years I have to recertify. So I've recertified twice now. And so I'm still currently a board certified emergency physician. And for the past 30 years, I've worked exclusively in emergency departments, mainly in Houston, Texas area.
And have you had any publications as it pertains to articles and or any type of treatise?
I've had some publications from like graduate school and some small publications.
And have you had an occasion to also teach?
Yes, I've been a associate professor at University of Texas, so I've taught medical students, residents, paramedics, different emergency providers over the years.
Have you had the occasion to testify before and been certified as an expert in emergency medicine?
Yes, I have.
At this time, I would tender Dr. Larkin in the area of emergency medicine.
Any questions? on
No
that?
question.
Okay. All right, again, ladies and gentlemen, this is Dr. Deal to give an expert opinion in emergency medicine or field, and you can place such way as you choose to upon it.
And at this time, I would tender to the court Dr. Larkin's curriculum vitae.
Okay. 63.
Dr. Larkin, in preparation for your testimony today, did you review any of the materials that were involved in this case?
Yes, I did. I reviewed the medical records, the EMS records, the 911 call, some of the toxicology reports, some of the transcripts from some of the testimony this week. At least that much. Probably some other things too.
I want to go right to it and take you to, Josh. I want to go right to the 911 call on February the 25th, 2023. Do you remember reading the information in regards to that particular call made by Blaise Taylor?
Yes, I do.
And did you have the opportunity to also read the EMS and the fire department's records as it relates to that 911 call?
Yes, I did.
And, well, before I do that, let me ask you, have you had the opportunity over the course of your career to treat overdoses?
Yes, I have.
Over the 30 years that you have practiced emergency medicine, how many overdose cases would you say that you have treated?
Many. It's pretty common. So there's different types of overdoses, accidental and intentional, but probably 400 or 500 over 30 years.
Have you also had the occasion to treat patients who ultimately pass away and expire?
Yes, I think unfortunately all emergency physicians do, and probably 10 or so deaths in the emergency department per year, maybe some early on years in the trauma center more than, significantly more than that.
Okay. And in regards to those overdoses, those 400 to 500 overdoses that you've treated and experienced over the last 30 years, did any of them have to do with illicit as well as prescription substances?
Yes.
Now I want to draw your attention to the 911 call on February 25th, 2023, made by Blaise Taylor. Can you tell the jury, did you read some of the symptoms that were explained by Blaise Taylor in regards to what he felt he was witnessing at the time?
Yes, so I read it. I also did listen to the 911 call as well. And I did listen to the symptoms he was describing.
Did you listen to any other person's description of Ms. Benning's symptoms as the medical episode was happening?
Her friend Nigea had a around 6 minute phone call prior to the EMS arriving and kind of overlapping into that, prior to the 911 phone call. So there was a little description as well in her testimony this week.
And what symptoms, if any, stood out to you?
So if we start with her friend Nigea, the phone call started and the way it sounds over those 6 minutes, towards the end of the call, she was not really able to understand what Jade was saying. whereas in the beginning of the phone call, she could understand what Jade was saying.
And what about any of the symptoms that were described by Mr. Taylor?
Yes, so Mr. Taylor described to the 911 operator a couple different times. Initially, he said that she had spit coming out of her mouth and that she was shaking. And then as the 911 operator was asking more questions about her status, he said that it sounds like she's snoring.
Was that a significant symptom to you?
It's a very significant symptom. We worry a lot. So snoring in a normal patient, this is not normal sleeping, is really a medical emergency. It means that they're relaxing the muscles in the back of their throat, impending respiratory arrest, not able to continue to breathe normally. So, and what's interesting is, I work in an emergency department where we have a lot of cancer patients, and so we give a lot of fentanyl in particular and a lot of opioids, and we really watch when we're giving those doses to make sure, and if the patient starts snoring or we see that that's too much, we realize, they have to be reversed. So it's something we're very familiar with and very concerning.
And if you would look on your screen, do you notice there that you'll see on line 48, do you see what it states there?
Yes, on line 48, that's where Mr. Taylor mentions it sounds like she's snoring.
And would that be the symptom that you thought was very alarming as you just described?
Yes, it is.
What, if anything, does that tell you? Well, before I ask you that, were there any other symptoms that you felt like were important?
I think those are the most important. We knew that she was breathing during this time period. That's mentioned several times by Mr. Taylor as the EMS operator was speaking to him, but those symptoms are very concerning.
And why do you feel like they're concerning?
Because, as I mentioned, when someone gets to that state where they're not breathing normally or they have sonorous respirations, that means that they're not getting oxygen delivered around their body, to their brain, to their heart. They're not getting rid of the carbon dioxide that's bad for our body. And so when those things start piling up, then that's when you can have a heart attack. That's when you can have a cardiac arrest. Because if you stop breathing first, it's just a matter of time until then your heart's going to stop because it doesn't have enough oxygen.
And did you actually see, as you just described, that in this medical incident with Ms. Benning?
Yes.
Did you have the opportunity in preparation for your testimony today to not only listen to the 911 tape, but to look at the emergency records in this case? If you could go back.
Yes, I did.
And what I mean by that is from EMS in the fire department. If you could blow up the pre-hospital care report, the second. Yes, thank you. Do you notice in this report narrative where it states that the patient's boyfriend stated the patient was 4 months pregnant?
Yes, I saw that.
Now, I want to also ask you, did you also review the Emergency Communications Center information?
Yes, I did.
And did you also review another CAD incident report from the emergency center?
Yes, I did.
Did you, in your preparation today for your testimony, see where there was any other or any place where Mr. Taylor described this incident as an overdose?
I did not.
Did you see that someone did describe it as an overdose?
Yes.
And who was that?
So initially, it says that Medic 35 was dispatched to the location for an overdose. So the way that works is typically the 911 operator would have sent information to dispatch the ambulance, and they would have told them that was what their initial dispatch was for an overdose.
Did you have an opportunity to listen to the 911 call that Mr. Taylor made in regards to this incident?
Yes, I did.
Did he ever describe this as an overdose?
He did not.
Did you have an opportunity over your course of the 30 years in the emergency room? It's fair to say you've seen many emergencies.
Yes, we do.
Where do you currently work?
I work at University of Texas MD Anderson Cancer Center Emergency Department in the Houston Medical Center.
And prior to that, where did you work?
I was at Baylor St. Luke's Medical Center for 20-some years prior to that.
And all those years were you practicing emergency medicine?
Yes.
So have you had the opportunity to come in contact with many families who had loved ones who were experiencing significant medical emergencies?
Yes, every day that I worked.
And sometimes those medical emergencies ending in death.
That's correct.
And can you tell this jury whether or not there's any one way that you've seen a person respond to a familial medical emergency with a loved one?
Absolutely not. Everyone behaves differently in these emergency situations. I think it's common. Everybody behaves differently in just any emergency situation. So now if you're in an emergency department and a loved one is sick or something is going on, some people are calm and you can tell they're upset. Some people are a little more excited. Everybody responds differently. I could never describe that one way to do it. There's no right way to deal with that. I can't imagine being in a situation on the other side of it.
So I now want to draw your attention to when a patient arrives at the emergency center. Okay. Are there situations when a patient would have to be intubated when they get to the emergency center?
Yes, that can happen.
Have you had the opportunity to see whether or not Ms. Benning was ever intubated?
Yes, I did.
And did you find whether or not, did you determine when she was first intubated?
So intubation is actually a process where a tube is put down into the trachea to breathe for them. But in Ms. Benning's case, the EMS put a temporary airway in right away in the ambulance, which is a very common thing to do. And so a tube is put down and it works well to breathe for a patient for a temporary measure. What happens then, we get them in the emergency department and now we need a little bit more permanent measure that's for sure a secured airway, and that's what's called intubation. That's when you see it on TV, they go in with the scope, they look in and they put the tube down and that tube stays in there and that's breathing for them. So that actual intubation followed the temporary airway, but that intubation happened at Vanderbilt in the emergency department.
Okay. And was there any medication that was given to Ms. Benning to assist with intubating her?
Well, yes, so one of the medications, she received succinylcholine in the emergency department.
Is that a common medication that is given to a patient when he or she is being intubated?
Yes.
What is the purpose?
It's a paralytic, so typically you want to give a sedative and a paralytic for a patient to intubate them. That's basically the definition of how you intubate someone.
Did you have an opportunity to review all the medical records? Well, let me ask you, do you see anywhere here on these medical records in front of you? We'll start with page 55, where you see the paralyzing agent succinylcholine given to Ms. Benning.
Yes, I see that in the ED notes.
Okay. And I should ask, is this in fact?
I object to this stating about the records testimony that was not given because because Miss Benning was dead on arrival.
And that's the
Okay,
reason,
101.
that's the reason we're going into the records, Your Honor.
Okay, you can cross-examine as you see fit. So this is her opinion.
Do you see on page 55 right in front of you? Are these the medical records of Miss Jade Benning?
Yes, these are the EPIC medical records from Vanderbilt.
And can you circle, if you can, the top right corner with your finger where it states these are Jade Benning's medical records? Can you circle, if you see where it says ED notes, and if you were to go down there,
Oops, sorry.
if you were to go down maybe 9 or 10 lines, do you see where it says paralyzing agent succinylcholine?
Yes, I do.
Could you circle that for the jury, please? And could you read that for the jury, please, that notation that's made?
Yes, so in the ED notes, it says paralyzing agent, succinylcholine, injection, 76 milligrams, and then it gives it was given on 2/26/23 at 0052.
Would that be the late night, early morning of February 26th?
Yes, early morning.
And as an emergency room doctor, does this state to you that Ms. Benning was in fact given succinylcholine?
Yes, she was.
And based on your review of the records, was she given that in an effort to help intubate her?
Yes, it's in the other notes as part of the procedure to do the actual intubation.
And it is your representation that this was in fact in the emergency room?
Yes, it
The
was.
emergency department?
I'm sorry, yes, it was.
I want to now draw your attention to page 90. And if you could clear your screen, please, at the bottom.
How do you do that?
Oh.
Oh, clear. Okay.
On page 90, are these two Ms. Jade Benning's medical records?
Yes, these are her records.
Could you circle her name
You
at the
don't
top?
have to get her to circle, it's right there in the report.
Do you see where Ms. Benning was, or at least succinylcholine, in these records as well? Also, those are, move to the next page, please. To page 90. So we can move forward. So let's now go to, was there a time when Ms. Benning, based on your review of the records, was getting fentanyl?
Yes, she received fentanyl.
And do you see when and where she was given fentanyl?
Yes.
If I could I get the envelope, please? Thank you. Do you see the highlighted area there on page 562?
Yes, I do.
Medical records. Could you describe to the jury what it means here when it says fentanyl ADS override?
So that's when they actually just pulled out the fentanyl to administer.
Okay. And based on your review of the records, was she ever given fentanyl at this date and time?
She was not.
I now want to draw your attention to page 567 of Ms. Benning's medical records. Do you see the highlighted areas there?
Yes, I do.
And is this in reference to the medication fentanyl?
Yes, it is.
And was she given fentanyl at this time?
Yes, she was.
And what time do you see notated in the medical record of Ms. Benning as to when she was first given fentanyl?
So her initial infusion of fentanyl was 2/26/23 at 00:39.
So with
I'm
that-
sorry, 00:41. So
Okay.
the pull and the, I think that's not the time. Yes, 00:41, 00:45 I have where the infusion started. So there may be another page of this as well.
Okay. This is page 727.
That's correct.
Okay. You could go ahead and explain to the jury what this is saying.
So this tells you that the infusion starting, the time that's highlighted on the right is 00:45 for the actual infusion starting.
Okay, and when does it end here in this medical record?
So,
Can
oh
you-
yes, I can see, I'm sorry, I should have my glasses on, but the end date on this infusion and at this rate was 2/27/2023 at 18:43 or 6:43 p.m.
And in your review of all of Ms. Benning's medical records, is that where you see she was initially given fentanyl at Vanderbilt Hospital?
That is when she initially got fentanyl, yes.
I now want to go back to page 90 of the medical records. Do you see there, in reference to the medication succinylcholine?
Yes, I do.
And what is this record representing?
So this is on the ED timeline, so this is basically step-by-step everything that goes on in the emergency department, and this shows you that at 00:15 that there was an order placed for succinylcholine.
And is this too in the emergency department?
Yes, it was.
I now want to draw your attention to page 562 of the medical record. What does this represent, Dr. Larkin?
So this is the succinylcholine, again, the pull, so that's taking out the succinylcholine out of the machine to be able to administer the succinylcholine, so that shows it was taken out.
And based on your review of the medical record, I'm sorry, I will go to page 567. What does that represent?
So this is showing you that the succinylcholine injection of 76 milligrams was completed, and it tells you who had ordered it initially, and then it tells you the nurse that acknowledged that as well.
Okay. And does it state completed?
Yes, it does.
What does that mean?
That means that the order that had been made to get the succinylcholine actually was completed, so it was given to the patient, and that goes along with the other one we saw earlier that said when it was given.
And is that, again, in the emergency room?
Yes, it was.
Now, I want to now draw your attention back to, is it working? And you can go back, Josh, to the records of the litigation, of the toxicology reports. Did you have an opportunity to review the toxicology report from NMS 2312985?
Yes, I did.
And did you learn from the review of these records that this was in fact vomit on a comforter that Ms. Benning vomited during the evening as a result of her medical incident.
Yes, I understand that.
And did you consider that too to be a symptom in regards to her medical condition?
Yes, it's not uncommon as someone is having respiratory difficulty or other problem that they have some vomiting.
Did you notice, based on your review of any of these toxicology reports, have you had the opportunity over the 30 years of your practice to have to deal with toxicology?
Yes, so as an emergency physician, you get trained in toxicology. We obviously have patients that come in and we have to look at reports regarding toxicology.
And you're not claiming to be an expert in toxicology, are you?
I am not.
Okay. Did you notice in the records, lab reports of Ms. Benning from NMS, whether or not you noticed that coca-ethylene was present in her system?
Yes, coca-ethylene was present in that NMS sample that we're looking at.
Thank you. Have you ever had an occasion over the course of your career to treat a fentanyl overdose?
Yes, I have.
Have you ever had an occasion over the course of your career to treat a cocaine overdose?
Yes, I have.
And could you describe for the jury what you would expect to see after 30 years of working in the emergency room department? Have you had an occasion to deal with cocaine overdoses?
Yes, so they're almost opposites of each other. So cocaine is more of a stimulant, and then fentanyl is more a depressant. So cocaine overdose, typically when we see them in the emergency department, they've got fast heart rate, they're anxious, they're hot, they might be breathing normal or fast. They can be paranoid, they can be excited, but they're kind of the symptoms that go along with the cocaine. They come in maybe with chest pain because their heart's beating so fast or their blood pressure is so high. So it's all of those things like that are amped up on the system. So the difference with fentanyl is classically is there's more drowsiness, and I think I described that we see it sometimes in the hospital when we give a little bit too much fentanyl to try to treat someone's pain. We have to watch out for them getting too sleepy. But with fentanyl, again, the respirations tend to slow down. It's a little more gradual of a change versus like the cocaine. Like I said, they're hyped up and they've got things going on that are fast. Typically, in the fentanyl overdose, we see that they slow down their breathing, they end up having a respiratory arrest, and after that, again, if the oxygen doesn't get there to the heart and to the brain, then they can have a cardiac arrest. And that's typical progression.
And can you describe to the jury what a fentanyl overdose looks like?
Yes, so as I mentioned, the fentanyl is when they have typically the respiratory arrest. They might be awake and talking, but then all of a sudden they get a slurred speech, or they get quieter, or they start not feeling well and sleepy, and then their breathing starts slowing down. They could have snoring, as we talked about earlier, and then eventually the lack of oxygen can cause worsening things like a cardiac arrest or just a demise at that point from lack of oxygen to the brain and to the heart and the other organs.
And did you take a look at all the symptoms that were described of Ms. Benning in this particular case?
Yes, I did.
And were you able to opine as to, based on the symptoms that were described, what was more consistent with the episode that Ms. Benning was having?
In this case, it's definitely more consistent with fentanyl. And, unfortunately, we're seeing more and more that over the past several years it's just increased. And it's adulterated drugs. It's not necessary. People know that it's in something that they might be taking. And that's where we see these tragedies and these accidental ingestions of the fentanyl. So to that end, this is more of a fentanyl presentation where, like I said, in this case, she started talking to her friend Nigeria. By the end, she really couldn't understand her, so maybe she was getting more not able to speak as well. And then, as Mr. Taylor describes, she's laying on the bed, she's not really responding much, she's snoring, she's got some foaming coming out of the mouth. All those things go along with fentanyl. Not to say there couldn't have been something else, but we know what we see a lot of is mixed things now, and unfortunately what we're seeing is a lot of cocaine that now has fentanyl in it, and that's been kind of the fourth wave of things that we're seeing, so we have to watch out for that. So to answer it, the fentanyl is more likely to be definitely part of this overdose.
As a medical professional in an emergency room, did you notice that Ms. Benning had fentanyl in her system prior to receiving it at Vanderbilt Hospital?
Yes, I did.
And are you able to opine that fentanyl had nothing to do, given all the medical records that you reviewed for Ms. Benning, to do with her medical episode?
Can you restate, please?
Can you opine that fentanyl had nothing to do with the medical episode suffered by Ms. Benning, based on the records that you've read?
No, so fentanyl, we know fentanyl was present, and it was present prior to her getting fentanyl in the hospital.
Your Honor, yes, check, all gets cross-examined, but that is not what is in the record.
Okay, she's just indicated it is from her perspective, so go ahead.
Now, finally, have you had the opportunity to review the autopsy report from Ms. Benning?
Yes, I have.
And in reviewing the autopsy report, was there anything specific in regards to Ms. Benning's heart that stood out to you?
Yes, and I believe the medical examiner mentioned it as well. There was a enlargement of the left ventricle of the heart, and also the myocytes of the heart. It just means the cells that are in the heart, and they were enlarged in that left ventricular area. And that can be caused by several things like long-standing high blood pressure and other things. But again, that can be consistent with just something chronic, meaning you can't make big cells in that part of your heart quickly. It didn't happen with this event. It's not acute. It had to happen over time. So one of the chronic things that can cause this over time is just cocaine use over time can cause those myocytes to be large and that ventricle to be enlarged.
Now, to be fair, are there other things that could cause this type of myocyte hypertrophy?
Yes, and other things that make the heart work harder, like I said, high blood pressure, other heart problems.
In reviewing the records of Ms. Benning, did you have the opportunity to review her OBGYN records as well?
I didn't focus very much on those, no.
Okay, thank you. And what do you notice here in regards to what is notated in Ms. Benning, to be fair? Is this the autopsy of Ms. Benning?
Yes, it is.
What did you notice here?
This is what I just referred to, basically sections of the ventricle. The ventricle is one of the top chambers of the heart, and per this note, or per the report, it says they revealed focal myocyte hypertrophy. Big fancy words, but it just means the cells in that area were bigger than normal. And again, that's a chronic finding, not an acute finding.
When you say chronic versus acute, does that just mean one episode can't cause this?
Correct. This wasn't caused from the episode that caused her demise. This was something that had to have been going on prior to this to cause this.
And could you then read from page 5 of 5 of Ms. Benning's autopsy report, the highlighted area?
Yes, so histologic exams are just basically looking at the cells on a microscope. The histological examination of Ms. Benning's organs reveals focal myocyte hypertrophy, the same thing we just talked about, in the heart, but no myocarditis or infarction. So in a case like this, when we have a young person who dies, the MDs are looking to see, could it have been a heart attack caused from something such as cocaine? We see young people that have that. Or could it be a myocarditis, which is an infection of the heart that can cause this kind of thing? The MD did not find those, so she just noted those as negatives in her report.
And of the medical records that you reviewed of Ms. Benning, was there anything you seen in those records that would notate that she suffered from high blood pressure?
No.
Thank you. I pass the witness.
Thank you.
Questions from you?
Dr. Larkin, as you said, you are not a toxicologist, correct?
That is correct.
And neither are you a forensic pathologist, correct?
That's correct.
Dr. Aaron Carney is a forensic pathologist and expert in that field. Do you agree?
Yes.
Now, talk about some things you reviewed. How much of the testimony, have you been in the courtroom to listen? We have our backs turned to the audience, obviously, but have you been in the courtroom to actually listen to the witnesses?
No, I have not.
Okay. Have you reviewed any of the daily transcripts of the witnesses' testimony that began on Tuesday morning?
I have looked at some of the transcripts.
Okay. Have you looked at Dr. Olashoga's?
No, I have not.
Okay. He was the emergency room doctor who was the first doctor to see Miss Benning, correct?
Yes, I apologize. I did look at that. I forgot the name.
Okay. And Dr. Olashoga's testimony, which you read, considered, she arrived essentially dead, correct?
I mean, I don't believe she arrived dead. I mean, I don't think as an emergency doctor at that point we may make that same thought that he did. You know, when they arrive and they have no pulse and they're not breathing, yes, that's a correct statement. But when you go through what they did to revive them, then you can actually return someone back.
Yes. Brought back from the dead. That's what Vanderbilt and Dr. Olashoga did, correct?
So cardiac arrest, yes.
Yes.
Agreed.
And she was intubated without the need for any medication because she was feeling no pain. Is that not correct?
I don't think anyone can say that, but I know she received medications.
After she was intubated, correct?
I believe the succinylcholine was at the intubation time.
There's only one intubation, right?
There is only one.
Because when she was removed from the emergency department to the ICU unit, they don't take it out at the emergency room and then redo it later, correct? There's one intubation.
One intubation, and that happened in the emergency department. That's correct.
Correct. And without going through all these pages of things, would you agree the medical records that are in evidence speak for themselves about when medication was administered and when it wasn't?
Yes, they do.
Okay. And so, if the, butcher the pronunciation, you pronounce it.
Succinylcholine.
Succinylcholine was administered in the ICU because after she had been resuscitated, she was having seizures and body movements that would be consistent with proper medical procedure, correct?
Yes, you can use succinylcholine other times, absolutely.
Because it's a paralytic.
Yes, it is.
Was it given in the ICU or the ER?
I believe it was given both, and from what he's saying.
Again, if the medical records, Dr. Olashoga's testimony,
Oops.
and would you agree that the records
Hang on there.
Got it.
that Ms. Benning was intubated on 2/25/2023 at 22:06 hours? Is that correct?
I would have to look to verify that, but if that's what you're seeing in the record,
Well, again, the records are what the records are, and testimony has been to that effect.
yes, sir, I just don't have it in front of me to confirm that.
So that's not a note that you would have made when reviewing Dr. Olashoga's testimony.
I didn't make any notes when I reviewed it, so I didn't make any timing on that.
Okay. Let me just ask about that. When did you do these reviews of the, obviously you could not have reviewed the testimony until it happened, so that would have been this week, correct?
That's correct.
So when did you do that? This week or over the weekend?
So probably towards maybe Friday, I may have looked at some of the transcripts, and then over the past day, I've also been reviewing.
Prior to the trial starting, counsel asked you about reviewing a number of things, including the 911 call, correct?
Yes, sir.
When did you review that?
Just recently, I listened to it, I know yesterday, and then I got the actual transcript of it.
Well, since recently could be a term subject to interpretation, when were you retained and or become involved in this case?
I believe 3 months ago, approximately.
Okay. Recently,
Yes,
if we're talking years,
yes.
as opposed to months. So 3 months ago, what was the first thing you reviewed?
I'm guessing I probably would have gone to the medical records initially and then the EMS records.
Well, don't necessarily want you to guess, but the Vanderbilt medical records are voluminous, correct?
Yes, 1,331 pages.
And the autopsy report,
Yes,
you would have reviewed that. And the EMT documents, the runs, you reviewed those, correct?
yes,
Okay. And would you not agree that part of the reason for this is so you can have the facts correct to be able to make an informed opinion?
that's correct.
All right. And so if you provided us information that the EMS was a guy, that was wrong, correct?
I don't know what you're referring to.
Document that you provided to us.
Oh, so that EMS guy was the 911 call. That was just, those are notes, it's not a report.
Okay. But the EMS guy, so you're saying now that was the 911 person as opposed to the paramedic. Is that right?
Well, the paramedics, I believe, were both females, so I may have put that wrong, but again, those are just some very informal notes.
Well, again, but you're putting down on paper your memory of the facts, your knowledge of the facts, correct?
I can, yes,
Right. So if you say the EMS guy said he thought it was an allergic reaction and he didn't check a pulse until he got her into the ambulance, that would not be the person answering the 911 call, would it?
it may not have been.
Did you review the testimony of Jade Jackson?
I did look at some of that, yes,
Just some of it?
that's correct.
So you know that during that call that Ms. Jackson was a part of, Miss Benning said, I can't feel my legs, correct?
That's correct.
And said to Mr. Taylor, what did you put in my drink? My drink tastes funny. Correct?
Yes.
And from that, we have some time go by before the 911 call. But do you recall there being any mention of that, those symptoms on the 911 call? My legs, I can't feel my legs.
I don't believe so.
With respect to Dr. Olashoga, do you have any criticism of how he handled Miss Benning
No.
in the emergency department?
No.
He did everything you would have done, correct?
I believe so.
Including having tests run, such as they could be run from the emergency department, talking about to see what is in her system, correct?
Yes.
You did that.
Yes, I do.
Yes. And you get those results back as quickly as possible, correct?
We do.
It's not like weeks or months later that you're sitting or standing around the emergency department waiting for lab results to come back from a lab in Pennsylvania, correct?
That's correct.
And Dr. Olashoga needed to have those tests run and got Dr. Broccolari as far as this was something that needed to be investigated, correct?
Yes, that's my understanding.
And there is no fentanyl put into Miss Benning's body by Vanderbilt Hospital until 2/26/23 at 0:45 a.m. Is that not correct?
I believe that's correct, yes.
Now you talk about people that come in that you've seen in the Houston emergency room or the day before that, was it Waco? Was it Baylor?
No, that's Baylor St. Luke's Medical Center in Houston.
Okay, in Houston. Those people are alive when they present, correct?
For some of them, yes.
Okay. Well, have you had someone present who is determined to be dead because of acute cocaine toxicity in your emergency room?
I'm sure I have, yeah.
And that is Dr. Aaron Carney's cause of death, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Dr. Larkin, based upon that and your testimony about what is typical of cocaine, typical of fentanyl, in the face of all that, you're saying, oh, it could be a fentanyl overdose, or it was a fentanyl overdose?
Well, we know there was fentanyl as well, and we know there was cocaethylene. I don't know that those were taken into consideration as far as the cause of death. I'm not saying there's not cocaine. What I'm saying is, by the presentation, what happened just prior, it appears that there was, we know there's fentanyl, but the fentanyl was accentuating or causing this respiratory arrest.
And that's your thing? Could have been?
Yes, sir.
Because of that trace finding?
There's fentanyl was found.
You're basing this on the comforter?
I'm basing it on the comforter and that sample that was also testified to by Dr. Methune and Dr. Jaguar.
Just one or two more things about getting the facts right. You would agree that's important?
Yes, sir.
To base any opinion on. And one of the statements in this report say on the day of her death, text messages indicate that Jade met with her drug dealer. That didn't happen, did it?
Again, that's not a report.
Forget that word, that statement.
Okay, those were just personal notes for me that I put down somewhere along the way. And I don't believe that there's any documentation that happened. I think we just know that she had text message contacting with the drug dealer that day,
So
back and
you
forth.
put that, excuse me, I didn't interrupt, but you put that in your notes as something you were relying on.
Not
Correct?
relying on something that I was going to be looking at, and obviously I would have corrected that if I had been given a time or asked to, do notes. I didn't do them until just recently when I was getting prepared for this. So if they're inaccurate, they're not complete.
So any inaccuracy, even about fentanyl at the hospital, would make your opinion essentially not acceptable, correct?
No, those aren't my opinions. I've given my opinions in my testimony in court under oath today. And those were, like I said, notes that I was going to review to get prepared for the case today, which I've done. And nothing that I've said corroborates something that's not a truth.
So if there is no fentanyl in Miss Benning's system when she arrived at the hospital, then it wouldn't be a fentanyl overdose, would it?
Well, we don't, we know there was some fentanyl there. It was never really tested for.
In her blood at the hospital, in her body at the hospital, regardless, there was no fentanyl detected, correct?
I believe that it was never tested for because there wasn't enough blood in the initial sample from 225 prior to getting fentanyl. I believe that Dr. Carney mentioned that.
But we'll see about that. Nothing else, John.
Any other questions?
Yes, Your Honor. Can I have a Bible, please? Dr. Larkin, just a few questions for you. Wanted to draw your attention very quickly. When I asked you to take a look at page 55 of the medical records, Ms. Benning,
Yes.
what does that state to you?
It states that succinylcholine paralyzing agent, succinylcholine, was injected. 76 milligrams were given intravenously, 226/23 at 0052, and it's part of the ED notes again, which is at the top. So that was in the emergency department.
When it says ED to hospital admission, what does that mean?
That's just on all the records, and from they start in the ED and then it's on the top. Just all the records have that.
And right below that, when it says ED notes, what does that stand for, if you know?
So part of EPIC has a section for ED notes, and that just basically shows notes that were generated during the visit. There's other areas of the record, but these are just basically the notes.
And just so the jury is clear, what is EPIC?
So EPIC is a enterprise system. It's a electronic health record. So it's one of the biggest in the country. Everything that goes on in the hospitals or the doctor's office or anything that's related are all on an EPIC record. It's actually about 40% of the market share in the United States right now. It's a big product, and it's people may be familiar with MyChart. So if you have a MyChart, that's part of EPIC, and that's how you can talk to your doctors and you can get your medicines and you have your appointments. So EPIC is just all that medical record all being in one electronic location.
Okay. And then I will draw your attention to page 43 of the medical records. At the bottom there, where it says ED procedure note by the Dr. Olushuga. Do you see that?
I don't see that. I think you have to go further up. There we go.
I apologize. Okay. Do you see that?
Yes.
And do you notice what number 1 says?
Number 1 is intubation. That's the procedure we talked about earlier.
And does it say given or ordered?
Ordered.
Is there a difference between the two?
Yes, there's typically a note that says about the intubation that says attempted one time, what time it happened, and all that.
You say a date of service? What does that mean?
What is date of service? So date of service is the day that something happened, so you can have the date of service and also the time of service. So this date of service for this procedure note, which the procedure note is the intubation order, was at 2:25:23 at 10:06 p.m.
And so this says it was ordered at 10:06.
Well, that's not what she said.
Yes, that says this procedure note says in the notes that at 10:06 p.m. this procedure was ordered, which was an intubation by Dr. Olushuga.
And so your testimony is this says ordered, right?
Yes, it does.
And this note says given.
Yes.
Okay, and what time is that?
So this is the succinylcholine that was given. Again, that was given 2/26/23 at 0052.
And would there be a reason to give a paralyzing agent to someone who's dead?
You can intubate someone without a paralyzing agent, depending on their status, but you wouldn't necessarily need to do that if someone's dead.
Why would, as an emergency room doctor, why would you give succinylcholine to a patient?
Well, because I guess we got to be careful how we use the word dead. When we say someone's in cardiac arrest, they have respiratory arrest or cardiac arrest, that means they're not breathing, their heart stops. So essentially, I guess we call that dead. But we're resuscitating them. So fortunately, as an emergency physician, these patients that get to that situation, we bring them back. We resuscitate them. It's something we do. So they may have, and you hear people that say, oh, I died twice because I had 2 cardiac arrests, but they are not dead, brain dead. You're not going to stick them, in the step in. And Mark, at that point, they're going to finish resuscitation and determine if they truly are dead or they're not.
And I understand that, did you have an opportunity to review any of these toxicology report records?
Well, I did look at them.
And again, you're not a toxicologist, are you?
I am not.
And is this number 2312985?
Yes, it is.
Have you learned that that is assigned to the comforter that the vomitus of Ms. Benning was located on when she was having her initial emergency episode in her apartment?
Yes,
That is before she went to Vanderbilt.
that's correct.
Have you learned through your review of all the records that there was fentanyl present and the vomitus on the comforter?
Yes,
And is this a record, based on your knowledge, if you know, that states that?
yes,
And to be clear, you're not stating Dr. Olushalo did anything wrong, are you?
no,
And although Ms. Benning passed away, as stated in this autopsy of acute cocaine toxicity, when it comes to the manner of death, that could not be
Tell
determined.
Your Honor, I object to that.
that's correct.
She has asked that be stricken, not forensic pathology.
Yeah, this is a record that's in evidence.
Then there's no reason for this doctor to
Okay.
ask about it.
She's answered the question. Do you have any more few questions?
I do not. Thank
Okay.
you. I pass the
Any other
witness.
questions from the state?
No.
Thank you, ma'am. You can step
Thank you,
back.
sir.
Any further proof on behalf of Mr. Taylor?
May we approach briefly, Your Honor?
Okay.
like for us to approach again?
Sure. Any other proof on behalf of Mr. Taylor?
No, Your Honor, at this time, the defense rests.
Okay. Will there be any rebuttal proof from the state?
Yes, Your Honor.
Who?
Dr. Carney,
Where is she?
she is
Oh,
right
that's
here.
not her stuff.
Judge, actually, the link did not work. I need a few minutes just so I can tell her a few things about the last two witnesses.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you'll step down the hall, we'll break the lunch for 12:55. And other than Dr. Carney, any other rebuttal witnesses?
I don't believe so, Your Honor.
All right, let Mr. Taylor step around to the podium. We'll cover his decision not to testify. Raise your right hand and be sworn.
Do you swear to tell the truth, so help you God?
I do. All right. Go ahead.
Here, lead me in this thing. Mr. Taylor, you understand that you have the right, absolute right not to testify in this matter?
Yes, I do.
You also understand that you have the right to testify if you so choose?
Yes, I do.
And if you don't testify, the judge can tell the jury that no inference can be drawn from your decision not to testify.
That's correct.
You've consulted with your counsel in this case about that decision?
I have.
And your counsel's advised you and the advantages and disadvantages of either choice that you might possibly make?
Yes.
And after considering all those rights and the possible decisions and the ways you might make that decision, you've decided not to testify in this case?
Yes.
And that's your own decision?
Yes.
Nobody's pressured, forced, or coerced you into making that decision?
No.
Thank you.
Okay, you can have a seat. All right, we'll break from lunch. After we hear from the remaining witnesses, you'll give some thought to how long you want, from the attorney's perspective, closing arguments to be. All right, we'll be recessed till 12.
she wanted with Jason Mingle. This is not a case.
REYWISNIEWSKI. And how are you currently employed, ma'am?
I work at a restaurant in Appleton, Wisconsin.
All right. And how long have you worked there?
I've worked there about 2 months.
All right. And were you employed in March of 2018?
Yes.
How were you employed in March of 2018?
I worked at Lacy Delaney's Coffee Lounge in Eau Claire, Wisconsin.
And did you have any specific position at Lacy's?
I started as just a barista at first and then became a manager and was the manager for 3 years.
All right. And were you the manager as of March of 2018?
Yes, I was.
All right. Now, Ms. Wisniewski, as the manager in March of 2018, what were your general duties?
I made the schedule. I stocked when after hours. I just had to control the employees, really.
Okay. And were you the one who would have scheduled the employees that would have been working on March 22nd of 2018?
Yes, it was me.
And do you recall who was scheduled to work that day?
I don't recall offhand.
All right. Would your memory have been better at the time when you were interviewed in March of 2018?
Yes.
All right. And do you think reviewing a report of the interview that was conducted of you in March of 2018 would refresh your memory as to who was employed?
Yes.
All right. May I report, Your Honor?
You may.
What's that?
No, I'm talking amongst yourself. All right.
Just showing you a document. I want you to take a look at it for a second, and I'm going to take it away and ask if it refreshes your memory as to who was working on that particular day.
Okay.
Does that refresh your memory?
It does.
Who was working on March 22nd, 2018?
It does.
Okay, who was working on that day?
According to that, it says Ariel Wisniewski.
Objection, that's hearsay. For memories actually refreshed, that's not.
All right, sustained in.
Right. Do you remember it at this point in time? Now that it's away, do you have independent, do you remember who was working? If you don't, that's fine.
I don't.
Okay, that's fine. Was your memory good at the time that you were interviewed by law enforcement?
Yes,
And did you provide them with accurate information at that point in time?
I did.
All right. And do you have any reason to believe that the information in the report that you saw is inaccurate as to what happened?
I don't.
What you told them?
I don't.
Are you familiar with Alex Woodworth, or were you familiar with him?
Yes, I was.
How did you become familiar with Alex Woodworth?
He was hired on as an employee at Lacy's while I was working there by another manager.
Did you become familiar with him before he was hired?
Yes, he was a regular before he was hired.
All right. And how long approximately before Alex's death in March of 2018 was he hired to work at Lacy's?
About a year and some change.
Okay. And how would you describe Alex as a person?
Objection, 90404.
Your Honor, I believe it goes. Shall we approach?
All right, go ahead.
Ms. Wisniewski, specifically as to Alex's, can you tell us whether or not you would describe him as a peaceful person, a violent person, something in between?
I would say I never saw him get angry once.
Right. And did you ever see him do anything that would be considered violent?
No.
Did you ever hear him discuss violence or an interest in violence?
Never.
Do you recall when the last time that you saw Alex was approximately?
It was about 3 days before he passed.
And how was he at that point in time?
He seemed himself.
All right. Was he upbeat or was he down, depressed?
I can't recall the exact emotion.
Were you familiar with the defendant in this case?
No, not very much.
Okay. Did you ever see her in Lacy's?
Yes, just as a regular.
All right. And would you ever give her a free coffee while she was there?
Objection, irrelevant.
You may answer.
I had before, but mostly other employees would do so.
Okay. And how long prior to his death, I know you said that Alex worked at Lacy's for a year and change before his death. How long did you know him? How long had he been coming in?
Oh, probably about 2.5 years I knew him.
And when you say he was a regular, what do you mean by that?
They're almost daily.
Okay. Is that even before he started to work there?
Even after he started to work there.
All right. And when he would come, would he stay for a couple minutes?
Hours.
I'm sorry?
Hours.
All right. And what would he do while he was there?
He was mostly on his computer watching shows or just sitting in a corner by himself, maybe reading.
Okay. Is that something that's unusual for people to be there long periods of time?
No, not
Objection,
at all.
irrelevant.
Overruled.
And do you see the individual who you talked about as being the defendant in court here today?
Yes.
Could you point her out by where she's seated and what she's wearing?
To the left of Aaron Nelson, wearing glasses and a pink blazer.
To your left?
Yeah, to my left.
All right. The record will reflect that the witness has identified the defendant, Ms. McCandless.
Anything else? Okay. I don't have any other questions for Ms. Wisniewski.
Okay. Any cross-examination?
Yes, please. Ms. Wisniewski, did I pronounce that?
Wisniewski.
Wisniewski. Were you at Lacy's on March 22nd?
I was not.
Alex was a friend of yours?
Yes.
You liked him?
Yes.
Do you know who Jason Mengel is?
Yes.
All right, so this is a case that I found for us to watch while. And remember, it's graphic, by the way. Just it was the other night when I was going to go end this stream, I saw some. It can be they show graphic scenes. It was something interesting to see when I was walking over here. Anyway, okay, so this is Wisconsin. All right. This is from 2019. And it's the Ezra McCandless trial. And it was it ended in November 2019. And on March 22, 2018, Ezra McCandless, she was 21, showed up at a farmhouse in Springbrook, Wisconsin, muddy, bloodied, and wearing severely torn clothing, claiming she had been assaulted. The case shifted dramatically when police discovered the body of Alex Woodworth inside her car on a nearby remote dirt road. Woodworth had been stabbed 16 times in the head, neck, torso, and groin. Most notably, the word boy had been carved into McCandless' forearm. McCandless was entangled in a chaotic personal life involving 3 different men. Jason Mengel, her primary boyfriend. She was desperate to win back. Alex Woodworth, her ex-lover, whom she deleted, according to the prosecution, and John Hansen, a former Mengel, whom she had previously accused of sexual assault. So she's like Jodi Arias. It's a similar situation like that. She wanted the guy she was with to come back, or she wanted the person for herself, but she seems like she had a lot of different people she was in a relationship with. So it's kind of all over the place. All right. The staged trap, led by Dunn County District Attorney Andrea Nodoff. The state argued that the entire attack was premeditated plot. Prosecutors stated that McCandless was driven by extreme anger and a twisted form of love. The day before the murder, she sent over to 600 desperate messages to Jason Mengel, attempting to play victim that they would reconcile with her. The evidence. The forensic analysts heavily contradicted the story. The state provided that the initial swab wound was delivered directly back to Woodworth's head, applying the ambush. You're welcome, Moki. Yes, I absolutely saw. And carefully cut, torn by herself, and she carved boy into her own arm, according to prosecution. The defense's claim is that McCandless took the stand in her own defense, and her attorney, Aaron Nelson, argued that she was a terrified woman fighting for her life. They claim McCandless testified that, she would, in her position of the story, is that after her car became stuck in the mud, that Woodworth became enraged and forced himself on her in the back seats and used a knife to slash her clothing while stating he deserved one last time, and she asserted that she managed to wrestle him away and that was her story. Alright. So that's a background of what this case is about, and I found it yesterday to play. Okay. Now we will continue.
Fair to say he's not a friend of yours.
Right.
He's someone you, for lack of a better term, didn't like.
Had indifferent feelings.
You've talked to the police before about this, is that right?
Yes.
And in those talks with the police, as you already went through, you were honest with them?
Yes.
You told them what you felt?
Yes.
You told them what you saw?
Yes.
And this was back a year and a half ago, around March of 2018 and April of 2018, when you were meeting with the police, is that right?
Right. And
when you met with the police back then, you told them about your feelings for Jason Mengel, right?
Right.
I'm sorry, objection.
What is the objection?
Character evidence, Your Honor, 90404 again.
90616 bias.
All right, I'm going to overrule the objection. Go ahead, you can answer.
Thank you. So back in April of 2018, when you spoke with the police, you were talking to them about Jason Mengel, right?
Right.
And you told them then that you disliked Jason. Agreed?
Objection, relevance.
I do not recall,
Hold
but
on,
he's
don't-
not a friend.
Oh, please don't answer until I've ruled on the objection. So I think you've already answered it. I'm going to overrule the objection, so the answer will stand. Go ahead, Mr. Nelson.
And I would ask that Mr. Nelson please speak into the microphone. I'm having some difficulty hearing him, so if he could please speak into the microphone.
All right. Well, why don't you move it a little bit closer there? Thank you.
At this point, I did not hear, because there was crosstalk, what her answer was. Could Your Honor or the court reporter read that back?
Go ahead, if you can.
You just want her answer?
Yes, please.
She said, I don't recall, but he's not a friend.
Fair to say that you told the police you've never liked Jason?
Objection, Your Honor. It's not bias of a witness. It has to be, and this is 906-16, it has to be for purposes of attacking the credibility of a witness, evidence of bias, prejudice, or interest of the witness.
Judge, objection.
Against any party in cases
You can only
admissible.
have one talk at a time.
Are we going to have speaking objections? I didn't know that we were going to do speaking objections in front of the jury.
All right, well, I also need my statute book if somebody has it, so.
I'll grab it.
But frankly, I don't think we need to have an extensive discussion on this. I do believe it goes, thank you, to bias of the witness, so I'm going to overrule the objection.
Thank you. What I was asking, Aubrey, when you spoke with the police back in the spring of 2018, you told them you never liked Jason. Agreed?
Agreed.
You knew at that point that this young lady next to me, Ezra McCandless, was dating Jason, the man you didn't like. Agreed?
I didn't believe they were together at that time.
You knew that at some point Ezra McCandless was dating Jason Mengel, the man you didn't like. Agreed?
Objection, relevance.
And what is the relevance?
Can we approach? I mean,
All right, let's do a sidebar. I don't want to have the jury going in and out every other question here.
You had spoke with Alex about his relationships. Agreed?
Not often.
You had heard from Alex that he was dating a boy.
No, I didn't.
Did he tell you that he had a boy that was trans that he was dating?
My sister told me.
So you learned that he was dating a boy.
Correct.
Your Honor, I guess I'm going to object to double hearsay at this point, so.
When you spoke with the police, you told them that you spoke with Alex about Alex had always talked about having a relationship with a trans male. Is that what you told the police?
I don't recall.
And you told the police that you later found out that the trans male that Alex had been talking about dating was Ezra McCandless.
Okay.
Yes?
I don't recall.
And this trans boy that Alex said that he was dating, he was bragging about how much sex he was having with that boy.
I don't recall.
He was telling you that he was tired from all of the sex that he had with that boy.
I don't believe that was me.
And you didn't know at the time, when Alex was alive, that the trans boy that he was referring to was Ezra McCandless, the woman next to me, did you? You didn't know that, did you? Alex was secretive about his relationship with Ezra?
Right.
He didn't tell anybody else about that, did he?
He told my sister and my sister told me.
Okay. But he wasn't open about that. Agreed?
Not with me.
Did you learn about other secrets that Alex kept?
Objection, relevance.
I don't know what that means.
Are you familiar with Alex's journals?
I knew that he wrote.
Did he ever share what his writings were about?
Objection, relevance.
I'm going to overrule on that one.
Did he ever share what his writings were about?
I have a few of his school writings that I've kept, but other than that, I didn't read his journals, no. I wouldn't let him read mine.
What was the?
I wouldn't let him read mine.
They were private, right?
Right.
They were in some ways secret, right?
Sure.
And they were only to be shared with certain people, as some secrets are.
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to sustain the
calls for
objection.
speculation.
Testifying, and so if you just, I'm going to sustain. We'll leave it there. Go ahead, Mr. Nelson, with the next question.
You're not familiar with his private secret journal writings, agreed?
Objection asked and answered.
Sustained.
Those are all the questions. Thank you.
Any redirect?
None, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Ms. Wisniewski. You may step down. And is there any reason she cannot be excused?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, Ms. Wisniewski, you're free to go. Thank you. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, I don't believe that there are any additional witnesses today. We are going to begin with testimony tomorrow morning at 8:30. So we want you back here early enough to be ready to go at 8:30. We'll try to start right on time. I'd also, again, want to admonish you again. It's very, very important that you not read anything about this case or watch any television coverage or listen to anything on the radio regarding this coverage or anything on the internet. Do not do any research or look at anything on social media. To be on the safe side, maybe you just stay away from that. Find something else to look at or read or listen to, as it, again, it's very important that you as members of the jury don't contaminate yourselves with any other information that, as I gave you that instruction yesterday, that may confuse you or conflate what you hear here in court. You must decide this case based on the evidence received in this proceeding and not base it on any other information. Don't do any other research. Discuss the case among yourselves or with anyone else. And with that, I guess we're going to excuse you for the evening. Okay? All rise.
Okay if I stand, Judge?
Yeah, that's fine. I just want to take up, I guess, in reverse order, the most recent sidebar, 423, during Ms. Wisniewski's testimony. I don't know, counsel, I don't remember whose objection it was, but I believe that it was Mr. DeFore's objection. And Mr. Nelson, do you want to be heard on that? Make a record?
No, Judge, I think, I'm not sure which side, I think I objected at one point about recorded recollection, and Your Honor sustained that.
Okay, I'll get to that one. I'll get to that one next, but.
Okay, sorry, and then I believe the state objected to relevancy. We had a sidebar, we both made arguments. Your Honor, my understanding was ruled that it was irrelevant.
All right, I believe I sustained the objection where Mr. Nelson was going into the relationship and the dislike of Mr. Mengel and his connection to the defendant, Ms. McCandless. And before it went any further, the court sustained that objection. And as I understand it, part of the argument by the state was that Ms. Wisniewski was not aware of the relationship between Mr. Mengel and Ms. McCandless, and therefore she could not have been biased by the fact that Ms. McCandless was dating Mr. Mengel. That's my recollection of that sidebar. Mr. DeFore, anything you want to put on the record regarding that sidebar?
I believe the court has accurately summarized that sidebar, Your Honor.
All right, we had a sidebar at 4:11, again, where the court had sustained the objection that was made, and I would have to look back on that one. Anyone want to make a record with respect to that?
I believe if that was...
That was the recorded recollection.
That was recorded recollection.
All right. Withdrew the question and withdrew the matter, so.
All right, and just for the record, the court agreed with the defense that there was a police report of an officer, and although he recorded what the witness said, it was not the recorded recollection made by Ms. Wisniewski herself. It wasn't her own recording or her own notes of what had occurred, so the court sustained the objection on that ground. As it relates to the sidebar at 413, frankly, the defense essentially made the objection to the open-ended question about character, and Mr. Dufour agreed to be more pointed in his questioning to the specific issue of character for peacefulness or violence, and as I recall things. Anything you would like to state further with respect to that, Mr. Nelson?
No, Judge.
Okay, and Mr. Dufour?
Nothing.
Okay. All right then, any other issues related to the last two witnesses that counsel would like to put on the record?
Nothing.
Nothing from
All right.
state.
Now, the issue was brought up by the defense with respect to the camera placement.
Yes.
So why don't you go ahead, Mr. Nelson, if you would just make a record of what your objection is or what your request is.
There's a camera, I don't know, Your Honor, 8 feet directly in front of Ms. McCandless. Essentially, if she looks to Your Honor, she's looking straight at the camera its position between her and Your Honor. And I believe that camera is focused on her almost exclusively, entirely, the entire time. I've not been paying attention to courttv.com or any of the other, I've been here working, but what I've heard secondhand is that there's lots of commentary upon Ms. McCandless's allegedly staring into said camera, which is again where someone would naturally look in court when they're sitting at this table and looking forward. And so our request is that that camera be moved so as to be not in Ms. McCandless's direct view, so she cannot be accused of, I don't know, pandering to the camera or something like that when it's literally in front of her face.
All right, well, here's the situation. The court approved the camera placement. It's consistent with the media order. This is a public trial. It essentially captures what it is that the view from the bench, basically. I haven't seen it. I haven't watched it. So the jury should not be looking at the court TV, the people that would be deciding this case. And again, I accommodated the objections that were made about court TV. Maybe this is one of those things that the defense hadn't thought of. But at this point, I'm not going to change it because, again, the camera can be zoomed in. It can be, as I understand it, could be a wider angle. But we have, again, allowed this coverage, and the camera doesn't move. It's not making any noise. And frankly, if you can ignore the camera, if it's causing some other problems, I guess I'll revisit that. I'll note your objection. But again, this is not something, if the jury is following the instructions of the court, they will not be seeing this, nor will they be seeing the commentary. And so I'm going to leave it where it is. Okay? All right. So noted. Anything else that counsel wants to take up before we adjourn for the evening? This is what I would ask, and I'm sorry, Mr. Nelson, I invited you to speak and then I cut you off. But Ms. Nodolf, do you have an order of witnesses tomorrow? And the question is...
I have it, Your Honor, so I can...
Okay, well, I'd like to have some idea because, first of all, are there any witnesses that we have had some provisional rulings on or that we need, that haven't been made, that need to be addressed before these witnesses testify?
All right. Well, I'll go through who we are intending to call tomorrow. Kyle DeVries. And I will be handling Kyle DeVries' direct exam.
And he's Wisconsin State Patrol, and that's basically...
He's the reconstruction expert who did the scene diagramming and so forth. Katie Hoffmeyer, who is from the crime lab. She is part of the crime scene response team. Assistant Attorney General Hahn will be handling her direct. I'm not sure about Carissa Wobler. We're waiting to hear from Carissa Wobler, W-O-B-L-E-R. We're waiting to hear. Another member of our office was using Ms. Wobler in a trial she's doing in Stevens Point, and I wasn't sure if she was having her testify today or tomorrow. I emailed to find out for sure which day they were using her. If it was today, then we're going to have her testify tomorrow. If not, we'll have her testify a day or two from now. So she may testify.
And that's the crime lab person?
Yeah, she's from the crime lab. She is the latent print examiner. Samantha Cobbs will testify. That would be Ms. Nodolf. Allison Kexel, also Ms. Nodolf. Brianna Larson. Brianna is B-R-I-A-N-N-A. And Larson, it's L-A-R-S-O-N. That would be Ms. Nodolf. Court, K-O-R-T, Fox. I will be handling his direct. Ariel Wisniewski, that's Ms. Nodolf. Max Martinson, that would be Assistant Attorney General Hahn. David Studing, actually I believe he pronounces Stoiding, S-T-E-U-D-I-N-G. I will be handling his direct. And finally, Paul Zachow, Z-A-C-H-A-U, and that will be Assistant Attorney General Hahn. I believe we should be able to get through all of those, Your Honor, tomorrow.
All right, you think that would fill the day?
I think that will fill the day.
All right. And, okay.
Judge, I think I'm handling all of those witnesses, starting with witness 4, Samantha Cobbs. We're starting to get into citizen witnesses, and before those citizen witnesses testify, I'd like to take up the matter of character evidence. I'm not prepared to do that now. I want to consult with Ms. Vishny about it. I suspect that that's going to probably happen sometime certainly after the first morning break, if not in the afternoon, but
could you give me a heads up so I have, can prepare
it's more of the general questions that were asked today about, I think they can ask one, again, I'm not prepared, what is his character for peacefulness, and that's the extent of it. I don't think they get to go into all of these specific instances or lack of instances, but that's what I want to be heard on, is this character evidence of Alex regarding his peacefulness, how that needs to be contained as opposed to just continually going on again. So we'd like to make arguments tomorrow about that.
Yesterday I played this briefly. I played parts of it while we were doing the other live stream. Now, what I will do, since it's the daytime now, we've already watched this part of it, part 4, but I'll go play the opening statements again from the top, because this is a fresh trial that people have not seen. So yes, this part. When we go back to this part, we'll just skip to the next one. And as I said, they show graphic scenes. Okay, so let's go opening statement.
This case is about an extreme anger and a twisted form of love. A love so dangerous that the defendant killed Alexander Woodworth in an attempt to recapture the relationship she wanted with Jason Mingle. This is not a case of whodunit. The person who done it, the person who brutally killed Alex by stabbing him over and over again, is sitting before you today, the defendant Ezra McCandless. The defendant that acted on March 22nd, 2018 is not the meek, mild, fearful girl that you might want to see. Throughout this trial, you will see who the real defendant was. So who was Alex, and how did Alex and the defendant meet? Alex wasn't your typical 24-year-old. He had a Bachelor of Science degree from UW-Eau Claire with a major in philosophy and a minor in biology. At the time of his death, he was applying to graduate schools to fulfill his lifelong dream of obtaining his PhD and becoming a professor in philosophy. In many ways, reading philosophy and writing about philosophy was a big part of Alex's life. Alex spent hours upon hours reading books, reading different philosophy books, and writing about those interpretations in his journals. In fact, those journals will be used in this trial in an attempt to show that the defendant was afraid of Alex. However, when you don't take bits and pieces out of context, when you read the whole journals, you will realize that these are philosophical musings of a young man who wanted to be a philosophy professor. And in fact, the evidence will show that it was the defendant who sought out Alex on the date of his death. Not once, but twice that day. Alex spent most of his days at Lacy's coffee shop in Eau Claire. Some would say it's the place he felt most at home, where he felt safe. He was going to Lacy's through college. He would sit there all day, reading books, drinking coffee, writing in his journals. Most of his friends were from the Lacy's crowd, and he also worked at Lacy's coffee shop. Unfortunately for Alex, that's also the same place where he met the person who would later take his life. The defendant and Alex met in October of 2017, and shortly thereafter began dating. Also, unfortunately for Alex, the defendant was involved in a complex series of other relationships. At the time, she was involved in a relationship with Jason Mengel, and later she was also involved in an intimate relationship with John Hansen. You will hear information regarding these relationships throughout this trial in the months leading up to Alex's death. And the reason why you are hearing these is to gain insight into the defendant's state of mind and what drove her to her actions on March 22nd. In February of 2018, Jason Mengel learned of the defendant's relationship with John Hansen. He learned that while he was away from military training, the defendant had an intimate relationship with his good friend John Hansen. He also learned that the defendant had an intimate relationship with Alex. And Jason Mengel confronted the defendant about that. And she responded by saying that Alex had taken advantage of her. And after these relationships came to light, the defendant's relationship with Jason Mengel ended. And the defendant's life began to spiral out of control. She had to move back to Stanley, Wisconsin, a place she did not want to be. She had to live with her parents, where she was away from the art scene in Eau Claire, away from her friends at Lacy's coffee shop, and most importantly, she was away from the love of her life. The love of the man that she was truly obsessed with, Jason Mengel. In her journals, she describes her relationship with Jason Mengel as an ancient love, so powerful that it scares them both. The defendant then began to blame Alex for her relationship problems with Jason Mengel. And around February 24th of 2018, the defendant sent a message to Alex instructing him to not talk to her ever again. And Alex obeyed that demand. From February 24th to the date of his death on March 22nd, there was no communication between the two of them. Instead, it was the defendant who sought out Alex. In an interview to law enforcement, the defendant was asked, "What was so important that you had to see Alex that day?" And she explained that she had a heating pad and a bookmark that she had to return to Alex. And despite returning those items to Alex, she insisted on going someplace in nature to talk. You will hear that the defendant's acts on March 22nd, 2018 are particularly unusual. And I have a timeline of events to show you, and I realize it will be hard for you to read these, but it's more of an aid to help me, but you will be able to be able to at least see the pictures. So on that day, the defendant ends up taking her car, despite being specifically told by her dad not to drive, and despite her dad hiding her car keys. She takes her keys, finds her keys, and somehow drives to Eau Claire. And she is seen on the traffic cameras in the city of Eau Claire in an area near Alex's apartment at 10:43 a.m. She's seen again at approximately 10:50 a.m. And law enforcement were able to identify the defendant's car, as it's rather distinctive, as it has a number of drawings on it. At approximately 10:53 a.m., she arrives at Lacy's coffee shop. And when she arrives at Lacy's coffee shop, she sees Jason Mingle before she goes inside. And Jason Mingle will later tell you that he sees a fire in her eyes. The defendant then goes inside Lacy's coffee shop, buys a cup of coffee, and leaves a tip. While for most defendants that wouldn't be unusual, for this defendant, she very rarely paid for her coffee. She either got free coffee or got someone else to buy it for her. And she certainly never left a tip. The person serving her coffee that day describes her appearance as different, and that she was disheveled, she wasn't wearing makeup. The defendant then leaves and goes to Max Martinson's house to do some sort of art exchange. And then she comes back to Lacy's. And during this time, her ex sort of boyfriend, they were on shaky ground, gets particularly concerned. He recalls seeing this fire in her eyes, and he has a bad feeling. He also realized that the defendant had been doing some journaling about feeling taken advantage of and feeling like she had been assaulted. Jason also remembered that the defendant said that she felt like her voice had been taken and she wanted to get her voice back. So Jason Mingle, he gets concerned and he decides to go on his bike and he starts to head to John Hansen's house. And as he goes to John Hansen's house, he remembers, oh no, John Hansen moved, so he goes to Alex's house. So he rides his bike to Alex's house, and when he arrives, he sees the defendant's car in the driveway at Alex's house. The car is running, the door is open, and music is playing. Jason Mingle gets concerned again. So he decides to go sort of across the street from where Alex's house is. He's sitting at a picnic table, smoking some cigarettes, and then he decides, I'm going to go in Alex's house. So he goes in Alex's house and learns that everything's okay. And as he's exiting Alex's house, he is confronted by the Eau Claire police. So a janitor who had watched Jason Mingle while he was smoking some cigarettes thought this was unusual. So the police come, and Jason Mingle describes to them, this bad feeling, the fire in her eyes, and then the police go and talk to the defendant and Alex. And the defendant specifically tells the police, everything's fine. She doesn't mention that she's afraid of Alex or fearful of Alex. And so the police leave, and the defendant leaves Alex's house at approximately 1:05 p.m. The defendant's in the driver's seat, and Alex is in the passenger seat. And Alex would never be seen again. At approximately 1:25 p.m., Chester Davidson, a man who was driving to work on 430th Avenue, describes seeing a vehicle at approximately 1:25 p.m. blocking his lane of traffic, such that he's traveling on 430th Avenue and he needs to kind of weave around this vehicle. And he describes seeing a female in the passenger seat, a female in the driver's seat, and a male in the passenger seat. It's not until 3 hours later, or almost 3 hours later, at 4:15 p.m. that the defendant is seen again. So let's take a look at what this nature location was where the defendant took Alex that day. So this was a narrow field drive in a very rural part of Dunn County, a place where no one could see or hear what was going on. So approximately 4:15, well, what happens between those 3 hours? From 1:25 to 4:15. The defendant brutally stabs Alex, takes the knife she used, takes Alex's phone, and goes to Don Sippel's house, about a half a mile away. She ditches the phone and knife, though, before she goes and sees Don Sippel. And she makes contact with Don Sippel and asks him to call a doctor. Well, Don Sippel decides to call the police. And when the police arrive, the defendant can provide very little information. She's eventually able to provide her name as Monica Carlin. She's able to describe that she's been attacked by an unknown person or persons. And she can't provide much other information than that. But when asked if there's anyone they can call, she's able to say the name Jason Mengel. So the defendant's taken by ambulance to Mayo for an evaluation. And during that evaluation, she's examined from head to toe for any injuries. And the injuries that Dr. Tillotson, or wounds if you want to call them that, I guess, that Dr. Tillotson observes are some scratch marks on her left forearm that have the words B-O-Y carved into her arm. On her left palm, 3 slight superficial lacerations or scratches on the palm of her hand. On the right outer thigh, 3 linear scratches, or not 3, but some linear scratches on the right outer thigh. A red mark along her jawline that's not there 2 days later. And some scratches near her underwear or crotch area. Dr. Tillotson describes these as self-inflicted scratches or wounds on the defendant. The defendant also undergoes a sexual assault exam. Pretty long, takes a number of hours for this examination. And during that sexual assault exam, she's again unable to provide very little information. But when asked, how did this B-O-Y get carved into your arm? The defendant states, Alex did that to me. When asked what's the last thing she remembers, she states, being at a park with Alex with a frog statue. Remember that the defendant states she's right-handed and that the alleged wounds are within arm's reach of a right-handed person. The defendant is then talked to by Deputy Emmer Shields and Officer Corey Reeves of the Eau Claire Police Department. And she again tells them that Alex carved boy into her arm. And the last thing she remembers is being at a park with a frog statue. And Officer Reeves from Eau Claire realizes or believes that this is Owen Park. The next day, on March 23rd, 2018, the Eau Claire Police Department gets concerned. Alex is missing. And so Detective Prock goes and talks to the defendant. And during that interview with the defendant, she is less than forthcoming. She's able to describe what happened earlier in the day. And then she's able to describe leaving Alex's house. But after that, she says everything just kind of goes blank for her. She remembers being scared and walking to Don Sippel's house. She has no idea. She makes no mention of stabbing Alex, no mention of Alex being by her car. And so Detective Prock, after that interview, decides to go back to Don Sippel's house. He and some other investigators decide to be proactive and try to find Alex. And they see that narrow dirt road. And as they go down that dirt road, oops, sorry, wrong one. I think it's on the screen. They see Alex's body hanging out of the back of the vehicle. And so Detective Prock decides he's going to go talk to the defendant again. So they begin their interview, and Detective Prock asks about the defendant's relationship with Alex. And the defendant describes that they were friends, and then their relationship turned sexual. And even though it was consensual, they had a consensual sexual relationship, it just felt wrong to her. She's then able to provide some information how Alex was calling her the wrong pronouns, where she used to have more, or I guess be called by more masculine pronouns, but now she was identifying with more female pronouns. But Alex was continuing to use the masculine pronouns. And then Detective Prock asked her again about the boy, B-O-Y, carved into her arm. So let's take a listen and see what she has to say about that.
Alex been talking using pronouns that weren't my pronouns. I used to go by more neutral pronouns in high school and more masculine pronouns. I talked to him briefly about it, how I was kind of going through identity things. But now I go by her pronouns because that's how I feel comfortable. But he kept using the he pronouns because he preferred it. And he used to call me boy a lot, stuff like that. And I was just kind of like, I don't really identify that way anymore. Because like, I identify kind of feminine and stuff, because in the past I just kind of was more masculine for kind of like self-protection.
And so this injury, so what happened? How did this get, I guess the way you described it is like on one of your arms?
Yeah.
Something happened? What happened there?
I remember, like, that's when my anxiety got really bad, is because I remember just kind of being really uncomfortable, because I don't like it when people grab me. I remember just kind of like being grabbed, and then it just kind of, like, the anxiety went crazy, like, completely through the roof, the anxiety went up. And then sometimes when that happens, it's just like everything goes black for a while.
So where were you when you were grabbed?
I was in the car.
And how did he grab you?
Grabbed me by the arm, like right there.
Where was he?
He was in the passenger. He was in the driver's. I was in the passenger. I don't know if, I think we probably were parked. I think it was before we started driving again. And it was just because I remember it happening, like being grabbed and just feeling hurt and anxious, and then it just starts getting really, really dark, fuzzy for me. Just feeling so anxious.
And so how does your arm get cut up?
Alex, like, he grabbed it, and then he kept telling me about being a boy and stuff like that, how frustrating it is, and then he, like, threatened me.
What do you mean he threatened you?
He didn't say he was gonna do something, but he grabbed me and started doing something.
What do you mean he started doing something?
He started, like, carving something in my arm.
Where is this on your arm?
This arm.
Can I see it?
After that conversation, Detective Prock asks asks the defendant, I know you had a sexual assault exam. Do you believe that you were sexually assaulted? And the defendant responds, well, she doesn't know. She just...
So, one of the questions I have is, after this incident, did you do anything to yourself?
And so he asked her about, do you think you were sexually assaulted? And the defendant says, well, I don't know. I just thought that maybe I was sexually assaulted because my pants were cut near my crotch area. And then Detective Proc confronts the defendant. He tells the defendant, we found your car, and I think you know what happened. And the defendant responds in the same interview, yeah. The defendant is unable to say and provide a detailed explanation of the stabs that she made on Alex's body, the different locations, as well as a detailed description of the sequence of events that happened that day. And then Detective Proc asks her, are you sure you carved, or Alex carved boy in your arm? So let's listen to what she says during this time.
One of the questions I have is, after this incident, did you do anything to yourself? Did you harm yourself in any way?
No, I didn't want to.
You said, well, what happened?
I didn't harm myself.
You didn't?
No, when I fell, I hurt my hand and I bit my toe.
Okay. And then the boy carved in your arm. Okay. The part that throws me off on that is, if I'm sitting here and he's going to be carving it in, it's written perfect with a right-hand person like this.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, if he would write it in, it would have been reversed, right?
Mm-hmm.
How did boy get put in your arm? He didn't do that to you, did he? You carved boy into your own arm. Is that right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. When did that happen?
That happened when I was in the car.
In the car with him? Or why? When
I was in the car after I woke up the second time.
So after you stabbed him and you came back into it, as you put it, because you blacked out, that's when you carved this in?
All right, so the state's wanting to call Dr. Carney.
Yes, Your Honor.
And what, do this so I can factor in while that's going on.
Sir, do you...
Best thing for the jury and the parties, what is the state's thoughts on closing arguments time-wise?
I technically don't know the exact time. It would be at least 30 minutes, maybe 40 minutes for my first close. If it goes longer, I pre-apologize.
Talk about total.
No, I was talking about for my first close.
So, total, what do you think it would be?
An hour.
And
I'll say about 45 minutes.
for your total argument? The reason, let's see how long this goes.
Your Honor, I have one request based off of their opening presentation. They had some photographs and different things in I think it was jurisdiction and maybe opening. Our request is just that anything that is shown to the jury during closing arguments is something that has actually been admitted as an exhibit.
Okay. I mean, that, I would think, is a given. Okay.
And Judge, I have a request, and that is at the close of the proof, whenever we get to that.
That's the big qualifier.
Exactly. If we could have a break, perhaps discuss the jury instructions.
Oh, sure, we'll have to do that.
Thank you.
All right, let the jury think.
written testimony without being introduced, I hope you know.
Good afternoon, Dr. Carney.
Good afternoon.
You were not able to hear the prior testimony of Dr. Lindsay and Dr. Larkin, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. There was some testimony that was specific to fentanyl and whether Ms. Benning might have died from a cocaine and fentanyl overdose, which your autopsy result is that the cause of death was acute cocaine toxicity. Can you describe what, if any evidence did you have of fentanyl in Ms. Benning's system prior to her admission at the ED?
I don't have any evidence that she had fentanyl in her system prior to arriving at the emergency department.
And was there specific testing of the urine sample from 2259 that was tested specifically for fentanyl?
Yes, ma'am.
And that was negative, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And then that first blood that was taken at 2231, there was no fentanyl detected, but fentanyl, the specific drug of fentanyl was not part of that test. Can you describe what was tested and kind of what results were not present that give an indication that there was also no fentanyl in her blood?
Well, this commonly happens when we have someone who we believe has taken too much of a substance. They go to the hospital, they are unresponsive, and some testing is done on the urine to try to help direct the blood testing. In this case, we have an initial urine sample that is positive for cocaine and metabolites, no other drugs, no fentanyl. So when I have this limited amount of blood to work with, less than 2 milliliters, I really want to direct the testing so I can catch anything that's there, maybe that wasn't tested for already. In discussion with the toxicologist at Vanderbilt who had followed her for days and been trying to figure out what drugs might be in her system, we decided on testing for cocaine and metabolites since it was positive for cocaine initially and metabolites, and I wanted to catch that epinene methyl ester with it, knowing that the cocaine could break down. I tested for designer opioids. So these are the fentanyls that have the added chemical groups. So you can see it here on the list. There's furanyl fentanyl and acryl fentanyl and all of these designer fentanyls, and all of those were negative, as well as one of the things that's been mentioned previously in this case, the 4-ANPP, which can be a precursor to fentanyl, could also be a metabolite. That was also negative, and the testing reporting limit was very low to try to catch anything that was there. It was negative. And then I think that was the bulk of my testing on that, and then we did the additional testing on the fetal liver tissue.
And the testing on the fetal liver tissue, you've testified about that before, but was there any fentanyl associated with that?
No.
And that's even after treatment in the hospital, correct?
Correct.
And the levels of the subsequent test, which you referenced working with a toxicologist at Vanderbilt, is that Dr. Berkeley?
Yes, ma'am.
And so the subsequent testing of blood and urine, were those results consistent with her receiving it as medication in the hospital?
Yes, ma'am.
And again, the cause of death is acute cocaine toxicity, correct?
That's correct.
And there is no evidence that there was fentanyl in her system upon admission at the emergency department.
That's correct.
There was testimony by one of the defense experts that it was an assumption to say that Ms. Benning ingested something orally. Can you describe, you determined that it was ingested, and that is oral ingestion. Can you explain how you were able to determine that, and if it makes sense that it was
When we look at one of the toxicology textbooks, or toxicology books that I refer to rather regularly, and it gets updated on a regular basis with all new studies, the studies have shown kind of the average, or the ranges and the averages for the amounts of cocaine in cocaine intoxications that have been detected and tested, both in obviously controlled studies, you know how much they've taken and how much the amounts will be, but even in ones that have been treated in the hospital, whether they've died or not. And the levels that we see in Miss Benning's blood are pretty much in oral ingestions. So your nasal insufflation or snorting, your IV injections, you don't have this level in those sorts of cases. You really see it in the thousands like this when they've ingested it orally.
Which, that's part of that oral ingestion is because that level is so high. Is that correct?
That's correct.
But also we have that vomit from the comforter that also tested positive for cocaine.
That's true.
And when EMTs see the pink vomit on her mouth, but they also find her face down with her face on the comforter and the vomit stain is under her mouth, that is part of the evidence that you considered in determining who's oral ingestion.
Yes, ma'am.
And then we also have a witness who testified that Ms. Benning said to Blaise Taylor, "What did you put in my drink? I knew my drink tasted funny." And you considered that, is that right?
I did.
Dr. Lindsay also made a comment that you determined that the cocaine all spontaneously hydrolyzed in the tube. That was the clear cap tube without the preservative. Does that make sense to you? And can you explain kind of what happened with the clear cap tube and then it hydrolyzed? Is that something that is commonly seen?
Yes, so that's something we kind of talked about before, how typically when we draw blood at the time of autopsy, we want to put it in a gray top tube that has that sodium fluoride to stop those enzymes from breaking down the cocaine, because it can continue to break down even after the person is deceased while it's still sitting there in their body and while it's sitting in the tube if you don't have something to stop those enzymes. We had a clear top tube which didn't have that, so the blood continues to break down. I've seen this on many occasions with hospital blood samples with maybe a prolonged time after death before autopsy, and so that's why we want to look for that ecgonine methyl ester. I found a study that was published back in the 90s, so this has been kind of a known thing for quite some time when you're looking at post-mortem levels of cocaine, that if you want an accurate estimate of the cocaine or accurate number of nanograms per milliliter of cocaine that's in the blood at the time of death, then you want to add the cocaine and the ecgonine methyl ester together, because that was all parent cocaine initially.
And this is not something that just you know, but is that something that the other forensic pathologist at the medical examiner's office, that is just a normal practice of how you would estimate the parent cocaine?
Yes.
And Dr. Brugleri at Vanderbilt, y'all discussed that, and she in fact agreed with you. Is that correct?
I don't remember if we talked about the specific numbers after the fact, but we did talk a lot about the testing and what tests would be most appropriate to order and what we were worried about for her cause of death.
And Dr. Brugleri also was aware of the cocaine on the comforter, and y'all spoke at length about if it was oral ingestion and the numbers and if everything lined up. And Dr. Brugleri was in agreement.
I think we did talk about that because we had a meeting with several of us, and we discussed aspects of the case.
Which there were several meetings where everybody was meeting to kind of discuss what the levels were and make sure that everybody was in agreement of kind of what happened and what the test showed. During those meetings, it came up where it was the lawyers were asking, could you determine how much cocaine was ingested? And the result of that was all of the toxicologists saying no.
That's correct. So the problem is, I can't remember, I may have mentioned this before,
when you buy medication at the store, it's tested. There's, quality standards. You know that when you buy that over-the-counter medication like ibuprofen or Tylenol, you know how much is in each pill because it's been standardized, it's been tested, it's passed, those sorts of testing. With your illicit drugs that you buy on the street, you don't have that kind of testing. You don't know how pure the drug is that you're buying, how much is in this particular packet of powder or liquid compared to another one. You don't even know for sure what's in it. They may tell you it's one thing and it's something else. So there's really no way to say exactly how much amount or how many times, something was given.
And part of the high number is that oral ingestion and the other evidence that it was put into a drink and it was liquefied and in a liquid. Is that right?
So liquids or something dissolved in a liquid is going to absorb more quickly than something that's encapsulated, where the acid in your stomach has to eat through a capsule or has to break down a solid mass of the drug. If it's liquid, it's really just going to spread out and it's going to absorb more quickly.
And you previously testified about the one other autopsy case that had a similar level of cocaine concentration in their blood, and it was someone that swallowed some type of cocaine, rock something, in custody out of jail.
Okay, well, jury calls that. What's your question about that?
Well, Judge, I was restating her prior testimony so I could get to the question.
Okay, good.
You testified about that previously, and that has the same level as Jade's level in this case, similar.
Yes, it did.
And based on the facts of that case, it would not have been an inmate that would have ingested 16 balls.
I mean, it has to be something small enough that he has it on his person and he could swallow it quickly while on intake, and then of course it affected him rather quickly as well.
And liquid cocaine can be lethal even at a smaller dose. Is that correct?
Well, again, we don't know how much is in it, so, it could be very concentrated.
And so we would not be able to guess that. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And also, specifically, cocaine, you've testified to this, has a connection to placental abruption.
Yes, ma'am.
And that is very commonly known, that it is the one substance that has a direct connection to that. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
Well, Judge, part of this is reiterating her prior testimony.
Okay, so all right, she's answered that. What's your next question?
Can you describe how Jade Benning arrived to Vanderbilt University Medical Center?
How she arrived?
What was her state when she arrived in the ED?
She had no pulse. Yeah, she was pulseless. She had no blood pressure. She was unresponsive and not breathing on her own. She relied on medical therapy and other providers to basically do her breathing for her.
And Dr. Olashoga testified that she arrived to the emergency department dead. Would you disagree with that?
No.
They also had testimony from Dr. Larkin. She works in an emergency department. She's not a forensic pathologist. And she was testifying about snoring and agonal breathing. Can you describe when does agonal breathing occur? What are the circumstances?
So agonal breathing is that gasping for air type breathing that occurs when the brain is not getting enough oxygen.
And is there one thing that causes that, or one circumstance that causes that?
No. So anything that's going to deprive your brain of oxygen, so that right around the time of death. So it could be drugs, it could be a natural event. It's not specific to any one thing or any one drug.
And that is consistent with Ms. Benning's case of that acute cocaine toxicity?
Yes, so the oxygen is not getting to her brain as needed, and so she's having that vaginal breathing.
And the circumstances of the EMTs finding her face down in the bed with the pink vomit under her mouth, can you describe if that happened after the agonal breathing? Is that consistent?
So at that point, it sounds like she's face down in the comforter and she's vomiting, and she's not conscious to be able to roll over and kind of protect her own airway so that she gets her face out of the comforter and out of the vomit so that she can breathe. So I would expect it would happen, around the same time or after the agonal breathing.
And would that be the same time that she would be going pulseless?
Yes, ma'am.
There was also some testimony related to someone who has consistent drug use. Was there if someone is using drugs consistently on a daily basis, do you find signs of kind of physical indications of that at autopsy?
There are things that we can look for. If you have someone who's smoking a drug, they may have more of that kind of black deposition in the lungs from where they're a smoker. We can look for if they're snorting it and it's something like cocaine that's going to constrict the blood vessels and could cause damage to the tissues. We can look for any sort of holes or damage to the nasal septum, the little dividing thing right that divides the two sides of your nose. We can also look for if they're an injection, if they inject their drugs, look for needle marks, needle tracks, where they've injected repeatedly to the point where they've scarred that vein, and they often have multiple needle puncture wounds over that as well.
So there are physical signs that can be seen at autopsy that indicate the manner of use?
Yes.
And specifically to Ms. Benning's heart, there was testimony that the focal myocyte, is it
hypertrophy?
Thank you. That was indicative of long-term cocaine use.
I see scattered myocyte hypertrophy in many cases that aren't related to cocaine, that it's more of a natural cause of death, so I don't think that's specific to cocaine.
And did you have any evidence whatsoever that Ms. Benning was a cocaine user ever?
No.
And Dr. Carney, your expert opinion on the cause of death is acute cocaine toxicity, not a fentanyl overdose, correct?
Correct.
Good afternoon, Dr. Carney.
Good afternoon.
How are you today?
All right.
I just wanted to talk with you about a few things. You stated that on direct examination that you had a meeting with Dr. Brucolari and others.
Yes.
And at that meeting, you guys were discussing the toxicology results for Ms. Benning?
Yes.
And who all was at that meeting?
Oh, we were discussing timeline of events and toxicology.
Do you have notes there in regards to that meeting?
I'm not sure. I know that there was the police and Dr. Brucolari and me, and I think General Norman may have been there as well.
And I'm sorry, did you have notes for that meeting?
I did, but I don't see them here.
In that meeting, were you aware that Dr. Brucolari found that Ms. Benning did in fact have cocaine in her system?
No.
She didn't share that with you?
I don't recall seeing those records. No.
Are you familiar with the CSRE records?
I am now, but I don't remember discussing this then.
Okay. And now that you have seen the CSRE records, have you since learned that Ms. Benning did in fact have cocaethylene in her system?
I believe it was in the urine, and yes.
Okay, thank you. You testified earlier in regards to toxicology report that was a result of the blood that you sent to NMS. And I think you said that you had a very limited amount of blood to test for. Is that right?
That's correct.
And the reason you had a very limited amount, it wasn't because you didn't request enough, it was because you wanted the most accurate picture of what was going on with Ms. Benning at the time she entered the hospital.
That's correct. We want the earliest blood sample if possible.
And the earliest blood sample, to be fair, was retrieved for medical purposes, not forensic purposes, correct?
That's correct.
And so that's why it didn't have the gray topper on top.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And when you ordered those tests on that blood for which you relied on for your results in your autopsy, you did not order the fentanyl test, correct?
Correct. I ordered the designer opioids, it's kind of specialty fentanyl test.
Right, but it's not fentanyl, correct?
Correct.
And so if fentanyl was present, we wouldn't have known because you didn't order that test, is that right?
Yes, I didn't order that test because it was not in the urine. So if it's not in the urine along with the cocaine, there was no reason to waste blood testing for something that's not there.
But to be fair, nothing was in the urine. Isn't that true?
No, that's not true. There was cocaine in the urine.
Which urine are you referring to?
The very first one.
The one for 225 and 2259?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Well, your blood sample was 225 and 2231, which was before the urine.
Yes, so cocaine was in both.
Okay, but you said you were relying on the urine.
Right, to help direct my testing because I didn't have a lot of blood, so I needed to direct my testing to things that I was concerned about. So the fentanyl had been ruled out in the urine and the cocaine was ruled in, but I wasn't sure that anyone had tested for the designer fentanyl, so that's why I tested for those.
So but just so that the jury is clear, fentanyl itself would not have shown up.
Not in this particular test.
Not
no.
in the blood, okay, just to be clear. Now, what test was that the fentanyl showed up in and 22, that did not show up? Is that 2259?
Yes,
Do you
ma'am.
have a toxicology report number for that?
I don't have it here. I believe that was the CSFRE that was the earliest urine that was tested.
Which test result is that?
That was on the 2259 urine. The CSFRE where they did the testing for the over 1,000 drugs.
Okay, I mean, what's the test number so that I can look at it?
I don't have that one here. I don't have that number right here.
Okay. In regards to the vomit, you will agree with me that the vomit was before the blood and the urine, correct?
Correct.
Were you aware that fentanyl showed up in the vomit?
No, the findings it says for case sample was positive for cocaine and benzoylecgonine.
Did you learn later, if I could have the elbow, please? Just so that we're oriented, the 231, 29, 285.
Yes.
Which is for the comforter, you see that?
Yes.
Do you see here with the 231, 29, 285 that fentanyl is in fact present in the vomit? Did you know that?
The interpretation, sorry.
Okay, she's going to explain.
Well, the interpretation here says the case sample 007, which is the fabric in the area with the visible stains, Was also none detected for the presence of fentanyl.
Did you know that the reason that NMS may not indicate a positive is because it will be below the reportable limit?
Yes.
Not necessarily because there's no indication of it. Are you aware of that?
Yes. I've never been told that there was ever any fentanyl in it.
And to be fair, did you know that these records are part of what we call a litigation packet?
I did not know that.
And when you get your toxicology report results, they don't come with a litigation packet.
Correct.
Right. You have to request and pay for those.
Okay.
Are you familiar with pharmacokinetics?
Some.
Are you able to perform the pharmacokinetics calculations?
No.
That's for a forensic toxicologist, right?
Right.
Okay. And were you aware that Dr. Kotulski did not agree with your method of combining EME with cocaine to get a definitive measure of concentration level?
Objection, Your Honor. Counsel is misstating the witness
Okay,
testimony.
the jury's heard that. What are you wanting to reference about prior testimony without you determining whether it's correct or not?
No, Your Honor, I checked. It is.
See, there you go again. It's not up to you to check. These ladies and gentlemen of the jury are going to check everything.
Yes,
So
sir.
what is your question?
In regards to your testing to get an accurate picture of exactly what was going on as it relates to substances, a hair follicle test would be a good way to actually get a good picture of what type of drugs and or substances in someone's body. Would you agree?
Well, the problem with that, sometimes if you're worried about levels, is there's not a lot of studies or samples or experiences you can compare to with hair. They draw blood in people all the time when they treat them for intoxications or when they die and they do an autopsy. There's not a lot of hair testing to even compare to. So for hair, it's more limited in what you can actually do with the interpretation.
And I get it for the levels because there were a lot of tests here that didn't have levels. But it would have at least shown you what was present, wouldn't it?
What's in the hair? Sure. And show if there's any drugs there.
It wouldn't show?
Yeah, it would show if there were any drugs there, yes.
Thank you. As it relates to the, I know I'm going to mess this up, the focal myocyte
hypertrophy.
Hypertrophy. Thank you. Miss Benning was a young woman, correct?
Yes.
And otherwise a very healthy young woman, correct?
Correct.
Now, we're certainly not saying that the only reason that she would have an enlarged ventricle is because of cocaine use. Not saying that. But it is certainly a possibility, is it not?
I mean, something that will increase your blood pressure would cause your, heart cells to work harder. So you could say myocyte hypertrophy goes with things like that. So that could be a lot of different things. Cocaine's one of many on the list.
What other things would be on the list?
I mean, any sort of stimulant or, even, who knows, anxiety or genetic problems or whatever.
When you say stimulant, what is a stimulant?
Well, like fentanyl, methamphetamine, something that drives the blood pressure up.
When you were determining and making the decision as to what to test for, I think you said that you had done some research into Miss Benning, and with the cocaine, that was significant enough for you to stop there, right?
Well, it's not so much that it's stopped there, but we really want to, and this is the case because, like I said, the blood sample is limited. We want to kind of focus in on the things that we want to confirm, because otherwise, if you test for everything, you're going to run out of blood. You're not going to be able to confirm anything. So, in this case, we already knew that she was positive for cocaine, and we wanted to get a number. Like I thought, I wanted a number that I could recognize. And then that was really the only positive test that she had.
When you were making your decisions, weren't you not making your decisions under the impression that she had no history of drug use?
I mean, whether she had a history of drug use or not, you need to look at what are your positive tests. And then you can think about the history when you're looking at the interpretation of those results.
But weren't you told she had no history of drug use?
I was told that the only drug history she had was making some marijuana edibles in the past, and that had stopped when she found out she was pregnant. So no recent drug history.
Do you remember taking or giving a testimony previously in regards to Ms. Benning?
Yes.
And do you remember when you gave that testimony, I believe you stated that she does not have a history of drug use. She did not appear to want to take anything that would harm her child or herself.
Right. So knowing with her pregnancy, she stopped even with the marijuana edibles, and there was no reason to believe she had taken any drugs as of late.
But she did have a history of drug use, didn't she?
We talked about that. So you even showed me the transcript, and we talked about how I said she didn't have specifically like the cocaine, that sort of illicit drug use, that the only drug use I was aware of was the marijuana edibles.
Well, I'm looking at the transcript here. It doesn't say that. It just says no history of drug use.
Okay, but we talked about it on my direct, or my, I guess, cross the first time to clarify this.
And if you say that she did not appear to want to take anything that would want to harm herself or her child, how do you explain cocaethylene in her system?
I don't know how the cocaine was delivered to her, if it was absorbed in some sort of alcohol. I do not know how that was done or where that alcohol came from.
Would Ms. Benning not be able to taste cocaine and alcohol if she was given it unknowingly?
I don't know how much alcohol it might be, and I don't know anything about cocaine taste, so I can't help you with that.
There is none. And certainly when you, or before you came to any of your conclusions, you had met with law enforcement and the prosecution, correct?
So I met with law enforcement because I rely on law enforcement and their investigation when I'm determining manner of death. So it's very important that I know the circumstances of the case.
And that is where you learned she had no history of drug use, right?
The history that we've discussed, yes.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Just to clarify, Dr. Carney, your cause of death was not based off of the meetings with anyone. It was just the manner of death. Is that right?
Correct. So the cause of death is something I'll determine through the autopsy and the toxicology and the histology, the looking at the slides, all the work that I do on my end. I really refer to the investigation for manner of death.
Any other questions?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. Any further proof from the state?
No, Your Honor.
Any further proof on behalf of Mr. Taylor?
No, Your Honor.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, the jury, if you'll step back down the hall briefly, we'll get back to in terms of jury instructions and lesser included offenses, the court plan, as the case law points out, to charge the indicted offense, second-degree murder, voluntary manslaughter, reckless homicide, and criminally negligent homicide as to each of the 4 counts. Any comments, observations from the parties on that?
totally appropriate. Yes, that's right.
Are you requesting this Brand or whoever is dealing with this, ask this based on discussions, jury out discussions with your co-counsel? Are you requesting the 4214 cause of death instruction?
I was just looking at that, Your Honor.
I mean, co-counsel mentioned that the bench got, I don't know when it was, but it's out of the hearing of the jury that she was asking some of the questions because
That appears like that might be an appropriate instruction.
Vanderbilt and the family caused the death of the fetus.
I don't think the portion of that says, there's like a parentheses portion that says there's evidence in this case that the deceased required medical attention as a result of the injuries.
You talk about the 1, 2, 3, 5th paragraph?
Yes, I don't think that paragraph needs to be in.
Okay. But it's the defense position that this instruction should be given for the jury to determine whether it was reasonably foreseen, if in fact they find Mr. Taylor had anything to do with it, whether it's reasonably foreseeable that his actions was the proximate cause of the death. Or something Vandy or the family chose to do.
No, I have
Well, you grilled the family and other people about them deciding not to.
Sir, I asked one question, one witness.
You had multiple witnesses.
I don't think the argument is that there's an intervening cause. I think the question is just, the argument as I understand it is that it's more of a proximate cause. I think that's probably, there are probably general instructions that address that. It's more of like a reasonable doubt kind of thing. I don't think we necessarily have to have that in there.
So you're not seeking 4214?
No, I don't know if that's the right one in this case. Because I don't think that's the argument, that there was some kind of intervening cause.
Well, I mean, the question, that's even why I got to looking at it, wondering whether it should be in. I mean, there were questions about whether the family declined performing a C-section, what Vandy's advice was, and whether the fetus was viable or would have problems, I think was one of the words that was used.
Yeah, I don't think, I don't anticipate that being an argument, and I don't think we can vote that.
Okay. Does the state have any input on that?
Hey, Your Honor, I believe the pattern 708, for example, the defendant, or one for whom the defendant unlawfully killed the alleged victim.
Well, are any other requests from the parties about the jury instruction?
The state has no special requests. Can't really think of anything.
No, give it a defense.
Okay.
20 minutes.
And I keep kind of coming back to this. Now, worry about things that maybe y'all are in the heat of the moment don't worry about, and that is if the jury gets this case in or around 4:45 or 5 o'clock with closing arguments that break till 2:05 and jury instructions is going to get us to that or more, we lose our alternates. So if they deliberate for ever how long they want to, they can stay up here till midnight if they want, but I don't foresee that happening.
Police court, that is one thing I actually was thinking about, would be to have the alternates come back in the morning for the concluding instructions and then dismiss them. So just for the sake of not excusing them and then sending them home.
Any thoughts on that, Mr. Green?
I think that's probably fine.
Okay. Doing closing arguments, making sure we have enough report back in the morning and do the jury instructions with them starting that deliberation process fresh, so to speak.
May I, Your Honor, suggest something?
Okay.
May I suggest that they get the charge with the closing in the morning so that it's fresh and everything is on their mind then, as opposed to...
Then we just forego 2 or 3 hours of today.
Judge, what I was referencing is that last concluding paragraph of the instructions where it's like excusing the alternates and you may now go.
Yeah, I've never done that before.
Would just say, I've seen that just where that
I
last
did the jury
page.
instructions and I'd give them to them and let them start deliberating.
I would just say that is, I think, an option to read the instructions except for that last page and say, I will have.
Then they come back tomorrow with little or nothing on their plate, so to speak.
Except deliberation, and that's a full plate.
Are you saying, Ms. Hollins, you're not ready for your closing argument?
Well, I would like 2 things. It would be nice to have a little time to go through all the evidence. It's been almost 7 days worth of testimony. And then I do think that the jurors will appreciate hearing the closing arguments consistent with the instructions and then starting fresh for a whole day of deliberation.
Judge, I can say,
they want to go on
a few times.
Charges.
The state would be in agreement.
Oh,
for one of
See, well, I knew you were going to laugh.
But see, then in the morning, your 45-minute estimate and 1 hour estimate are going to change.
It'll be quicker,
Yes, it would.
more efficient.
Yes.
Okay. Because I'm going to hold you to the 1 hour. We're setting Fitz wanted 45, so we'll set an hour for each. All right, let the jury step back down and let them go for the day. Members of the jury, after input from the attorneys who need, rightfully so, a small break, like 20 minutes or so, to gather themselves in terms of their closing arguments and things they may want to reference, factoring in that, plus closing arguments from both sides and the court's instructions to you, which will be a little over 30 minutes, it would probably just having, you can blame me for this if you don't like this decision, because it's mine and nobody else's. I get input from the attorneys, but the best thing from my perspective is to recess for the day, have you come back in the morning. There's a number of other things that I consider after 600 plus jury trials. So just trust me on that. Come back in the morning refreshed, be to the point of closing arguments to you and the court's instructions, and then you would begin deliberating shortly after you come here in the morning rather than starting at 5 o'clock tonight, okay? Just remember what I said about not discussing the case, going by any locations, looking things up, listening to anything in any kind of media outlet, social media included, and leave your notes up here. Tomorrow, report in the morning, 8:45, 8:50, and we'll get you up and get the case submitted to you. You can step out with the give the jury a few moments to get off the floor, and they're printing you, those statements, they're printing you a draft. Still be a draft. Yeah. All right, we'll be in recess. What's the reason?
All right, chat. So we'll continue watching that other trial. I think they're done for the day, but we'll be watching that trial that I'm replaying while we basically the rest of the day. Yeah. All right, switching over.
Do you think that Alex was trying to sexually assault you that day or have sex with you? And the defendant says, no. I just think he wanted to look at me. Ladies and gentlemen, this was not a knife fight, as the defendant would like you to believe. The defendant used this knife, a knife she had taken from her dad's house within days before Alex's death, a sharp EMT knife. And she took this knife and she brutally and forcefully used the knife to stab Alex in the back of the head, through the scalp, through the right temporal bone, into the brain, piercing the brain. She used this knife to slit him across the throat 3 times on the right side. She stabbed him 3 times on the left side. And if that wasn't enough, she brutally stabbed him 3 times on the left side of the chest, with one of the blows piercing Alex's lung. She stabbed him in the back right of the shoulder, and she stabbed him in the back, also piercing the lung. And of course, she stabbed him in the genitals, piercing the scrotal sac. Ladies and gentlemen, this was not anger. This was rage, and this was personal. Even after Alex has been stabbed 16 times, does she use Alex's phone to call for help? No. She has the time and apparent presence of mind to carve B-O-Y into her arm. And why does she carve B-O-Y into her arm? In her very own words, so she wouldn't forget. Because she felt bad and so she wouldn't forget. But moments later, when she walks to Don Sipple's house, she forgets. She forgets everything that happened. The physical evidence and the DNA evidence in this case are important as they contradict the defendant's statements. The defendant describes with detail during her interview with Detective Proc that as she was stuck in the mud in that nature location, as she called it, she was looking for something to get some traction under the car. And she realizes that Alex is behind her with the knife. And so then she kind of rolls over onto the back seat of the car, and Alex is cutting her clothes. And she claims that she's able to grab the knife and forcefully take that knife by grabbing the blade, despite having scratches on her left hand, despite the fact that she's right-handed too. And she claims that the majority of the fight happened inside the car. But when you look at the DNA evidence from inside the car, these points are all Alex's DNA. The only DNA that was found in the vehicle that belonged to the defendant was on the rear side of the door, over there. You will learn that the results of the defendant's sexual assault exam excluded Alex's DNA on the genital and cervical swabs of the defendant's body. The only place Alex's DNA is found on the defendant's body is near those scratches by her underwear line. And so when you examine the DNA evidence, think to yourself, how could Alex's DNA get there? If she used the same knife to carve B-O-Y into her arm, could she also have used that knife to carve herself there? Ask yourself, is it possible for Alex's DNA, his blood on that knife, to transfer onto her body? You'll also hear that Alex's DNA was under the defendant's fingernails. Of course it was. She brutally stabbed him 16 times. That blood is going to drip down the blade of that knife under her hands and fingernails. You will hear a lot of testimony over the next 3 weeks. This isn't like what you see on TV. We're not going to be done in an hour. We're going to be here for a number of weeks. And during that time, I want you to pay close attention to the demeanor of witnesses on that witness stand. I want you to examine carefully that testimony with the physical evidence, with the photographs, with the Instagram records, text messages. And then I want you to take the law as the judge describes and apply the facts to that law. And when you do, and when the state has met its burden of proving beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant killed Alexander Woodworth, I will ask that you return a verdict of first-degree intentional, a verdict of guilty of first-degree intentional homicide. Thank you.
It's 10 after 4. Ezra is hysterical. She's running. She's falling. She's running. She sees a house, a farm, a door. She follows the driveway. She gets to the back. She walks up the steps, comes to the door, and rings the bell over and over and over again. A farmer from our community sees her. She's disheveled. She has blood on her face, bloody lip, a cut on her lip, a red mark on her neck. She's wearing a flannel shirt, sweater underneath, cut open, shirt cut up, pants cut up. There's blood on her legs. There's a little blood on her front. Her pants are covered in mud. She has no shoes. Our farmer opens the door. She says, "Take me to the hospital." He brings her in, finds her a seat. She says, "I was attacked." She's in shock. She's confused. She's disorientated. He sees she's in distress. She's upset. He asks, "Who attacked you?" She doesn't know who attacked her. She doesn't know what happened. She doesn't know where it happened. She doesn't know much. She doesn't even know her name. I don't know, I don't know, I don't know, I don't know. Our farmer calls for help. Let me take you back in time a little bit. A couple of hours before. 10 minutes to 1. Ezra is at her ex-boyfriend's house. She's going there for a conversation. Conversation to confront him about their past relationship and how he treated her. A conversation for closure about how they've broken up. A conversation to perhaps continue their initial friendship, but without the sex. No rough sex. And they're talking in his house, and they're interrupted by a man named Jason Mengel, 35-year-old man who was outside looking in, checking up on this young woman that used to live with him. And the police arrive. Ezra and Alex come out, and they talk to the police. Ezra, in her easygoing, cooperative manner, speaks with them. Eau Claire Police Department Officer Christopher O'Neill talks with both Ezra and her ex-boyfriend. And he says, "Everything's okay. Everything's good." $12.50. Everything's good. 4:10. She's suffering from what our experts say is post-traumatic stress disorder. How does she get from here to here? What happened? That's what this case is about. What happened there? Ezra and her ex-boyfriend are out in the middle of nowhere. Her car is stuck in the mud. While it's the middle of nowhere, it's a place familiar to many. She's on her back, in the back seat of a car. Her ex-boyfriend holding her down with his weight. You came back. You still love me. He takes off her glasses, puts them in the back window well. He touches her. Ezra is beautiful. Ezra is handsome. Ezra is my shining star. They're in this backseat with him on top. Her head is to the passenger side. Her feet are near the open door. There's one open door. It's on the driver's side. As he's on top of her, he takes a scarf. He covers her eyes. Now, he's done this before. When they've had sex in his apartment in the past, she's agreed. He's done that before. But even when she agreed, it was unnerving. In the darkness that he created, he pushes forward, forces himself on her, and kisses her. She turns and says no. He keeps touching her. You abandoned me. You owe me this. He's touching her. She's tense. Her body is not moving. She regresses in her mind to the times in the past and thinks, let's just get this over with. Then he starts cutting. He has a knife. Takes her sweater. And he starts short, slow, methodical strokes, and he cuts her sweater. I want one last time. I deserve one last time. She's afraid. Frozen in her fear, she lays still. He keeps cutting. As he cuts through her sweater, he cuts through her next shirt, and he cuts through her t-shirt, and he nicks her on the stomach. She's afraid. Frozen in fear, she lays still. He's never cut her before. He's cut her clothes, but he's never cut her before. He moves down. He's cutting her pants. Cuts the inside of her left leg. Cuts the inside of her right leg open. He cuts open her leggings. He's on top of her. He has a knife. He's cutting. She's terrified. Frozen in fear, she lays still. Her boyfriend, her ex-boyfriend Alex, she knows him. She knows that he is a nihilist. And you'll hear about that. He believes life has no meaning. There are no consequences for one's moral actions. She has been back in his apartment before. She's heard his ramblings on about Kierkegaard and fear and trembling. One of his favorite things to tell her about was the story of Abraham and Isaac. The story in which Abraham was gifted a son, Isaac. And Abraham loved Isaac more than anything, anyone in the world. But there came a day when Abraham was asked to sacrifice his son. So he took him up in secret, didn't tell anybody else. And Abraham takes his son Isaac out to go and kill him. God intervened and saved Isaac. Ezra did not want to be his sacrifice. She's heard his ramblings before, where he's read to her from his journals, read to her while they were having sex. I've half-heartedly tried to isolate myself from you, afraid I would taint you, yet I love you. I am sorry for this failure on my part. I know my touch would kill you, yet I reach out. That is my sin, the violence of my flesh that I lack a soul to correct. She knows of his writings about consent. His writings, merely doing as one will sexually makes consent irrelevant. She would hear him repeat over and over and over again his personal mantra: love and do as you will. She's read his writings about ritual, the mutilation of bodies, self-mutilation, severance of our flesh. Faith demands that we take a razor to our ownmost. She's read of his fascination with violence. The secret is not avoiding the violence, but in living with it. She knows of his captivation with cannibalism. All are contaminated with violence and vulnerability. He writes about eating and being eaten. Now on March 22nd, in that back seat of the car, he's on top of her. He has the knife. He's cutting her shirt, or her pants. He's cutting her leggings. He cuts her leg. She's terrified. He moves towards her vagina. And he cuts right next to her vagina. She is terrified. She knows she can no longer remain still. She must act. She reaches with her right arm underneath the seat to get some leverage. And she twists her body so that she's on her left hip, pulling up her right hip. She pulls her right leg up to protect her vagina. And as she does so, he jabs the knife into her thigh, in her upper thigh. He then starts cutting her pants. On her thigh, there where number 3 is. He cuts through her leggings on her thigh. He starts cutting up and down along her leg. She's frozen, afraid, knows she must act. Then he jabs her with the knife a second time. And then it all happens in a rush. She's fighting. She's wrestling, she's fighting, she's kneeing, she's kicking, she's using her hands, she knocks the knife, cuts her hand, she gets the knife, and she needs to get out. He is on top of her, he is in the car, there is one way out, it's through that door. She tries to scoot around through the well of the seat, her bottom's through there, he's still between her, he's stopping her. He's preventing her. He doesn't let her get out. She moves towards the back of the seat, where eventually, if this is the back of the front seat, her back is up against the seat. Alex is right here. The open door is here. He's not letting her out. She can't get out. He's holding her. He's attacking her. It happens in a rush, and she stabs him. He reaches out, and he grabs her throat. He pushes her head up against the headrest. She can't breathe. She can't breathe. She's struggling for her life. He holds her neck, he squeezes her neck, and he looks her in the eyes. And she just stabs anywhere and everywhere that she can. She is terrified. And he doesn't stop. He reaches his hand up and he pulls at her hair and he whips her hair out and she screams, "Let go!" And he keeps doing it. He won't stop. She stabs him more. He doesn't stop. She stabs him. She wants out. He won't let her out. She stabs him in the head. He stops. He gets out of the car. That's the red mark. Hours later at the hospital, to her neck. That's her hair in the well of the car, in the driver's side rear passenger seat, where he left it after he pulled it out. He's now out of the car. He's on his feet. He's walking. He's up and about. Look at his pants. We'll talk more about that later. He's up. He's walking about. He's in this area here. You can see his blood in different patches on the ground. He's staggering around. She's sitting at the edge of the seat, overwhelmed, afraid, confused, doesn't know what to do. He's still up. She's cautious. She watches him. She hears him. He says, "I need help." She's afraid, but she wants to help. She stands. She steps and approaches him. He approaches her, and then all of a sudden it's happening again. He grabs her again. He pulls her in. He's pulling her down. He is in. He's pulled her in. She has the knife. She reaches around, stabs him one last time. He lets go. She backs up. He stands there. He takes off his coat, throws it on the ground, and lays on the ground. She backs up back to the seat where she sits in total shock, overwhelmed, hyperventilating, panicked. It goes dark. She's in the present. It goes dark. It's present. She's worried she's going to pass out. Her mind is racing. Her body is not responding. It feels numb. She has the knife. Mindlessly and without thought, she cuts her left arm, the clothes on her left arm, and uses the knife to scratch the word boy into her arm. Then she's up. She's running. She doesn't know where she's at. She goes back the same way they can. She runs up the hill. She falls. She runs. She falls. She walks. She staggers. She can see the road. She gets to the road. She walks. She runs. She falls. She falls. She drops the knife. She drops the phone. She sees the driveway, follows the driveway. She gets to the door. She talks to our farmer. She tells him, I was attacked. Our farmer saw she was in distress. Saw she was upset. He gave her help. What happened here? Her disturbed and obsessive ex-boyfriend attacked her, cut her, strangled her. She fought to survive. You'll see over the course of this trial the evidence that there was a struggle in the back seat of that car, a struggle between two people. That's not going to be the main issue that you're going to need to decide, I submit to you. Question that you're going to have in your mind is not whether she believed it, but whether her beliefs were reasonable. In order to do that, for you to determine that, you need to know more about Ezra and Alex. So let me give you a brief, quick, maybe not as brief as we like, overview. Ezra was born in Stanley, Wisconsin. Her mother, Rose, was a teenager, 14, 15 years old. Ezra's father is not a part of their life. Rose raised her there on her own while trying to juggle parenting as a teenager in high school. She eventually finds, let me back up for a second, when Ezra is born, Rose has her daughter. She names her daughter Monica. And her and Monica are the two in the world. Eventually, Rose and Monica, Rose finds Joshane Carlin. And Joshane adopts Monica. And she becomes Monica Carlin. She grows up in that house with Rose and with Joshane. I'm not getting too much into the details now, but what she'll tell you, what she's told others, is living with those two in that household was like two tornadoes in the house. That relationship is tumultuous. When she's 12, they divorce. Ezra is in high school. She doesn't feel comfortable in her body. It doesn't feel like it fits with who she is. She starts exploring other names, using other pronouns. She tries out Timothy. It doesn't really work. She uses neutral pronouns. At some point, she changes her name, legally to Ezra McCandless. She finishes high school. She goes away to college for a year, and then she comes back. It's the summer of 2017. She's in Eau Claire. She happens upon this coffee shop, Lacy's, where she meets people. One of the first people she meets is Jason Mengel. Ezra is 19, and Jason, a 34-year-old medic within the, I believe it's the National Guard, starts dating her. They start having sex. She moves in. During this time, she's going to Lacy's quite often, and she meets other people at Lacy's, one of which is Alex Woodward. And over the summer and the early fall, her and Alex develop a relationship, a friendship, based upon these non-traditional ideas. He's accepting of Ezra's fluidity along the gender spectrum. He also has some odd ideas. He tells her right away about his journals, his fascination with violence, his captivation with cannibalism. And she finds this kind of a yang to her yang, right? She thinks of herself as a positive, glowing, and here's this interesting man who has these negative philosophies. And they get along, and they talk. But at this time, she's still dating Jason, having sex with Jason. There comes to be a time in the fall where she's throwing up every day, all the time. She starts to figure out, maybe I'm pregnant. She takes a test, and sure enough, she's pregnant. She's 19. Her mom told her one thing is, don't get pregnant when you're a teenager. You can't have a kid when you're young. She doesn't talk to her mother. She doesn't talk to her adopted father. She goes through this in her own mind, sometimes with Jason, who may or may not be supporting her in the way that she wants. And eventually she decides she needs to terminate that pregnancy. She drives to Minneapolis on her birthday. She turned 20. The day she decided to have an abortion. And after that, she gets home and she's recovering, as you would imagine anyone is, for such a procedure. Jason, not there anymore. He's not there to support her. He's sleeping on the couch. Their relationship in public may seem as if they're girlfriend-boyfriend, but he doesn't want any part of her anymore. In fact, at some point he physically leaves. He leaves her alone after this to go off on his own spiritual quest for 3 weeks out west, while his 20-year-old girlfriend, recovering from an abortion with his children, is home alone, trying to sort that out. During this time, she seeks solace from others. And her and Alex get along really well. They talk. He's accepting of her regretful decision. He's accepting of her. He listens. The relationship is intense. And at some point in November, it turns sexual. She's living with Jason. She's having sex with Alex. Her and Jason are no longer in the same bed. They are not intimate. Her relationship with Alex continues to grow in intensity. They don't see each other all the time, but they're at Lacy's, exchanging journals. You'll see her doodles in his journals, where she learns about some of his philosophies. And in the beginning, sex is rather vanilla. He likes to have sex with her when she's in the prone position, because she comes to learn that he likes that look upon her in the back, in which she looks more masculine. The sex grows in intensity, it becomes painful, it becomes rough. Sometimes she just goes along. Sometimes she says, no, that hurts, stop. And he doesn't listen. And she just goes along. Come January, juggling these two, Jason and Alex. Alex wants more of a commitment from her. Alex says, I want you to be mine, only mine. She's like, no, this is getting too intense. I can't do that, I'm not ready to do that. And Alex says, well, if I can't have you, I don't want to be here. And he calls her up and he tells her that he attempted suicide. She comes over and she sees him in January where he had taken a knife and he'd cut his wrists. He tells her about what that meant to him. He tells her about how easy it was to use that knife because he says he likes suffering. He doesn't feel pain. And she's conflicted. Jason is actually there with her. Jason helps to bandage up Alex's arms. And she's conflicted and she's back again saying, okay, I will continue to be with Alex. During this time, she reads different portions of Alex's journal. I just want to read some of these to you as it evolves through time. In November, Alex writes, I was further contaminated. This is all mutated. I wanted to be happy, but felt unworthy. I wanted to be loved, but refused to believe it possible. I wanted to be alive, but lacked a heart. And you hurt me. I hated myself through you. And you were a living death. Everything I said came to be a lie. I had to escape the monster I became with you. You did not deserve it, nor did I. Later in November he writes, I mistook the innocent play, your desire for my hunger. I saw cannibalism where you asked to be seen erotically. Again in November, I destroy what I find. I break things apart to see what they're really made of, for better or for worse. I have a habit of breaking people's lives, of destroying and analyzing them. I am attacking this for the sake of my sadism. In December, he writes, I have been cautious, gentle, tender, and careful. Little do most know that this is precisely how one makes their way around in the dark. In the dark, one touches more to learn than to manipulate. Devoid of sight, we use our hands to explore. Utterly vulnerable. Vulnerable explanation is intentionally gentle, but out of self-concern. Aggression backfires when obstacles are unknown. Hunting in the dark, as he likes to call it. In December, he says, I am in so much pain because you love me, and still you hope to abandon me to my loneliness again. In February, as their relationship is dwindling. For to give purely to suicide can involve a cessation of violence. But it is the obligation to not die oddly. I must commit violence against another. Other to provide for this demanding other. This forces me to murder in order to provide. I am doing it either way. This demanding other has taken my redeeming suicide from me and doomed me to torturous guilt. That's her ex-boyfriend. She doesn't want to commit fully to him. She doesn't get the solace that she needs from Jason. Jason leaves sometime in February to go off on his National Guard duty. She's not hitting it off with Alex. They have another friend, a John Hanson. And John Hanson and her get together. John Hanson is older. He brings over alcohol, brings her to his house where they have alcohol. And she drinks. She gets drunk. She gets throw up drunk. Pass out, throw up drunk. After which, John Hanson and her have sex. The next day, still hungover, they go back to her place where they again have sex. Jason comes back home a couple of weeks later and he's looking at Ezra's phone and he finds this texts back and forth. And he confronts Ezra, pushes her on the bed, asks her about sex with John Hanson. He calls John Hanson, his friend, demanding to know why his friend would have sex with his gal, as if it's his possession. John Hanson denies it, and Jason Mengel is wound up. Very, very upset. Jason and Ezra go back to their friend Josh's place, and Josh is worried about Jason. Worried what Jason is going to do based upon Jason's words, Jason's demeanor, everything else. Josh decides to call the police. I'm worried about what Jason might do. So the police are called. The police come over and they start talking to Jason like, what's going on? What are you so upset about? And Jason says, my girlfriend was sexually assaulted. The police ask to talk to Ezra. Ask Ezra if she wants to talk there in presence of Jason or down at the station. She doesn't want to talk about it in front of Jason. She leaves with the police officer, and eventually they agree a couple of days later to speak. She speaks with Detective Brown about this allegation that Jason made about a sexual assault. And Ezra tells Detective Proc about being there, getting drunk, throwing up, having sex after throwing up. And at the end of that, Detective Proc tells her, well, if under those conditions, if you're too drunk, that's a sexual assault. Sometime between the time the police are called and Ezra speaks with Detective Proc about that and is told that it's a sexual assault, Jason Mengel confronts these other two men, confronts Alex, confronts John, and there's a big blow up at Lacy's. A big blow up in which the men are all yelling and Ezra's inside. After that, Ezra breaks up with Alex, says, we're done, I can't do this anymore. She doesn't want anything to do with John Hanson. She goes home. She goes back to Stanley, where she stays with her mom, she stays with her dad. And it's during this time in March, after she meets with Detective Proc, that she's given information, victim witness information, pamphlets about counseling, about getting your voice back, about reclaiming who you are as a person, your empowerment. And she begins to journal and to talk about her life and the traumas that she has suffered in that life. And in the end she says, I want to be Ezra McCandless again. She's at her adoptive dad, Joe Shane Carlin's house, and she's telling him about this. She's pouring out all of this emotion about what has just happened, the intensity of what's going on for this young lady. And he says, kind of a seize the day moment, kind of a nice dad pep talk, life starts now. Life starts now. Whatever it was yesterday, whatever that was, be done with that. Be the bigger person, be the better person, starts now. So March 22nd comes along. She's up. She's an adult. She has her own car. She finds the keys and she decides to go to Eau Claire to get some stuff done in Eau Claire. She's got appointments later in the day. She's got appointments tomorrow. There's no plan to do anything other than to go and see some people, talk about her feelings. She goes to Lacy's, gets a coffee. She sees her friend Max, who she wants to exchange paintings with, and she tells Max, I'm going to go see Alex later. She drives over to Max's house, they exchange this painting, she comes back, she's back at Lacy's, drops off Max, says she's going to go to Alex's. She goes to Alex's, where she has this meeting with Alex. The police arrive, and everything's good. But she'll tell you that just before the police arrived, when her and Alex were having this conversation, when she wants to confront, when she wants to create, and when she wants to continue different parts of the relationship, that when Jason interrupts, Jason walks into Alex's home, walks into Alex's bedroom, and interrupts that conversation between Ezra and Alex, she can see everything changes with Alex. Alex never liked, as he called it, her gun-toting boyfriend. And there's some tension between Alex and Jason. And Ezra says, we'll leave, let's go talk someplace in public. That's fine, we don't need to be in his bedroom. Let's go talk someplace in public. She sees the police, everything's good, and off they drive. Ezra's driving. Alex is in the passenger seat. As they're driving along, Alex starts talking to her, telling her things about your back. You still love me. You abandoned me. And he's reaching out to touch her, and she's getting anxious. She's getting nervous. She's had that happen in the past where sometimes she gets anxious driving and she doesn't want to drive. They pull over, they switch, they continue driving in the random direction they are, which is basically just on County Road E, straight out of Eau Claire, going west towards Manhattan. At some point the car turns off E onto 430th Street, and it's stopped in front of that muddy driveway. I don't know if I have that picture up there. That muddy driveway. And they sit and they talk and they decide maybe we'll go up there, we'll park, we'll drive, or we'll walk, we'll talk. She doesn't know anything about a knife. She's anxious, but Alex has at that point never been threateningly violent. He's choked her during sex in the past. He's hurt her during sex in the past. But not outside of that. So she was anxious but not afraid. Then they drive up and the car gets stuck. You'll hear from a witness who says, on the one side, the roadway is out of the sun. So it's still frozen. You can drive up that little section of the hill because it's frozen. But once you get over the top, the back side is on the south exposure. And there it's softer. There's mud. And the car gets stuck. And they try to get it unstuck. They drive into the grass. They get it stuck in the grass. And they're switching drivers. Ezra's in the driver's seat now saying, let me try to get it stuck. And then they finally drive forward, and then you'll see the pictures. It's just stuck for good. The wheels are just buried in mud next to a trailer. They get out. He's smoking some cigarettes. They're wandering around, trying to see if they can get it unstuck, trying to figure out what they can do. She doesn't have a phone. She just simply doesn't have a phone. Alex has the phone. It's Alex's phone. Whether there's reception out there or not, I don't know. Maybe we'll hear from a witness that there is. I don't know. But she doesn't have a phone. She sits on the edge of the trailer and she's contemplating, trying to, what are we going to do? Alex is off someplace else, and then Alex comes up and he hugs her. She's uncomfortable. She's uncomfortable with that hug. But she's there with that hug, and Alex says, why don't you go back in the car? Why don't you go lay down? Why don't you go there? She's back in the car looking for stuff, laying down. And then that begins. terrified her, he cut her, he strangled her. You're going to hear a lot of evidence about what Ezra did after this traumatic event. And I will submit to you that yes, you should consider that evidence, right? But obviously the order of the events chronologically makes it undeniable that her behavior and statements afterward are a result of the previous trauma. That's what happens. If it's not the traumatic event of fighting for her life, then what is this? How did she get to here? How did she get to PTSD with post-traumatic stress disorder? Is the state's theory that she's faking and feigning that whole thing as part of some big calculated plan? Despite a diagnosis with post-traumatic stress disorder with aspects of derealization and depersonalization that our expert will tell you about? That'll be for you to decide. But before we go over her post-trauma behavior and statements, I just want to tell you a little bit about our experts and how the brain functions, because that's going to be a huge part of this, how trauma impacts the human brain, right? We're going to have two experts, right? One of which is a man called Dr. James Hopper. Dr. Hopper got his PhD in clinical psychology from the University of Massachusetts in Boston. I just want to tell you a little bit about who Dr. Hopper is and what he knows. He's a national expert. He was a fellow at the Trauma Center in Boston University. He was a fellow at the Behavioral Research Laboratory at the McLean Hospital and Harvard Medical School. Since 2006, he's had different roles at the Harvard Medical School as an instructor, a clinical instructor, a part-time instructor, and a teaching associate. Nationally, he's gone across the country. He's done trainings for Special Victims Unit investigations for the United States military. He's done trainings to the neurobiology of sexual assaults for the National Sexual Violence Resource Center, which is supported by the Department of Justice. He's even here in Wisconsin in 2018. He did a training on sexual assault, brain experience, behavior, and memory for the Racine County Sexual Assault Response Team, including investigators and prosecutors. Dr. Hopper will tell you about the brain, how it functions. And it functions in two relations he wants to talk to you about, both in the results, I think, and in the memory. So that is how we respond, how our brain responds to trauma, and how our memory is affected by trauma. He'll talk to you about parts of the brain that I don't want to go into right now because I don't know it as much as he does, but he'll tell you about the prefrontal cortex where we make decisions and it's our rational place where we think. He'll tell you about the amygdala, point, but I don't know where it is. The fear circuitry of our brain, which when under attack takes over and incapacitates the prefrontal cortex of your brain. He'll tell you about the hippocampus and how that impacts memory as well as response. I want to make sure that I get this right, so I want to read some of the things that he'll say. He'll tell you people react to assaults in a baffling way, sometimes even the total opposite of what we'd expect. A traumatic event can rapidly and massively alter brain functioning by impairing rational brain regions, leaving us only reflexes and habits, the amygdala, the fear circuitry. And the trauma also affects what we remember. After a traumatic event, The survivors' memories can sound confused or unbelievable. And the memories survivors do have can be fragmentary. Some can be in great details, others not at all. Others jumbled and confused. He'll talk to you about the effects of stress on memory formation are time dependent. So when under attack, after suffering a trauma, your attention goes to certain details, but the peripheral details go away. And one of those details that goes away is time sequencing. The chronology of events is often hard to keep track of when your brain is under attack. Lastly, Dr. Hopper will testify that based on his review of the case materials, and in particular his review of some of the statements that Ezra has made, the statements that Ezra made to Detective Proc on March 23rd and March 24th, that her statements are consistent with those principles of the brain being under attack and the concepts regarding trauma and memory. He'll tell you this is a classic example of trauma memory processing over time. You'll also hear from Dr. Steve Benson, a local psychologist. He's from Wausau. He's on the Wisconsin Forensic Unit. He'll tell you about how that's he's on the group of people that when the judges need to appoint experts for certain things in forensic psychology, he is on that short list. And he's seen Ezra at least 3 clinical interviews and a 4th time that he's met with her. As part of the clinical interviews, he's also gave Ezra multiple psychological tests, including tests to check if she is feigning or malingering. His professional opinion is that she is neither feigning nor malingering. Dr. Benson's clinical diagnosis of Ezra includes PTSD with depersonalization and derealization. Those are parts of a dissociative disorder in which somebody is confused, shocked, or as in this part, doesn't even know their own name. They're not orientated to time, place, or situation. So again, just to get us back, his clinical diagnosis is PTSD with aspects of depersonalization and derealization. He'll tell you how his opinion is supported by other aspects of reliability, including inter-evaluator reliability, as well as multiple testing dates over long periods of time that demonstrate reliability over time. His testimony will include his opinion that Ezra's presentation was indicative of PTSD due to exposure to threatened death, serious injury, and sexual assault on March 22nd, 2018. So keeping both Dr. Hopper from Harvard and Dr. Benson, our local psychologist, keeping those responses in mind, let's talk a little bit about the post-traumatic event behavior. First, she shows up at our farmers, right? And at our farmers, Ezra doesn't know her name or what happened or really where she was or anything, other than she says, attacked. Despite Ezra saying she was attacked, one of the first things you'll learn about is that the police immediately start asking about whether she was in a car accident or that she was on any drugs. And I don't say that to blame the police. I say that the police saw something that was unexplainable to them, and they went to things that they knew about. Car accidents and drugs. You'll see that there was a blood test that they took from her during the SANE exam. She comes back clean. No positives on drugs or alcohol. They're also part of the confusion is when they ask who did this, she says they. She uses the pronoun they, to which the police ask, were there more than one person? And it's confusing what, if anything, she says to that. She doesn't respond. But she definitely uses the pronoun they, which I submit to you that in normal conversation, probably most all of us would think that means multiple people. But that's the pronoun that Ezra used when talking about Alex. It's the same pronoun she used when talking about Alex when she met with Detective Proc on March 1st and mentioned Alex and used the pronoun they. But nevertheless, it caused confusion in the investigation. They find an iPod on Ezra's person, and they're trying to figure out who she is. And they find the iPod user's name is some old college roommate who she bought the iPod from, but it's not her. I think it was Angela Merton. She's not Angela Merton. And then she finally says, I'm Monica. I'm Monica Carlo. She regresses back to her childhood and gives them her original, essentially birth name, which causes more confusion. All right? Nothing at this point is making sense to anybody. And the police, the ambulance, they're all trying to figure out what happened. But the facts that you'll hear are, she's crying. She's hyperventilating. She's vomiting. She's in distress. She's upset. Post-traumatic stress disorder. She then goes to the hospital. She has a SANE exam, sees some doctors, makes statements there where she's still being asked questions. And she's giving a lot of, I don't know, I don't know, I don't know. The next day on March 23rd, the police come to see her. She's in the hospital. She's in the 3rd floor in the mental health department at the hospital. They come to talk to her. She didn't want to talk. She wasn't ready to talk. This was overwhelming. She didn't know she didn't need to talk. Nobody told her she could wait. She agreed to speak with the police, but she wasn't ready. Because of the trauma, because she wasn't ready, she didn't tell them everything. She didn't tell them what she knew. She handled it the only way she knew how in that moment. She told them she didn't remember. The next day, the police, they found the car. They found Alex. They go back and they speak with Ezra. They don't immediately tell her of their findings. They have an open conversation with her. She still didn't want to talk. She still wasn't ready. She was still overwhelmed. She agreed to speak with them again even though she wasn't ready. And because of the trauma, because she wasn't ready, she didn't tell them everything she remembered. She held back. It didn't feel safe to her. Then they told her they found the car. And then she tells them. You'll hear. It comes pouring out. And she can tell them. Tells them what happened. This case is not about boy being scratched in the arm. We understand everybody wants to know why she did that. We get that. But we may never know. It may be beyond our understanding. Those of us who haven't had that life-threatening situation come upon us may never be able to understand why. The experts will tell you post-traumatic stress disorder is a response to an unusual or abnormal situation. It's a response. It's not normal, it's not abnormal, it's a response to an abnormal situation. We can all agree that in everyday life, scratching any word in your forearm, that's abnormal. That's not everyday life. The experts will tell you that everyone's response to trauma is unique. Unique to them, unique to Ezra. In the mental health world, this behavior isn't classified as normal or abnormal. It's just a response to severe trauma. So listen to the evidence, but consider again the diagnosis and the trauma that she was under, right? And how the trauma changes everything. Scratching boy in her arm doesn't mean she's calculating. Doesn't mean it's part of a plan. It's actually proof of trauma. It corroborates that there was a life threat to her. Now the state's also going to want to tell you, well, this case is about her lying about scratching that in her arm. They've already told you that in their opening. We submit to you that the evidence will show that the fact that she lied about that unexplainable behavior and then corrected her mistake isn't proof of guilt. It's proof she's human. It's proof she was afraid to talk about this traumatic event, right? She'll tell you she knew she couldn't explain the unexplainable. She still doesn't even really know why. She was afraid he wouldn't understand. She was afraid they would judge her based upon her abnormal behavior. Sure enough, they are. They're trying to discredit her based upon her unique response to trauma. Before I end, I want to talk to you about 3 particular pieces of evidence, or sections of evidence, that I think are going to be important for you, that corroborate the trauma that she suffered in the back of that car. One of the first things is the order of events. One of the first things is his movement. Ezra says that there's a fight in the back of the car, and that he's up on his feet, moving around, and then he's down on the ground when she leaves. I suspect the state's going to contest that, because when the police find him, he's not down on the ground. He's back in the car. And that's something you should consider in deciding about this number that they're going to talk to you about. 16, 16, 16, 16. Remember what she says about what happened in the back seat? He didn't stop. He didn't stop, and even when she stabbed him that many times, as you can see from these pictures, use your common sense. The evidence I submit to you supports he's on his feet. Gravity is affecting the blood in a downward way, showing that he's standing after he's stabbed. That's something to think about in deciding that this happened in the back seat. He was still up and moving, and she used the amount of force that she thought was possible, that was necessary for a man who was still fighting her. He's on his feet. Second part, her clothes. You're going to see lots of pictures of her clothes. She's got 4 items of clothing on. Outside item is a flannel shirt, big jacket. You'll see 3 pieces of evidence to show that that's the outside piece of evidence. I suspect the state's going to show you 1, pictures from her at Lacy's that day, that you'll be able to see she's got this flannel on the outside. 2, video from the police that saw her at 10 minutes to 1 on that same day as she's sitting in the car, she's got the flannel on the outside. 3, our farmer, Don Sipple, says that she had on a flannel. And that's important because one of the state's witnesses you're going to hear from, who took these pictures and was told by the prosecutors how to analyze the evidence, they've got the shirts all mixed up. Her outside layer is the flannel. The next layer is that sweater. You'll hear that that sweater is never tested for blood. No testing for blood. We'll ask witnesses whether they observed any blood, and I submit to you the reason it wasn't tested is because nobody saw any blood on it. There's not blood on her sweater. There's blood on this shirt. Right? That's the shirt underneath the sweater. So one of the things that the state's order of event is basically, their theory as they stood up here and said is, she stabs him, and then she cuts up her own clothes, and then she runs off. We submit to you that that couldn't have happened. If that shirt isn't cut, if that shirt is together during the knife fight, where's the blood on it? Where's the blood on it if then afterwards her hands, as they said, which would be dripping in blood, grab the shirt to go and cut it herself? Where's the blood on it? That shirt was cut before anybody took a knife to anybody. Alex had the knife. He cut that first. You see the next shirt, which we've talked about, and it has blood on it. How did the blood get past the uncut sweater to the next layer if it wasn't already cut? That's a question that you should be asking. Unfortunately, you'll never know whose blood that is. Because despite all the other things that they're going to bring for you here to test, they never tested that. The reasonable hypothesis is that's his blood. And how does his blood get past that sweater unless he'd already cut the sweater open? Sequence of an event, pay attention to the clothing. Lastly, today, this afternoon, you're going to hear from Dr. Mills. She's going to tell you about the stab wounds. She's also going to talk about this injury. An injury to his knee. An injury it's an abrasion. An abrasion in which his skin has been raised. There's cuts, nicks, and bruises all over his knee. Remember his pants. They're out at the driveway in the mud. Everybody says Ezra's covered in mud. Whether there's mud or not mud on his pants is something that you'll need to decide whether it's on his knee. How would that abrasion occur other than upon a hard, dry surface? That's a question you should be asking. Because we submit to you that abrasion occurred in the back seat of the car, in the well of the car. He is on top of her. His left knee is in the well of the car. There is a fight. She's struggling for her life. He is resisting back, and his knee is on the ground, stopping her from getting out. That happens in the back seat of the car. That happens because there's a fight. That happens because he attacked her. He cut her. He strangled her. So let me just take you back to the beginning. Ezra's stumbling up to our farmer's house. She rings the bell. Our farmer comes there. He answers the door. He invites her in. Perhaps you could think of it as a duty. Not a duty in a legal sense, a legal obligation that one has, but perhaps a moral duty. A moral duty to help those in need. Our farmer accepted that duty. He brought her in, found her a seat, gave her a blanket. He didn't understand what was going on. He didn't need to. He saw she needed help. He gave it. He didn't judge her upon her character. He gave her the benefit of the doubt as one human being to another. And he gave her help. She just finished a fight for her life. Now, 18, 19 months later, here we are in this place, in this courtroom, on your doorstep. And in the end, we will be back up here asking you to do your duty, because the state will not prove that she is not acting in self-defense. We will not prove that beyond a reasonable doubt. And they will not do that, because that's what happened. That's the evidence. They won't bring you any other evidence because it does not exist. We'll ask you to do your duty, to follow the law, and return a verdict of not guilty. Her disturbed and obsessive ex-boyfriend attacked her, cut her, strangled her. She wanted to live. She fought to survive. She's here fighting again to survive. Vote not guilty.
Can you please state and spell your name for the record?
My name is Kimberly Woodworth, Kimberly Woodworth.
What is your occupation?
I work at Polaris. I work in assemblies right now. I did 30 years of childcare before that.
And were you familiar with Alexander Woodworth?
Yes, he's my son.
And where do you live now?
Osceola, Wisconsin.
And did Alex live most of his childhood all in
All
Osceola?
his childhood, yes.
And are you married?
Yes, I am, to John Woodworth.
And how long have you and John been married?
Since 1988, about 31 years.
And did Alex have any siblings?
Yes, he did. He has, he's the oldest. And then Sarah is his sister. And then Jordan and Nicole.
I'm sorry, Jordan and?
Nicole.
Okay. And can you briefly describe your relationship with Alex?
He was my best friend. I could talk to him about anything.
Irrelevant.
I'm an overrule. Noted. Go ahead.
I could talk to him about anything and everything, just about everything. He was very easy, very mature with his conversations. I don't know, he's always been like that.
And what were some of Alex's interests?
He loved anything, I guess nature. He loved anything that lived, moved, breathed. He tried to find understanding, even on bugs and spiders. He wouldn't kill them. He would capture them in a cup and bring them outside, and he'd try and explain that to others too. So.
And what would he do in his free time?
Read all the time, and write.
And how frequently after Alex went to college and graduated would you see him?
I try and get down there at least once a month, and we'd have either breakfast or lunch.
And would you ever go to Racy's coffee shop?
We did a few, probably 5, 6, maybe 7 times.
And when you were with Alex, did he talk to you about the defendant?
He did. He mentioned her name a few times and said he thought she was very nice, easy to talk to, that she had some boyfriend problems, and that he'd take night strolls with her, and she'd just talk to him about it, and he'd try and comfort her.
And do you remember what your last conversation with Alex was about?
Objection, hearsay.
Is there an exception? State want to be heard on that?
I guess it's a topic. I mean, I'm not asking for the truth of the matter asserted. I'm asking.
All right, I'm going to overrule the objection then. It's not for the truth of the matter asserted.
We talked about taxes, his W-2 forms. I had received one in the mail, and I had called him to let him know I had it, and I'd bring it down to him. But I'd never got it. I don't believe I got it to him.
And would you describe Alex as a person who was more concerned about himself or others?
He loved being around people. He couldn't wait to get to Racy's, so he could have that environment and that option of talking to the people around him.
And during his lifetime, did you ever witness Alex be violent towards others?
Never, not ever. He was always the person that people had got in high school. He was the person that people would come to talk to. He was the listener.
May I approach John?
You may.
I'm showing you what's been marked as exhibit number 1. Do you recognize this?
That is my son, Alex Woodworth.
Okay, and is it an accurate photograph of how you remember him?
Pretty scruffy in that picture, but that's him.
Can I request to publish exhibit 1 for the jury?
You may. What's the exhibit number?
Number 1.
Number 1? Okay. Are you offering number 1?
Yes, it also moved exhibit 1 into evidence.
All right. Any objection? Exhibit 1 will be received.
It won't fit on here. I have no further questions.
All right. Any cross-examination, Mr. Nelson?
No, thank you.
Okay. Ms. Woodworth, you may step down. Thank you.
Can you please state and spell your name for the record?
Joan Woodworth, JoanWoodWorth.
And where do you live?
Osceola, Wisconsin.
And are you retired?
Yes.
And what did you previously do for a living?
I was an executive secretary.
And were you familiar with Alexander Woodworth?
Very familiar.
And how did you know him?
He's my grandson.
And are you the paternal grandma?
Yes.
And how many grandchildren do you have?
4.
Can you briefly describe your relationship with Alex?
We had a really close relationship with us. He did. He came almost weekly while he was in high school and had supper with us. He spent time with us at our cabin. He was just generally with us a lot.
And so when Alex moved to Eau Claire, how frequently would you see him?
We tried to make sure we always saw him once a month.
And what would you do with him when you saw him?
We would go out to lunch. We would see if he needed to go shopping for clothes or food, and just spend an afternoon with him.
And do you recall where Alex went to college?
Yes, he went to Eau Claire.
And do you know what his major or minors were in?
He had a major in philosophy and a minor in biology.
And were you familiar with him being involved in the McNair program?
Yes.
And what is that program?
McNair program was a grant program that was established for children who had who were very, very talented, but had no parents who had graduated, or I guess you'd say parents or immediate family who had graduated from a 4-year college. And so he was inducted into that when he was, I believe, a junior. And then he was taken to different colleges where he would be introduced to them for the to go on to college. And he was also went to different conferences where he gives speeches and that kind of thing. And then his last year of school, he actually worked for the McNair program. He worked for one of his professors.
And on February 17th of 2018, do you recall meeting up with Alex at his house?
Yes.
And what did you do that day?
We picked him up and we took him to the family restaurant in Eau Claire for lunch.
And then when you went to his house to pick him up, did you have to wait for him to come out of his house?
Yes.
And did you see anyone exit his house while you were waiting for him?
Yes.
Who did you see?
Ezra.
And is that same girl you saw exit Alex's house on February 17th, 2018, present in the courtroom today?
Yes, she is.
Can you describe what she's wearing and where she is seated?
A flowered shirt with a peach-colored sweater.
Yes, in the record reflect, the witness has identified the defendant, Ms. McCandless.
And prior to that day, did you ever see the defendant?
No.
How would you describe Alex's demeanor with you during that lunch?
He was happy, very happy. He was tired. He was very hungry, as usual, and just more or less his usual self.
And did he talk to you about his feelings regarding the defendant during that lunch?
Objection, hearsay.
It's 90803 sub 3, and then existing mental or emotional condition.
I'm going to note the objection and I'm going to overrule the objection.
Just include also irrelevant, his mindset on February 17th is not relevant.
So noted, overruled.
So did Alex talk to you about his feelings regarding the defendant during that lunch?
He was worried about her traveling back to Stanley that day because she had had car trouble. And she was texting him, and she mentioned that she had car trouble. And we asked him if we needed to go, and see to help her. And he said no, that she said that she knew all the police officers between there and Stanley, and she wouldn't have any problem finding someone to help her.
And that day that you took Alex to lunch, was that the last day you saw him alive?
Yes.
And did you ever offer to buy Alex a car?
Yes.
And did he want a car from you?
No.
Did he tell you why he didn't?
He believed it was just too expensive to have a car at college. There weren't always places to park, and he didn't feel like he had the gas money or paying for insurance. We did offer to pay for his insurance and buy him a car, but he would always say, "Grandma, walking is good for me."
And can you describe Alex's character for me?
He was a person that loved people. He loved children. He loved to be around children. He loved animals. He was very, very much into nature. He enjoyed being with family for like holidays. When he'd come home from college, he was always vibrant and telling stories and making everybody laugh.
I have no further questions.
Right. Any cross-examination?
Good afternoon. Could you tell us your name, please?
Kelly Marie Mills.
And doctor, how are you employed?
I am employed at the Ramsey County Medical Examiner Center in St. Paul, Minnesota.
And in what capacity are you employed there?
I'm the principal assistant medical examiner.
What is a principal assistant medical examiner?
Well, a medical examiner is someone who gets involved when someone dies and helps investigate the case to some degrees, but they're looking for cause and manner of death. The principal just means I'm the second lead at the office.
All right. And how long have you been employed at the Ramsey County Medical Examiner's Office?
17 years.
Right. And let's talk a little bit. Actually, first off, were you employed there in March of 2018?
Yes, I was.
Now let's talk a little bit about your your educational background. Can you describe for the jury, please, your post-high school educational background?
I earned my Bachelor's of Science degree in Biomedical Sciences at Grand Valley State University. I went on to earn my medical degree at Wayne State University. I then went on and did an anatomic pathology fellowship at the Detroit Medical Center. And then I did my forensic pathology fellowship at the Wayne County Medical Examiner's Office in Detroit.
And as part of that, do you also do a residency?
The residency was at the Detroit Medical Center, yes.
And doctor, do you have any board certifications?
Yes, I do.
And what board certification? First off, what is a board certification?
A board certification is after you've completed all of your training. Residency was one of them. You'd sit for a nationwide test, and that gauges whether you pass or don't pass. I'm certified in anatomic pathology. And then after my fellowship, that's again a nationwide test, I took another certification exam, and I am board certified in forensic pathology.
Sorry, they're already marked. Never mind. May I approach, Your Honor? Mr. Mills, I have handed you what has been marked for identification as Exhibit Number 2. Can you tell me what Exhibit Number 2 is?
It's my CV,
And what is a CV?
a curriculum vitae or resume.
All right. And this goes through your educational background, as well as publications that you've been involved in, research and teaching experience, awards, those types of things.
Yes, it does.
Also discusses the organizations that you are a member of.
Yes.
What organizations are you currently a member of?
The National Association of Medical Examiners, or NAME, the International Association of Coroners and Medical Examiners, and here and there, sometimes the Minnesota Medical Association.
All right. Your Honor, I'd move the admission of Exhibit 2 at this point.
Any objection? All right, Exhibit 2 will be received.
All right. And Doctor, how long have you been board certified in forensic pathology? Approximately.
16 years.
All right. And that then brings me to the question, what is forensic pathology?
Forensic pathology is looking at injuries and trauma as they pertain to death, so you can conclude at a cause and manner of death.
And when you talk about cause and manner of death, what is cause of death?
Cause of death is the actual process of death. So if I gripped my chest and had a heart attack right here and now, that would be a myocardial infarction. That's the cause of death.
And what is manner of death?
A manner of death is the circumstances surrounding death. We've got 5. There's natural, suicide, accident, homicide, and undetermined, meaning you can't actually pull one of the triggers on one of the 2, so you're trapped between 2 or 3.
Okay. And Doctor, when you are trying to determine the cause and the manner of an individual's death, what's the procedure that you go through in trying to determine cause and manner of death?
You perform an autopsy.
And is there a particular manner in which you generally perform autopsies?
Yes.
Can you describe that briefly for the jury?
First, you start with the external examination, which is looking at an individual and how you describe that to another person. So age, race, gender, sex, hair color, eye color, if there's tattoos, if there's scars, if there's any missing body parts or amputations, and looking for trauma as well. That's the external exam. Then you move on to the internal exam, which is the internal part of the autopsy. And now you look systematically at all the internal organs, looking for natural disease as well as trauma. Throughout that process, we collect bodily fluids like blood, urine, bile, vitreous fluid from the eyes, and you collect those and save those in case you want to test for drug tests. You can also do electrolyte panels too to give you your sodium and chloride, so forth. Throughout that process, we take portions of the tissue and save those for a period of time in formalin to preserve them. After that is all done, then we are now done with our autopsy, and we have a reasonable degree of going forward for a cause of death as well as a manner.
Right. Do you also document the clothing, or if there is no clothing, the lack of clothing on the individual when they come in for the autopsy?
Yes.
Right. And during the procedures of the autopsy, do you photograph the various items, both the body and then any clothing that that individual may be wearing?
Yes, we do.
I've already provided a copy of these to counsel. Doctor, I've handed you a manila folder that has a series of photographs in them. I want you to take a look at them. They're numbered not sequentially, but we'll discuss the number when we talk about them. And then I just want to ask you a question about them all once you've had a chance to look at them. Doctor, have you had a chance to look at all of the photographs that are contained in that manila folder?
Yes, I have.
All right. And are those all photos that were taken as part of the autopsy procedure? Actually, let me back up a second. In March of 2018, were you asked to perform an autopsy on a body that was identified to you as belonging to Alexander or Alex Woodworth?
Yes, I did.
All right. And did you perform that autopsy?
Yes, I did.
And did you follow the general procedures that we talked about previously?
Yes, I did.
We'll talk about some of the specifics of that. As part of that procedure, do you document by photograph the parts of the autopsy as well as the clothing and the body of the individual?
Yes.
All right. And do all of the photos that are contained in that manila envelope or folder that I gave you, are those all accurate representations of the various items of clothing contained in those photographs?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd move the admission of exhibits, and I'll list the numbers right now. They're exhibits 6, 9, 14, 16, 18, 22, 25, 27, 28, 31, 35, 38, 40, 46, 48, 52, 53, and 56.
Okay. Okay. Exhibits just listed by Mr. Dufour. You have those, Madam Clerk? Those will be received, ladies and gentlemen.
And I would ask to be able to publish, Your Honor, in my method that I intend to do, as opposed to putting the photos on the Elmo. I have them on my computer. If we can switch to that, I have them in the same order that I just listed them, and I will ask Dr. Mills about each photo as we publish it to the jury.
All right, and you have, you're going to indicate which exhibit it is? That
Yes, I will.
Okay.
Yes, if we can switch to there. What we have up there is Exhibit 6. Can you tell us what we're seeing there, Dr. Mills?
We're looking at the front aspect of the pants Mr. Woodworth were wearing. There's a brown belt, and you can see the tan jeans with abundant blood, and then there's tearing at the cuffs at the bottom.
All right. Dr. Mills, when you examined these pants, did you observe any obvious mud on the pants?
No, I did not.
Let's move to Exhibit 9. What are we looking at here?
These are the bottom of the socks that Mr. Woodworth were wearing that I removed from his body.
Did he have shoes on when he came in for autopsy?
No, he did not.
All right. And as far as the socks, did you observe any obvious mud on the socks that Mr. Woodworth was wearing?
No, I did not.
Exhibit number 14, what are we looking at here?
This is the front of the underwear that Mr. Woodworth was wearing, and you can see abundant blood.
All right. And exhibit number 16, what are we seeing here?
This is the front of the band of the underwear that Mr. Woodworth was wearing, and there's a linear defect there in the band.
All right. A hole.
Correct.
All right. In your terminology, you generally refer to something like that as a defect?
That is correct.
All right. And we're going to talk a little bit more about that and the location of that in a little while. exhibit number 18. What are we seeing here?
This is again the front of the underwear that Mr. Woodworth was wearing. It's in the crotch region, and you can see with a little difficulty, just below that gray scale, another defect.
All right. And, Doctor, I'm going to give you, if I may approach, Your Honor.
You may.
This has got a laser pointer on it, which would be the red button. Can you use that to try and show us that area?
The defect is right here in the middle. You can see it's a little bit of crease, but there's the edge of the defect here.
All right, great, thank you. Moving to exhibit 22, what is this?
This is the front of the sweater that Mr. Woodworth was wearing. And again, you can see abundant blood.
All right, and can you just kind of outline for us a little bit where the you talked about abundant blood, where were you seeing blood on there?
The sweater, the original color of the sweater is this grayish color here. Anything from this line that I'm drawing over to the right of the screen, that's all blood soaked. There's blood here along the base of the sweater, as well as on the left armpit, arm, and torso region, and the cuff of the left sleeve.
All right. Moving on to exhibit number 25, what are we seeing here?
This is the neck hem of the front of the sweater that Mr. Woodworth was wearing. And what I'm trying to show here is that there aren't any defects, so it's completely intact.
Okay, so nothing went through the sweater at that area?
That would be correct.
All right. Moving on to exhibit 27, what are we seeing here?
We are looking at the lower portion of the sweater, and it's just showing more of the blood.
Okay.
And no defects.
All right. Taking a look at exhibit 28, what are we looking at here?
This is the bottom of the sweater and showing a little bit of blood at the base, but then you can start seeing a defect here on the left lateral region of the sweater.
All right. And exhibit number 31.
This is the back of the sweater that Mr. Woodworth was wearing, and again, it has blood that you can see, the red-brown discoloration, and you can see a defect at the back of the right shoulder that the pointer is pointing at right now, as well as a defect here on the right side of the back of the sweater, and then another defect on the left. It's more lateral, but the way I have it laid out, it looks like it's on the back.
All right. And looking at exhibit number 35, what are we seeing here?
This is again the back of the sweater that Mr. Woodworth was wearing, and it's got a gray scare that I placed there underneath one of the defects on the right back, and then again you can see the defect at the back of the right shoulder.
Okay. Moving on to exhibit number 38, what are we seeing here?
This is now showing the left side of the back of the sweater, and you can now see two defects on that region of the sweater as well.
All right. And that would correspond to what area on Alex's body when the sweater is being worn?
The left lateral torso.
Okay. And lateral torso is what?
It's lateral is side, and torso is your thorax.
Okay. And what are we seeing here in exhibit number 40?
This is showing the three defects that are located on the left lateral region or back of this sweater. So you've got 1, 2, and then 3 defects.
Okay. And that's on the left side of the sweater?
That is correct, yes.
And what are we looking at in exhibit number 46?
This is the front of the right pant of Mr. Woodworth. It's on the upper region that would correspond to the thigh. And you can see a linear defect here in the central region of the photo.
And looking at exhibit 48, what are we seeing here?
This is a close-up of the front region of the crotch portion of the pants, and you can see another defect.
Right. And exhibit number 52, what are we seeing here?
This is the front of the waistband of the jeans, as well as the belt that are located there. You can see the button that latches the jeans, and I'm showing the absence of a defect.
Okay. And right underneath the buckle there, we see that kind of glossy red, brown color. What is that?
That is dried blood.
And is that kind of pooled in that area?
Yes, it's congealed and it would flake off if you tried to remove it.
And how about if we look on the other side, also underneath the belt, is that some more congealed blood there? On the
Right here, yes.
Okay.
A little bit there as well.
All right, thank you. And then exhibit number 53, what are we seeing here?
This is the front left portion of the waistband that Mr. Woodward was wearing on his jeans, and you can see more of the congealed blood along the seam. And again, a lack of a defect.
All right. And then what are we seeing here in exhibit number 56?
This is the back of the jeans that Mr. Woodward was wearing, and there are no defects.
All right. And is that the area around the seat of those pants in the center there, is that blood in that area?
That is blood, that is correct.
And also, doctor, in addition to the pants, did you check the sweater to see if there was any obvious mud on the sweater as well?
Yes, I did.
And was there any obvious mud on the sweater?
No, there was not.
All right. We can turn off the screen now. Thank you. So, doctor, when you started your examination of Alex, as part of your examination, do you attempt to get an approximate height and weight of an individual?
Yes.
And were you able, what did you note? And actually, let's do something else first. May I approach? Dr. Mills, I have handed you what has been marked for identification as exhibit number 3. Can you tell me what exhibit 3 is?
It is a copy of my autopsy report that I generated for the death of Mr. Woodward.
All right, and is this the copy of the final autopsy protocol?
Yes, it is.
All right, and does this document contain a summary of the findings that you made as it relates to your determination as to the cause and manner of the death of Alexander Woodworth on or about March 22nd of 2018?
It should be March 24th.
Okay, well, that's when you did your autopsy.
That's when I did the autopsy. Yes.
So the death occurred on or about March 22nd. Your autopsy was on March 24th?
My autopsy was on March 24th, correct?
Okay. And does this contain a summary of those findings?
Yes.
All right, Your Honor, I'd move the admission of Exhibit 3 at this point in time.
Any objection to Exhibit 3?
No.
Exhibit 3 will be received, ladies and gentlemen.
So, Doctor, getting back then to height, were you able to obtain an approximate height for Alexander Woodworth as of the time of your autopsy?
Yes, I was.
And what was his height as of the time of your autopsy?
5'8".
All right. And did you also obtain an approximate weight of Alex at the time of your autopsy?
Yes, I did.
And what was that approximate weight?
137 pounds.
Now, let's start then talking about your actual autopsy and your findings. You start with your external exam, I believe is what you said, correct?
Correct.
All right. And one of the first things that you typically check, would that be the nose and mouth area?
Yes.
All right. And what did you note as it related to the nose and mouth areas of Mr. Woodworth? And if you need to refer to your autopsy protocol, that's fine. That's why we admitted it.
I didn't recall anything, and I just confirmed that I don't recall anything.
So nothing, no issues with that? No
That is
injuries, no, all right. Now, as part of your procedure and as part of what you did in this case, did you prepare what would be known as a PowerPoint presentation that will help to demonstrate your various findings from your autopsy?
Yes.
All right. Can we switch back to the screen again in a moment here? And does this appear to be the PowerPoint that you prepared?
Yes.
All right. And Doctor, what you have up there is a laser pointer, also is a remote for the computer, and will allow you to cycle through the slides. The top button, which has an up arrow, will move you forward. The bottom button will move you back one. Okay? All right. So right now we just have a title slide. Why don't we move to slide number 2? Should. All right. Well, I'll move it for you. All right. There we go. What are we seeing in slide number 2 on the, let's start with, slide number 2 here. What are we seeing?
You are seeing Mr. Woodworth as how he arrived to my facility in St. Paul. The body bag is behind him in blue, so he's still lying on that on top of a metal gurney. You see a white sheet. His hands have brown paper bags on them to help preserve potential evidence. There's a multicolored scarf wrapped around his right shoulder and underneath his right forearm and along the right side of his back. You can see the sweater that Mr. Woodworth was wearing. You can also see the jeans and the belt and a little bit of the band of the underwear that Mr. Woodworth was wearing.
All right. And is that the condition that, for example, his pants were in at the time he arrived at autopsy?
Yes.
So in some of the pictures that we looked at earlier, the belt was undone, the top button on the pants was undone. That's not the condition he was in when he arrived?
That is correct.
He was in this condition. It appears can you describe how the belt and the pants are as you saw him initially in autopsy?
They were in a closed position in a normal fitting and wear that a person, male or female, would wear.
All right.
But with the underwear band slightly exposed, though.
All right. And the belt was
also closed.
Okay. Great. Thank you. All right. Let's move to the next slide. What are we looking at here?
We are looking at Mr. Woodworth's hands. The photo on the left is his right hand, and you can see dried blood. And the photo on the left is the unbagged left hand, and you can see a little bit of dried blood on his left hand and a little bit of dirt.
Okay. All right. Let's move to the next slide. What are we looking at here?
We are looking at the bottom of Mr. Woodward's feet that were clothed with the socks. So this is the bottom of the right foot on Mr. Woodworth, the photo on the left. And then the photo on the right is the bottom of the left foot that is socked as well.
All right. And is that the condition that his feet were in at the time he arrived at autopsy?
Yes.
All right. Did any shoes come with him to autopsy?
No.
All right. And obviously then he did not have shoes on when he came to autopsy?
That is correct.
All right. And when you looked at the socks as they sat on Alex's feet, what can you tell us about what you're seeing on those socks?
Well, the right sock, the base of the sock, oops, I'm pressing the wrong button, is clean, dingy from wear, but clean. And you can see where the blood had soaked in but stopped at the back of the heel, but is also along where the great toe is located. On the left foot, you can see that the sock is clean, meaning free of blood.
All right. And any mud on those socks?
No.
Right. Let's move to the next slide. What are we taking a look at and what do we see here?
This is a sharp force injury. When I document sharp force injuries, I systematically just name them from 1 or number them from 1 throughout front to back. So I start at the head, go to the feet and the extremities. So this is what I've labeled as sharp force injury number 1, and it's above his right ear. And you can see there's a linear defect, which is a sharp force injury with clean edges.
All right. Let me stop for a second. I want to ask a couple questions. First off, when you say a sharp force injury, what are you talking about?
An injury caused by an instrument with sharp edges like a knife.
Okay. And you say you number them. Are you able to, and can you, as part of an autopsy procedure, generally determine in what order injuries occur?
You have some idea potentially of an order in some cases, but you systematically just start numbering them from how you see them as what it would make sense when you're looking at an individual.
All right. And so you start at the head, the front part of the body and the head, and move down to the toes, basically?
Correct.
And then reverse and do the same thing with the back?
That is correct.
All right. So the highest injury would be number 1, and then the lowest injury on the back would be whatever the last number is that you total up.
That is correct.
Okay. Great. Thank you. All right. Then let's move on to the next slide. What are we seeing in this slide? Slide number, for the record, slide number 6.
What you are seeing is the unroofing of the calvarium, or the top of the skull. The photo on the right, you can see the saw marks. On the photo on the right, this is a reflected scalp, so that we're looking at what's called the subgaleal tissue. So here is hemorrhage, or subgaleal hemorrhage, on that right side. Now, if you go to the photo on the left, this top part, or the calvarium of the skull, has been pulled down to reveal the dura here. And to the right of that, you can see a brain. There is a collection of blood called subdural blood here in the blue gloves of my assistant. And then you can see the edge of the skull as well there. And on the photo on the right, you can see that there's a sharp force defect right above the right ear.
All right. So let's just talk about this a little bit. First off, you use the term subgaleal blood. What is subgaleal blood?
That is the blood that is on the reflected surface of the scalp.
All right. So we're underneath the scalp, but above the skull. Okay. And then you talked about subdural blood, and I think you have the term subdural hemorrhage there. What is subdural hemorrhage?
So this is the dura. That is this kind of tent-like structure that you're seeing in the photo on the left. This space that's clean, that's called the epidural space. There's no blood there. Underneath the dura, or sub, meaning like subterranean, below, there's a collection of blood, and you can see it starting here, and it's pouring out into the glove of my assistant.
All right. And is that below the skull itself?
Yes.
All right. So is that in the area that would correspond to where that, what you call the sharp force defect in the skull would be?
Yes, that's correct.
All right. Does that indicate, what does that tell you about what happened with the knife or whatever instrument was used to cause that sharp force injury?
That vessels in the subdural and between the dura and the brain have been ruptured, and that causes the hemorrhage.
All right. And that was by the knife or whatever other instrument went through the skull into that area?
Well, the subdural, yes, that would be correct, that there's hemorrhage there from the injury from the knife as well.
And how deep did that injury go from the into the subdural space, or the subdural area?
It was a tract of 1 inch.
So 1 inch deep?
That is correct.
All right. And how hard is the skull to penetrate with a knife or some other type of sharp force instrument?
It takes a lot more effort and difficulty to penetrate the skull than it would soft tissue.
I assume we don't have people going out and testing to see how much force is needed to go through people's skulls typically.
We don't, but I did come across a research paper.
On that area?
Yes, of a case report, yes.
All right. And, okay. Besides the subdural and the subgaleal hemorrhage, was there any additional hemorrhage in that area?
There was. You can't really see it in this photograph because of the subdural is kind of staining the surface, but there's a shiny translucent membrane called the arachnoid mater overlying arachnoid, arachnoid, overlying these curves of the brain, and there was blood in that location called subarachnoid hemorrhage.
Okay. All right, let's move to the next set of injuries. Can you tell us what these are and where they are?
This is the front and back on the right side of Mr. Woodworth, and you can see there are 3 distinct sharp force injuries in this cluster. There's 3 tails here at the anterior front of the neck, and there's also 3 tails here at the posterior or back of the neck.
All right. And now, doctor, are these injuries where someone is jabbing the knife into the neck, or are they injuries where someone is slicing across the neck?
It would be a slice.
And there are 3 separate ones?
That is correct.
And why do you say that?
Because of the 3 distinct tails, both at the front of the neck and at the back of the neck.
All right. And are you able to determine, and can you determine, in which direction the slice is going? In other words, is it slicing from right to left, left to right?
The direction of the wound tract is going back to front, right to left, and slightly downward.
Okay. Thank you. And doctor, it appears that there's quite a bit of separation there of the skin from those injuries. Can you explain why that happens and how that happens?
The elastic fibers that is in everyone's skin and in the region of this neck have been completely transected, so it opens up a wound so that you can expose and see the underlying tissue.
And how deep are these injuries to the neck?
The depth is from the surface of the skin to the lowest point where the wound tract ends is 1 inch.
Let's move on then to the next slide. What do we have here?
This is the front left side of Mr. Woodworth, and you can see 3 distinct, what I've labeled sharp force injuries, number 5, 6, 7, and you can also see a little bit of the trail of the sharp force injuries 2 through 4 at the top of the photograph.
All right. And these injuries, where are these on Alex's body?
The front left region of his neck.
All right. And what types of injuries? I understand they're sharp force. Are these slicing injuries, or are these more stabbing type injuries?
These are more consistent with stabbing injuries.
And as far as those injuries, let's start with injury number 5. Can you tell us how deep injury number 5 is?
That is 1 inch deep.
All right. And how about injury number 6?
A 1/2 inch deep.
And injury number 7?
1 inch deep.
Do they, besides the soft tissue, do they cause any other injury?
No.
All right. Actually, can we go back a second to the previous one? This injury, does that, besides the soft tissue injury, does that cause any other significant injury?
It does. There are vessels lying in this region on the front of the neck. The external jugular vein was transected or severed. The muscle, belly, called the sternocleidomastoid muscle that you can feel. Sternocleidomastoid muscle, which is a muscle you can feel on the front and side of your neck. That was also severed. And then beneath that, a portion of the internal jugular vein was severed.
All right. And can you just tell us about the jugular vein, the external and the internal jugular vein? How large are those veins?
They are classically in the neck and head region. They're the largest veins that you have that are traveling to and from the blood, traveling to and from the neck. So the carotid arteries are the most important arteries going to your head and neck region, and the jugular veins are the ones that drain the blood from your brain and head and return the blood to the circulation to the heart.
And if you sever the jugular vein, the external and the internal jugular vein, is there going to be much bleeding from something like that?
There would be a lot of bleeding from that, yes.
And is that consistent with what you observed on the bleeding or the blood that was found on the sweater and then dropped down onto the pants?
Yes.
All right. Let's move then on to, this is slide number 9. What do we see here?
We are looking at the left side of Mr. Woodworth. You can see his left shoulder here at the right of the photograph. I am indicating 3 more sharp force injuries and an abrasion. Sharp force injury number 8, then 9 towards the back, and 10 in that same plane. And if you look to the right, you can also see 5, 6, and 7 that we've already discussed.
Let's talk about injury number 8. Or I'm sorry, yeah, injury number 8. What can you tell us about injury number 8?
That particular sharp force injury penetrated the underlying soft tissue, the left chest wall, the rib cage, and then it damaged the left lower lobe of the lung. And the diaphragm is a muscle that separates the thorax from the abdomen. It also damaged that as well.
Right. And how deep was that particular injury? Number 8.
This injury right here was 3 3/8 inches deep.
And you say it penetrated the lung. What can you tell us about what you observed with the? Did you eventually open up the body and take a look at the lung?
Yes, I did.
And what could you observe when you did that?
When I opened up the chest cavity, you can see both lungs in their normal places. What you don't see, aside from the defect, is there's no free blood in the chest cavities, which you would expect in a defect to the lung.
All right. And I think we may have a picture of that eventually. Do we, Doctor, do you recall?
Yes, we do.
All right. We'll talk about that a little bit later then. What about sharp force injury number 9? What can you tell us about that?
This particular sharp force injury damaged just the underlying subcutaneous or fat tissue and muscle tissue on the left side of the left lateral torso, and that's it.
And approximately how deep was that injury number 9?
That was 1 inch deep.
All right. And then going to injury number 10, what can you tell us about that injury?
This also just penetrated the underlying soft tissues, did not enter the rib cage either, and it is 1 inch deep.
All right. And then you have...
Excuse me, 1.5 inch deep. Correct that.
Great, thank you. And then we have what you list as an abrasion. What is an abrasion?
An abrasion is scraping off of the skin. So when you fall and get a skin scrape, that's an abrasion.
All right.
So layers of the skin are actually kind of in direct contact and have come off because of an object.
And is that more typically like a friction type injury?
That is correct.
All right. Let's move then to slide number 10. What are we seeing on slide number 10?
This is the back left side of the sweater that Mr. Woodworth was wearing, and I have demarcated in the slide that they correspond to what we saw to his torso. So sharp force injury 8, 9, and 10.
All right. And those go through in the locations where if that sweater was worn in the normal position, the injuries that you observed on the body would have been?
Correct.
All right. Then let's move to what would be slide 11. And what are we looking at in slide 11?
This shows the internal damage of wound sharp force injury number 8. And here we've got on the left side the defects to the left lung, which is also in the middle of the photograph as well. A defect here that's showing fat coming through. This big belly is actually the diaphragm. And then on the photo on the right is now the diaphragm without the fat in it, and you can actually see the demarcated defect.
All right. And doctor, what are we seeing here that's significant in your mind as it relates to sharp force injury number 8 and penetration of the lung?
Well, you can see that there's a little bit of bleeding, but again, the lack of bleeding in the chest cavity was significant.
And what does that mean to you?
That after sustaining this wound, Mr. Woodworth did not live very long.
And when you say not very long, I assume, can you give us a estimate on how long that would have been?
It would be very difficult to say, but it's not just pure minutes. It'd be longer than that, but you can't really say.
Okay. If he had lived significantly longer after that, what would you see there?
You would see a lot more of hemorrhage around these wounds, but you'd see blood pooling like you did the subdural blood. You can feel the blood, and as you saw in the hands that I had in that PowerPoint, you'd have a pool of coagulated blood or free blood, fresh blood, in that chest cavity, which Mr. Woodworth did not have.
Right. And why don't you see that type of bleeding after an individual is dead?
Because that means that they died a short time after acquiring that wound.
And so if you stab into an area, does it have an effect on, does the amount of bleeding depend on whether or not the heart is beating?
It does depend on that, yes.
And why is that?
Because the blood is the motor house of the body, pushing the blood through the circulatory channels, the blood vessels. So if the heart is taken out where it's not pumping, the blood stays where it's located.
All right, and so you don't get hemorrhage?
You can get some, but you don't get the pushing of like force from more blood coming into the area.
All right. So more like what you see here versus what you saw in the subdural space.
That would be correct, yes.
All right. Let's move on then to what would be slide number 12. What are we looking at here?
This is the front lower abdomen or suprapubic region of the abdomen of Mr. Woodworth here at the left side, showing sharp force injury number 11. And then we are looking at the scrotal sac of Mr. Woodworth and what I've labeled as sharp force injury number 12.
All right. Let's start with sharp force injury number 11. What can you tell us about that?
That particular sharp force injury damaged the underlying abdominal fat, but it also went down into the bladder.
All right. And approximately how deep was that injury?
That was 3 inches deep.
All right. And what can you tell us about sharp force injury number 12?
This particular injury is had struck a highly vascularized area, so there's a lot of internal bleeding or bruising, and you can also see the bruising, the purple discoloration. Most of it's been blacked out to preserve the genitalia, but you can see a little bit of bruising here and as well as there on the other side of the grayscale.
And what does that tell you then about this particular injury as far as the timing of that, or what is that going to be an injury when the heart was still? I'm asking a bad question. Let me start over. Is that injury one that you would label as perimortem?
No.
All right. The other injuries that we talked about, the ones to the lungs, are those injuries that you would label as perimortem?
You could label them that, yes.
All right. And what does perimortem mean?
That is in the, you acquire a wound or injury around the time that you're in the dying process.
All right. Well, let's move on to the next exhibit. What are we looking at here, or the next page of this slideshow, which is slide 13? What are we looking at here?
We are looking at, on the left side, the front and crotch region of the jeans that Mr. Woodworth were wearing that correspond to sharp force 12, which was in the scrotum. And then we are looking on the 2 photos on the right, the underwear that Mr. Woodworth was wearing, the top one showing the defect into the band of the underwear that corresponds to the suprapubic sharp force injury number 11 that got the bladder. And then the one on the lower right is again the front crotch region of the underwear that corresponds to sharp force.
All right, here we go. The prosecution. So yeah, she had a square, a relationship square, and it was a really messed up situation because, she was like, it was a love triangle and also it was a square too. And she caught him by surprise completely. And here we go. Yeah, she got him in the nuts. That's true. Alex Woodworth to preserve her reputation and regain control of her chaotic love life. At the time of the murder, McCandless was entangled in a web of lies, secretly juggling relationships with 3 different men. Her primary boyfriend, Jason Mengel, her former boyfriend, Woodworth. When Mengel discovered the affair with Woodworth, McCandless panicked and feared losing him completely. To salvage her relationship with Mengel and cast herself as an innocent victim, rather than a manipulator, she falsely claimed that Woodworth had been stalking and graping her. However, Mengel began asking deeper questions and pushing her to involve the police. McCandless realized that her elaborate lies were about to catch up with her. Fearing the total social ruin of her deceptions were exposed, she decided that deleting Woodworth was her only way out. She lured him to a remote dirt under the pretense of the final meetup, and planning to eliminate the person who could contradict her. She lured him into the remote dirt under the pretense of a final meetup, planning to eliminate the person who could contradict her false allegations. By murdering Woodworth and carving the word boy into her own arms, she attempted to engineer the horrific crime scene that would permanently validate her lies. She hoped the victim setup would convince everyone that she had narrowly survived an assault by the craziest stalker, thereby securing Mengel's sympathy and permanently silencing the one man who could reveal the truth about her affairs. All right, so Jason Mengel was her primary long-term boyfriend, lived together in Eau Claire, Wisconsin, and she desperately wanted to marry him and keep his devotion. Alex Woodworth, her second boyfriend, she began a secret intimate affair with him while still living with Mengel. Woodworth is the man she ultimately lured to a dirt road and murdered. Oh, okay, Passion. I will create another poll that also, in addition to that, yes, I inherited that trait from my LC ancestry. Yeah, there you go. And John Hansen, who's another character in all this, a mutual friend of Jason Mengel and McCandless, she had sexual encounters with him while Mengel was away for military training. She later claimed this encounter was I don't know of an Isaac involved in this. I'll look into it. So there's John Hansen, who was the side dish. There was Jason Mengel, who was the main dish, and Alex Woodworth was a salad. Oh yeah. So anyway, so let's see. Yeah. Yeah, so yeah, I like my analysis there. Okay. So, while someone news reports during the trial mentioned a fourth profile of the partial male DNA on her clothes or body in her past, investigators confirmed it was irrelevant to the case. Her entire motive was the murder of this, so there's 3 specific men that she was involved with. All right, so let's see this. Okay, Isaac appears in the media discussion because Court TV simultaneously covered a completely separate homicide trial. That's Kira McCulley and Isaac Aperduca trial. So that person is for another trial. We could look at later. So that's the complex reasons on why she, on all of her men that she has, and she did it secretly. She is incognito, incognito romance. She stabs right in the pants, literally, unfortunately. Right now, we're going to continue with the trial.
Force injury number 12.
And what does that tell you about how Mr. Woodward's clothing was at the time that he sustained these 2 injuries?
He was wearing them in the normal fashion.
Similar to how you saw them when he came into autopsy?
That is correct.
All right. Let's move to slide 14. What are we looking at here?
This is the internal aspect of the wound tracks 11 and 12. The photo on the left is showing the sharp force injury through the abdominal region just over the bladder dome. And the one on the right is showing now what I've opened up, the scrotal sac, and you can see the internal hemorrhaging that's abundant.
And what are we seeing as far as the amount of hemorrhage as it relates to sharp force injury number 11?
In number 11, fat has this yellow look to it over here. This orangey red is from our cuts as we perform the autopsy, but this more intense red or purple, that is actual hemorrhage that corresponds to the wound tract.
And as far as this injury, can you tell us whether or not this one would be perimortem, or would it be earlier than that?
You would put it in a time scale of earlier than the process of dying, but.
Okay. All right, let's move on to exhibit or page number 15 of the slideshow. What are we seeing here?
This is sharp force injury number 13 on the right index finger. So Mr. Woodward's thumb is down here at the lower right corner of the photograph. This would be the lateral region of the right index finger. You can see the sharp force injury. That's sort of V-shaped here.
Right. And would you be able to characterize what type of an injury we're looking at here?
This would be described as an incised wound or a cut.
Right. Moving to exhibit or page number 16 of the slideshow, what are we looking at here?
On the photograph on the left, this is showing the front of the right thigh, and that is showing the sharp force injury that I have labeled as number 14. You can see hemorrhage in the underlying fat or adipose tissue there. And on the photograph on the right, it's Mr. Woodward's jeans again. And I've demarcated where the defect on the front right thigh of the leg of the pant that corresponds to the sharp force injury on his right thigh.
And as far as sharp force injury number 14, what could you tell us about that?
It just damaged the underlying soft tissues only.
And approximately how deep was sharp force injury number 14?
7/8 inch.
And again, the pants would have been in their normal position when that injury was sustained based upon what you observed?
That is correct, yes.
Let's move to slide number 17. What do we see here?
We are looking at the back of the right shoulder of Mr. Woodworth, and you can see a defect I've labeled as sharp force injury number 15 at the top back of the right shoulder. And then towards the left side of the photo, you can see another defect that I've labeled as sharp force injury number 16.
All right.
What I haven't labeled is the sharp force injuries 2 through 4 that you can still see on the right posterior.
And what can you tell us about sharp force injury number 15?
Sharp force injury number 15 went through the underlying soft tissue in the shoulder, and that was it.
All right. Approximately how deep was that one?
1.5 inches.
All right. And then sharp force injury number 16, what can you tell us about that one?
This particular sharp force injury went through the soft tissue of the back, but also went through the posterior chest wall or rib cage, and it then damaged the right lower lobe of the lung.
So is this the opposite lung of the other one?
That is correct.
Right. And approximately how deep was that injury?
2 3/4 inches.
All right. And I think we'll get to some internals of that in just a moment, but let's talk about image number 18, slide 18. What are we seeing here?
You are seeing the back of the sweater that Mr. Woodworth was wearing and the 2 defects on the back right. The top one is labeled sharp force injury 15 because that corresponds to the top of the right shoulder that we just saw on Mr. Woodworth. And then another one indicating the defect that corresponds to sharp force injury 16 on the right side of Mr. Woodworth's back.
All right. And again, those correspond as if that sweater was in the normal position at the time that those injuries were sustained.
That is correct.
Right. And then slide number 19, just 2 more to go, this one and the next one. What are we looking at here?
This is the inside of the right posterior chest wall. You can see the defect that I label as sharp force injury number 16. And you can see a little bit of surrounding hemorrhage of the intercostal muscle there on that photo on the left. And on the photo on the right, this is the defect to the right lower lobe of the lung.
All right. And doctor, what does this tell you as far as these injuries and whether or not these injuries could be considered to be perimortem or not?
They could be.
And why do you say that?
Because we have just a little bit of hemorrhage here in the intercostal muscles as well as a little bit of hemorrhage surrounding the defect in the right lung.
All right. And if these are made much earlier than perimortem, what would you see as far as hemorrhage relating to these types of injuries?
Well, if you look at the photograph on the left side here, we are looking into the body cavity. Mr. Woodward's head would be up towards the ceiling. His feet would be down towards the floor. His spinal column is right where this edge of the photo that I've kind of cropped, and the edge of his rib cage is on the kind of left side of this photograph as well. If he had lived for a period of time, blood would have filled this cavity that I kind of talked about before with the left lung. That's where the blood pools. There was no blood there.
All right. And doctor, do you have an opinion as to whether or not it is likely that sharp force injury number 16 and the other injury to the lung, which I believe was sharp force injury number 8, were at approximately the same time?
They're approximately the same time.
And why is that?
Because again, of the lack of the bleeding inside the chest, the free blood in these chest cavities, there isn't any, so there's not a significant survival period.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the question. The
I'm
question was whether these occurred at the same time as...
At approximately the same time. 16 and 8.
Gotcha.
Okay. Thank you. All right, then finally, what we're looking at here, what are we seeing?
This is a collage of 4 different photographs. The top left one is Mr. Woodworth on his back, and we're looking from the right side of his body. You can see what I've labeled as an abrasion, but again, you can still see sharp force injuries 2 through 4, a little bit of sharp force injury 15, sharp force injury 16, and sharp force injury 14.
All right, and the next one over with the hands.
This is the top right photograph is showing 2 abrasions on the back of the left index finger and left middle finger.
And the one in the bottom right?
The bottom right is showing a small abrasion on the palmar aspect of the right wrist.
That's the palm side?
That's correct.
All right, and the bottom left?
Bottom left is showing an abrasion. There is a faint hint of a contusion around that as well on Mr. Woodworth's left knee.
And when you say a contusion, what are you talking about?
That is a bruise.
All right. Doctor, just a couple things to back up a second. We can turn off the projector now. The sharp force injury to the head, what was the direction of that? Were you able to establish a wound track or a direction for that injury?
Yes, I was.
And what was the direction of that particular injury?
That was going front to back, right to left, and slightly downward.
All right. And how about the injury to the scrotum or the scrotal sac? Was there a directionality to that one as well?
There's no real directional component. You can just say front to back because it was the front surface that was struck, and so the damage occurred posterior to that surface. No other directional quality to the scrotal sac.
Okay. When you received, when Alex Woodworth's body came to your autopsy room, can you tell us the condition of you talked about the bag, that it was in a body bag. What was the condition of that body bag when it arrived?
It was sealed.
All right. And did you break the seal?
I did.
All right. Of the injuries, and correct, and I guess I just want to be sure that I understand for sure peri-mortem. Where is what again does that mean, just so that I understand it for sure?
Peri-mortem is around the time period of the process of dying. So ante-mortem is prior to death, peri-mortem is in that process of dying, and then post-mortem is after death.
All right. And which of the injuries, in your opinion, would be peri-mortem of the injuries that you observed?
I would say 5, 6, 7, just because of lack of significant hemorrhage that I could see in the adipose tissue, potentially. The ones to the torso, although to be fair, you do need to see more of an internal wound track, so wound 8, but that would include 9 and 10. 11 could be considered, that's the suprapubic one that damaged the bladder. There was only minimal hemorrhage. We didn't have free blood in the pelvis region. Wound number 13 is hard to say because usually a superficial incised wound like a paper cut, you don't get a significant amount of bleeding, so I'm going to leave that wound out. But number 14 to the right thigh could be considered peri-mortem. I didn't see a lot of significant bleeding there either. Wound number 15 and wound number 16, the two that we just saw on the right back.
All right. And so then that leaves us, of the ones that you would say are definitively not perimortem, would all of those be antemortem? Let's leave out number 13 for now, which is the one you said, just because of the amount or the size there, you can't say for sure. But would the other ones be antemortem?
That would be correct, yes.
All right. When someone is in that perimortem state, when they're, getting to that point, is there an effect typically on the body at that point in time?
There is, but it depends on the cause that got you to that perimortem state. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
No, continue, I'm sorry.
In this particular instance with the sharp force injuries and losing of blood from the injuries, there would be cardiovascular collapse because you're losing a lot of blood. So your heart is trying to keep the individual, in this case Mr. Woodworth, alive, and would shunt the blood to the brain and the lungs and the heart at the peril of the skin, the kidneys, the spleen, the liver. You're trying to keep the greater being alive and sacrificing some of the other organs to do so.
And as it's doing that, it's going up to as I understand it, it goes up to the brain through the jugular, or through the
Carotids.
carotid artery, and then it's coming back through the jugular veins, correct?
That is correct.
And is that speeding up then the blood loss because of the fact that those are then severed?
Well, the head consumes quite a bit of the output of the heart, so it's considered a significant wound when you have any injury to the neck, the major neck vessels.
All right. Now, after you finished the external exam that we've talked about, you then conducted your internal exam?
That is correct.
And what's the process of doing an internal exam? What's the first thing that you do?
First, you check that the organs are in their normal anatomic locations. Some people are born with some congenital issues where there's transposition or different sides. So when your heart's supposed to be on the left side, it's actually on the right side. So you're looking for that kind of anomaly in general. And then you also start looking for natural disease processes.
All right. And were all of Alex's internal organs in their normal anatomical position?
Yes, they were.
And I assume you take a look at the heart.
Yes,
And what can you tell us about your internal exam of Alex's heart?
it was normal.
All right. Anything about the heart or anything in the cardiovascular system besides the injuries that you described to, for example, the jugular veins, anything about the cardiovascular system that would have led to or been a cause of Alex's death?
No,
Do you also look at the gastrointestinal system?
yes.
All right, and what can you tell us tell the jury, explain to the jury what the gastrointestinal system is?
That is the digestive tract. So that is formed by the esophagus, the stomach, the small bowel, and the large bowel.
Anything about that was of concern in your autopsy?
No,
Anything about the gastrointestinal or the GI system that would lead to or be a cause of Alex Woodworth's death?
no,
Did you review the other internal organs?
I reviewed all of them, the liver, the spleen, the kidneys, the bladder, the prostate gland.
And any of those, you've already described the injuries to the lungs, and you've described the injury to the bladder that were sharp force injuries. Anything besides those sharp force injuries to those particular internal organs that had a role or in the cause of the death of Alex Woodworth?
No,
Right. Did you note any disease or other process besides the sharp force injuries that contributed to Alex Woodworth's death?
no,
Now, do you also have toxicology performed on some of the samples from Alex Woodworth?
Yes.
All right. And can you tell us briefly what toxicology is?
Toxicology, that is testing for both prescribed drugs as well as illicit drugs.
All right. And what do you generally have tested for that?
In this particular case, it was a large panel of drugs as well as alcohol.
All right. And do you test, I think you talked about, and maybe that was a poorly worded question, do you test blood, urine, vitreous fluids, or all of them?
It depends on the case.
Okay. And in this case, what did you have tested?
I tested the blood.
All right. And when you had that blood tested, you send it out, I assume, to a lab?
That is correct.
And is it a lab that you generally rely upon as part of your duties as a forensic pathologist?
Yes, it is.
And was anything noted from that was contributory to the death of Alex Woodworth?
No.
Were you able to, and did the tests indicate the presence of any types of drugs?
Just caffeine.
Okay. So something that you, so coffee or something like that?
Soda, Monster energy drink, something.
All right. Do you have an opinion, Dr. Mills, as to the cause of the death of Alex Woodworth?
Yes.
And what is that opinion as to the cause of Alex Woodworth's death?
Multiple sharp force injuries.
And can you tell us which of those injuries had the greatest impact on his death?
From that of the autopsy, that would be the sharp force injury to the head, so number 1. The sharp force injuries 2 through 4 to the right side of Mr. Woodworth's neck. They would have bled profusely. And sharp force injury number 12 to the scrotum, that again bled profusely.
All right. And even though 12 is a pretty small injury, correct?
Yes, in size.
But there was significant bleeding from it?
Yes, there was.
All right. Do you have an opinion as to the manner of death for Alex Woodworth?
Homicide.
And doctor, is one of the things that you, when you conduct or when you have toxicology, is one of the things that is looked for cotinine?
What?
Cotinine.
Cotinine.
Cotinine, I'm sorry, thank you.
Yes, it is.
And what is cotinine?
It's a metabolite or breakdown product of nicotine.
All right. And can you tell us whether or not there was cotinine shown in any of the tests of Alex's blood?
It was negative.
All right. And following the autopsy, what did you do? What happened with Alex's clothes that you had documented and took the photographs of?
We dried them, air dried them, and then placed them in separate brown paper sacks that were sealed and then secured into a larger brown paper sack and released to the law enforcement.
All right. And that would have been Dunn County law enforcement?
That would be correct.
All right. And doctor, if you smoke a cigarette and then die shortly afterwards, would that necessarily, would cotinine necessarily show in that test result?
Not necessarily.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time I'm going to move as well Exhibit 4. There's 2 parts to Exhibit 4. One is the actual disc that has the PowerPoint presentation that the jury saw, so that's the electronic version. The other is a printed out version of that PowerPoint. So I'll move those so that the record is complete as to those items, and copies have already been provided to counsel.
Exhibits, was it Exhibit 4A and B, or just?
That would probably be the best way to do it, Your Honor. Have A be the electronic version and B be the printed version.
Yes.
So they'll be marked, clerk will mark 4A and 4B in that fashion. Any objection, Ms. Vishny?
No.
All right, exhibits 4A and 4B then will be received.
The state has no further questions for Dr. Mills at this point, Your Honor.
All right, well, before cross-examination, we're going to take a break, ladies and gentlemen, so we'll give you 10 to 15 minutes or so you can stretch, use the restroom. Okay, we'll be in recess.
Dr. Mills, you would agree with me, and I believe you said it on direct examination, that your order of the wounds just has to do with top to bottom, front to back, and has nothing to do with the order that the wounds actually occurred in, correct?
That is correct.
And you might call that an arbitrary numbering system, though in fact it seems to be quite logical, doesn't it?
Yes.
And you would agree that you cannot exactly order these wounds. I mean, you've made some comments of ante-mortem versus peri-mortem, but you can't say first was this one, then was that one, then was that one. That's not something that a person can do, right?
That's correct.
Okay. And you would also agree, I'm sure, that when something is happening, it's a dynamic struggle when this stabbing was occurring, that you cannot say this person, the person being stabbed, was laying down or face up. You can't say that unless you have a videotape running to show what actually happened, right?
You need something that shows you for both, not only the victim, but the assailant as well.
And thank you, because I was going to mention that. That was actually going to be the next question, so you took the words right out of my mouth. So you also would need to see the two people, the person with the knife, the other person in motion with each other, to know exactly what happened, right?
To get a better idea of what happened.
Correct. So let me ask you specifically about the clothing. You took a look at the clothing that came in with Mr. Woodworth's body into the morgue.
That is correct.
And so you were able to see the clothes that he was wearing, but obviously not the clothes he wasn't wearing, correct?
That would be correct.
So you didn't examine his coat, right?
That would be correct.
Didn't examine his shoes.
That would be correct.
Because you were told that those items were not on his body when his body was found.
That would be correct.
And the one thing that you did note, or well, you noted a lot of things, but something you did note was that the socks and the pants did not have any mud on them.
Correct.
So certainly he wasn't kneeling in the mud, because we would see mud on his pants, right?
Correct.
And he wasn't walking around outside in his socks, because there were no mud on his socks.
That is correct.
They were dirty, but that's more of a laundry issue. Right?
Correct.
Okay. Can we turn that on, please? Okay. And I'm just showing you what's been marked as exhibit number 603, I believe. That is a photograph from the scene, correct?
Yes.
You've seen that before, because at a different time, either law enforcement officers or prosecutors showed you seen photographs, even though we haven't discussed those yet.
I have visualized seen photographs. I don't know that I recognize this one.
Okay, but one thing that you are able to do or tell us from looking at that is you can see there's blood on the ground.
I agree, yes.
And blood, when blood drips, it moves in the direction of gravity. That's purely logical, right?
That is correct.
Right, so if I'm standing like I'm standing right now and bleeding, it's generally going to go down.
That is correct, yes.
And if I'm standing on my head and bleeding, it's going to go in the direction of my head. Let's say if I'm bleeding from my neck, right?
Can you repeat that again?
If I'm upside down, it's going to go the other way. That's basically
Yes, that is correct.
fancy way of saying that. All right, and it is also true that blood gets absorbed by clothing, right?
Yes, it does.
Okay. Now, we talked about the issue, we can take that picture off. That's fine, Madam Clerk, thank you. You've talked about what peri-mortem is, and there was a lot of time spent on this, and I wrote down, you said that peri-mortem is around the time that a body is processing death. I believe you used that word.
It's the process of dying.
It's the process of dying. which doesn't happen necessarily in an instant.
That is correct.
I mean, it can. If you shoot somebody in the head, they could potentially die in an instant, right?
There are possibilities of instantaneous death.
Right. But in this particular case, as far as perimortem, when you talk about perimortem, you cannot say how long it is. What you can say is it's longer than pure minutes. That's where the words that you used.
That would be correct, yes.
Okay. So there's no real way to tell exactly what it is, right?
Correct.
But what you do know from having looked at these injuries is that after Mr. Woodworth, let's just talk about the neck injury for a minute, okay? You showed us the neck injury, which is basically 3 injuries, number 2 through 4.
Okay.
Right?
Well, there were 6 then. 6
Well, all
injuries
right,
to his
I'm
neck.
sorry. I should be more specific. The one that's kind of gaping on the right side of the neck are injuries number 2 through 4.
That is correct.
All right. And the reason that gapes, as you pointed out, is because the elasticity of the neck, the skin stretches out. It's not like somebody took a knife and took a big chunk out of someone. It's a slash mark.
It's a slash through the elastic fibers.
Okay. And just as we talked about before, you can't tell exactly what's happening without knowing how people are moving. It's impossible to tell exactly what was going on with these 2 bodies at the time of that slash mark.
That is correct.
And in fact, it's quite possible that the knife in the hand of the person who's wielding the knife may not even necessarily leave the skin when when injuries number 2 through 4 happen.
There is potential that, yes, the knife did not leave the skin surface and kept cutting in different directions.
And that could be because either the person who's being cut is moving or the person doing the cutting is moving.
That is correct.
Either one.
Correct.
So certainly the person who has the knife and has made that mark may not perceive at all that it ended up being 3 separate wounds.
That is possible.
Right. It's certainly possible they could perceive it as one particular wound, right?
That's possible.
And we talked about the fact, or you talked about the fact, that a lot of the wounds in this case are pretty shallow, relatively speaking.
Except a few.
Except a few. Few of them are deeper.
That's
right?
correct.
But most of the wounds are somewhere between 3/4 of an inch to 1.5 inches, right?
That is correct.
And most of the wounds simply hit soft tissue.
Correct.
Right? And most of the wounds, except for the wound to the head, didn't particularly cut through bone, right?
The sharp force injury number 8 did go through bone.
Okay, and that would be the sharp force injury to the lung.
Yep, the left lung, the left chest
The left
cavity.
lung. Okay, but otherwise, the rest of these wounds go not particularly into hard surfaces like a skull or a bone, which require more force, correct?
That would be correct.
And it doesn't, and how much force something requires, you can't really tell, right? Because like you said, you can't measure it, correctly?
That is true and false. There are records of force necessary.
Okay, so, but in terms of actually what's happening, like when you go through skin, actually what I mean to ask you is this. When a knife goes into a body, into a soft tissue area of a body, the tissues collapse, right? Or can collapse, why don't I say that? Be more precise.
It is possible that they collapse, yes.
Right. So for example, one can have a wound that is longer than the length of the blade of a knife that went into the body.
That would be an incised wound, yes.
And that particularly tends to happen in soft tissue, correct?
Yes.
And therefore we see that more in the torso or the abdomen, which is softer than, let's say, you cut into somebody's arm and it hits bone right away.
Well,
stab into somebody's arm.
Oh, I was going to say any part with skin, you can have an incised wound, so that would be an incorrect statement, but you're more likely to hit bone in certain locations.
Okay, so this tissue collapse, so the length of a knife wound does not necessarily match exactly how deep a knife went in. It varies. It can vary.
It can vary, correct.
Okay. Now, you talked specifically about wound number 11 being very, I can't remember if you said it hit the bladder, it was very close to the bladder?
It went through the bladder.
Okay, so that would cause the person who received that wound to potentially feel an urge to urinate.
The only nerve fibers you feel are on the skin surface, so every sharp force injury would cause pain. A sharp force injury to the bladder would not cause pain because there's no nerve fibers for that, only for the expansion of the buildup of urine.
Okay, but it could potentially cause that person to feel that they needed to urinate, right?
If there's pressure on the bladder from an external force, yes.
Okay, and as terms of Mr. Woodworth, one of the other things you mentioned was wound number 13. That was a small wound to the, I think it was the right index finger.
That is correct.
And that is what one might call a defensive wound.
You can put it in the textbooks, they would say anything on the upper extremities or possibly lower extremities would be considered a defensive wound.
Okay, so on the upper extremities, that would be the hands, for example?
That would be correct.
So one would call something like a defensive wound if it's in the palm of a hand, that can be considered, or that's classically a defensive wound.
On any surface of the extremities, yes.
Okay. And by the way, in terms of looking at this, you did notice some abrasions in addition to the sharp force injuries.
That is correct.
One of those abrasions was to the knee.
That is correct.
And I believe that was to the left knee.
Yes.
Correct? And there was no mud around that abrasion.
Correct.
And no mud on the pants outside that corresponded to the abrasion on the left knee.
Correct.
No cuts to the pants to the abrasion on the left knee.
Correct.
And the abrasions that you saw, well, I wouldn't use the word contemporaneous, but they happened around the same time as this entire knife struggle, correct?
Yes.
Now, certainly, Mr. Woodworth's larynx was not cut.
That is correct.
So he could talk.
That is possible.
Right. And he could not only just talk before he died for some time, he could walk, correct?
That would be correct.
And the lungs never collapsed.
That is correct.
So there's not lung collapse, there was nothing what you would call a pneumothorax, meaning air in the lungs, right?
Meaning air in the chest cavity, that free space that we saw.
Right. And although eventually his voice could get weaker, at a certain point he could still talk, right?
That is correct.
Like that knife wounds, the knife wounds you saw to the neck would not impede talking.
That would be correct.
And the knife wound to the head, which you've talked about, would also not impede talking.
That would be correct.
And it would not impede walking or voluntary movement either.
That is correct.
So in the time that he lived, he could potentially be walking and talking. There's nothing medically that says that could not have happened.
Correct.
Okay. All right, I just want to ask you, you talked a little bit about your training, and if I remember correctly, you've really gone through a lot of training to get to the position that you're in today, right?
Yes.
It's fair to say medical school, residencies, and then you've had 2 actual fellowships. That's a long period of time to be in training.
Well, the sub-fellowship was during my last year of residency as well, so it was at the same exact time.
Okay, I understand. So that's the sub-fellowship, and that's the one in anatomical pathology, right?
Well, residency is anatomical pathology,
Okay.
but the hospital that I trained at was also very close to the medical examiner's office, and I was granted permission to do both at the same time. And then I did my formal forensic pathology training after I completed anatomic pathology.
Okay, and that's when you're a forensic fellow.
That is correct.
Okay, and that's generally speaking, a period of a year where you're a full doctor, but you study under other doctors, right?
That is correct.
And they, the chief medical examiner will look at your work and evaluate it and discuss it, and that's how you get better at what you do.
That's how you learned what you're doing, yes.
Okay. So as I understand it, in terms of that, it's different than the kind of training you've received as a forensic pathology is much more extensive, let's say, than somebody who's doing a residency in a different field of medicine and just goes through a rotation in forensic pathology.
That is correct.
Okay, a rotation is just a matter of what, several weeks?
It can depend, it could be 1 or 2 months.
Okay, but it's not the extensive training that you've gone through the entire year with the fellowship and getting board certified?
Well, forensic pathology, I mean, you learn, other doctors in other fields will come through and shadow or go through rotation with the medical examiner's office so they can learn injuries as well. However, their job is not to do what I do, doing a post-mortem exam, doing the autopsy, signing a death certificate for cause and manner of death in that particular case. They may utilize those skills in whatever field they do.
Correct. And it doesn't, and of course, when you're board certified, at a certain point, you have to reboard, don't you? Don't you have to take the exams again at a later date?
It depends on when you graduated.
Oh, okay. So are you one of the lucky ones who doesn't have to take it, or one of the unlucky ones who does have to do it again?
I do not have to take it again.
Okay. And as far as, one other question about the body, you did not note in your reports any hilt marks from the knife in Alex Woodworth's body, correct?
That is correct.
Now, by a hilt, a knife has a blade, and then the edge is usually what you call the hilt to the handle. Is that?
That is correct.
Okay, I'm not real hyper technical, but so when somebody plunges a knife fully into another person with great force, it can leave a hilt mark on the body.
It's possible. It depends on what the victim is wearing.
Okay, so it might not happen through clothing, correct?
That is correct.
All right, and actually, in most knife wounds, you don't actually even see hilt wounds, right?
That is correct.
Okay. Now, in addition to your board certification and your job, you've also published some articles, correct?
That is correct.
And I'm looking at exhibit number 2, which is your curriculum vitae. You've shown what you've done some research on, right?
That is correct.
And in this, and you've also had, I believe, and I counted them, you can tell me if I'm wrong, but I counted 7 published articles in various medical or scientific journals.
I believe there's a few more that have yet to be added.
Okay, but 7 on the copy of exhibit number 2 that you gave me.
Yes.
And those articles are in various areas of infancy, carbon monoxide, various other areas concerning, for various areas of forensic pathology, correct?
No. Some are research things from my residency as well.
Okay.
So that would be anatomic pathology, like breast cancer or kidney cancer, that kind of thing.
All right. But none of them are articles about sharp force injuries?
No, they are not.
I don't have anything further. Thank you.
Great. Mr. Dufour, do you have any redirect?
Yes, Your Honor. Doctor, you said, I believe on cross-examination, that I think the question related to, can you tell anything without having a videotape of the incident about the respective positions of the assailant and the victim? And you said it depends. Can you explain to us what that means?
Well, in my mind, when the question was being asked as well, just because if you have videotape doesn't mean it's going to clearly show you any definitive positions of hands, of locations of blows, or anything like that. I've seen enough where you just might not be able to tell things as well. Okay. And without a video, are you able to tell anything based upon the wounds that you see, and especially in something like this where we're dealing with sharp force injuries, about the respective positioning of the assailant and the victim? What I can say is there's different movements. The trajectories are changing, so bodies are in motion. That's pretty much all I can say. Okay, that's fair enough. So, Doctor, looking at the blood on the back seat area of the pants that we see here, there were some questions about if the person was standing up, blood is going to move forward. I would assume that if someone's sitting down, blood is also going to move downward, correct? That is correct.
Is the blood that we see on the seat area of the pants here, can you tell us if that's more consistent with a person that is standing up? Considering the injuries that you observed to Alex, Is it more consistent with someone who's seated, someone who is standing, or you can't tell?
Someone who is seated,
Why is that?
because you can see the blood forming kind of a circular pattern in density in the seam, central seam region of the pants. So that would be where the blood's going to pool and start expanding out.
And so if they were standing, you'd see a different pattern there.
You would see a fluid trail going down the leg
All right.
of either side since it was the scrotum.
And you don't see any of that?
No.
Okay, thank you. We can switch that off now. There were some questions about whether some of the wounds were, that many of the wounds were shallow. Would you characterize, I know the one to the head was not very deep, but would you characterize that as a shallow wound or a deeper wound? And if so, why, what's your opinion? Why is that your opinion?
Despite the numerical value of the depth of that wound, the location is important, and that particular sharp force injury that was above the right ear damaged a region of the brain, causing significant bleeding. So the shallowness does not necessarily implicate insignificance.
All right. And would you characterize that as a significant wound?
Yes.
All right. Now, and there were questions about whether or not it is possible that someone can walk and talk for a time period after the injuries. How likely is it that someone can walk and talk for a significant period of time after the injuries that you described as not being perimortem?
Unlikely.
And when you're talking about a significant period of time, what do you understand by that?
Yeah, because the question wasn't significant period of time. The question was, could he do it for a period of time? I just don't want the cross to be misstated.
Well, I'll just sustain. Can you rephrase?
What I was asking, my question was if they could walk or talk for a significant period of time. She said unlikely. Now I'm just trying to ask what a significant period of time is.
All right, we'll go ahead.
Thank you. What in your mind would be a significant period of time?
An hour would be very significant. Even 30 minutes would be significant.
Okay. There were some questions about hilt marks. Can you tell us what a hilt mark is, just so that we're all clear on that?
So the blade of a knife inserts into a handle. At the edge of the handle, between the blade and the handle, there may be, and there doesn't have to be, but there may be a perpendicular structure that helps rest against the hand of the particular user. Kitchen knives don't have a hilt. They're rounded, they don't have hilts. Hunting knives may or may not, depending on your knife. So if you think of like your classic swashbuckling sword, you had a guard and a hilt that covered the hand. Most sharp force knives don't have that really anymore.
Okay. And even if there is a hilt on a knife, if it's through clothing like the sweater or the pants that we see here, would you typically see a hilt injury?
Something more bulky like the sweater would definitely block the impression of a hilt. The jeans shouldn't do it too much because they're a lot thinner fabric.
Okay. Any of the injuries in the pants that would have gone to, if based on what you observed, actually, let me back up a second. Did you have a chance to see a picture of the knife that was involved?
No, I have not.
Okay. Did you see a drawing of it?
Not to my recollection. No.
Okay. All right, that's fine. You talked about, I think, an incised wound. Can you tell us what an incised wound is?
That is defined as a sharp force injury that's longer than it is deep, but for layman's purposes, it's a cut.
Okay. All right. And were any of the wounds that you observed here incised wounds?
There were some that were complex between a stab and incised. A stab wound is one that is deeper than it is on the surface of the skin. We're always referencing the surface of the skin. That's how we measure the wound. So it's smaller in size, but the wound track goes deeper.
And Doctor, you were asked some questions about wounds to the upper extremities and that some of those can be considered defensive wounds. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
Are all wounds to the upper extremities defensive wounds?
No.
All right. And Doctor, have you seen wounds on individuals who have come in for autopsy or through any of your research where an individual suffers a wound to their hand, grabbing the blade portion of a knife to wrest, or in an attempt to wrest that knife away from the assailant?
Yes, I have.
Can you describe what those wounds look like when you've seen them?
They would be deeper. You would start seeing the fat like you did in a lot of the stab wounds, and you may, depending on the depth, see the underlying tendons or muscles of the hand.
Would they be characterized by someone who looks at them as superficial cuts or scratches?
No.
I have no further questions for.
All right. Is there any recross?
Very briefly,
Okay.
just a couple of things. You were just asked about, I'm going to be using, we don't have this mark, we need to get that mark. The wounds you've seen, the hands, the deeper wounds that you were just talking about, all the people who you looked at those who came into your lab, they were all dead, right?
That is correct.
Okay, so you haven't, made observations about those kind of defensive wounds in your practice as a forensic pathologist of alive people, right?
All of my patients are dead.
Yes. Okay. And that sounds like a pun or something like that, but anyways, I'm going to show you another exhibit. The item number is what, 6, excuse me, for the record. That is going to be number 615. We showed it to you, right?
Yeah.
Very good. So I'm showing you number 615, and that was previously shown. That's Mr. Woodward's body. When you saw it, I think you described something very similar in your packet earlier of the pictures, correct?
Correct.
And that picture, which it shows clearly blood on Mr. Woodward's pants, correct?
That is correct.
And we can see the pooled blood in the pants in the scrotal area that you were just talking about earlier that you say can happen while somebody is sitting.
That is correct.
That could happen also kind of if they're kneeling forward too, as well as sitting, correct?
What we're seeing at the front of the pants, yes, but at the back of the pants, no.
Okay, but certainly on the left leg of the pants, you see what appears to be dripping blood or blood that moved with the force of gravity, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, nothing further, thank you.
Hang on just a second. Is that, what exhibit is that?
615.
All right. Are you offering that exhibit?
Yes, I'm going to move both of the exhibits into evidence that we have previously used. This is number 615, and I believe the other one that we used was number 603.
Okay. Any objection?
Can I just,
603 and 615?
yeah, no objection to either of those, Your Honor.
Okay. Exhibit 603 and 615 will be received. Okay. All right. There are no further questions.
Spell your Wisniewski.
And how are you currently employed, ma'am?
I work at a restaurant in Appleton, Wisconsin.
All right. And how long have you worked there?
I've worked there about 2 months.
All right. And were you employed in March of 2018?
Yes.
How were you employed in March of 2018?
I worked at Lacy Delaney's Coffee Lounge in Eau Claire, Wisconsin.
And did you have any specific position at Lacy's?
I started as just a barista at first and then became a manager and was the manager for 3 years.
All right. And were you the manager as of March of 2018?
Yes, I was.
All right. Now, Ms. Wisniewski, as the manager in March of 2018, what were your general duties?
I made the schedule. I stocked when after hours. I just had to control the employees, really.
Okay. And were you the one who would have scheduled the employees that would have been working on March 22nd of 2018?
Yes, it was me.
And do you recall who was scheduled to work that day?
I don't recall offhand.
All right. Would your memory have been better at the time when you were interviewed in March of 2018?
Yes.
All right. And do you think reviewing a report of the interview that was conducted of you in March of 2018 would refresh your memory as to who was employed?
Yes.
All right. May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
What's that?
No, I'm talking amongst yourself.
I'm just showing you a document. I want you to take a look at it for a second, and I'm going to take it away and ask if it refreshes your memory as to who was working on that particular day.
Okay.
Does that refresh your memory?
It does.
Who was working on March 22nd, 2018?
It does.
And who was working on that day?
According to that, it says Ariel was
Objection, that's hearsay. For memories actually refreshed, that's not.
All right, sustained and.
Right. Do you remember it at this point in time? Now that it's away, do you have independent, do you remember who was working? If you don't, that's fine.
I don't.
Okay, that's fine. Was your memory good at the time that you were interviewed by law enforcement?
Yes.
And did you provide them with accurate information at that point in time?
I did.
All right. And do you have any reason to believe that the information in the report that you saw is inaccurate as to what happened?
I don't.
What you told them?
I don't.
Are you familiar with Alex Woodworth, or were you familiar with him?
Yes, I was.
How did you become familiar with Alex Woodworth?
He was hired on as an employee at Lacy's while I was working there by another manager.
Did you become familiar with him before he was hired?
Yes, he was a regular before he was hired.
All right. And how long approximately before Alex's death in March of 2018 was he hired to work at Lacy's?
About a year and some change.
Okay. And how would you describe Alex as a person?
Objection, 90404.
Your Honor, I believe it goes. Shall we approach?
All right, go ahead.
Ms. Wisniewski, specifically as to Alex's, can you tell us whether or not you would describe him as a peaceful person, a violent person, something in between?
I would say I never saw him get angry once.
Right. And did you ever see him do anything that would be considered violent?
No.
Did you ever hear him discuss violence or an interest in violence?
Never.
Do you recall when the last time that you saw Alex was approximately?
It was about 3 days before he passed.
And how was he at that point in time?
He seemed himself.
All right. Was he upbeat or was he down, depressed?
I can't recall the exact emotion.
Were you familiar with the defendant in this case?
No, not very much.
Okay. Did you ever see her in Lacy's?
Yes, just as a regular.
All right. And would you ever give her a free coffee while she was there?
Objection. Irrelevant.
You may answer.
I had before, but mostly other employees would do so.
Okay. And how long prior to his death, I know you said that Alex worked at Lacy's for a year and change before his death. How long did you know him? How long had he been coming in?
Oh, probably about 2.5 years I knew him.
And when you say he was a regular, what do you mean by that?
They're almost daily.
Okay. Is that even before he started to work there?
Even after he started to work there.
All right. And when he would come, would he stay for a couple minutes?
Hours.
I'm sorry?
Hours.
All right. And what would he do while he was there?
He was mostly on his computer watching shows or just sitting in a corner by himself, maybe reading.
Okay. Is that something that's unusual for people to be there long periods of time?
No, not at all.
Irrelevant.
Overruled.
And do you see the individual who you talked about as being the defendant in court here today?
Yes.
Could you point her out by where she's seated and what she's wearing?
To the left of Aaron Nelson, wearing glasses and a pink blazer.
To your left?
Yeah, to my left.
All right. The record will reflect that the witness has identified the defendant, Ms. McCandless.
I don't have any other questions for Ms. Wisniewski.
Okay. Any cross-examination?
Yes, please. Ms. Wisniewski, did I pronounce that?
Wisniewski.
Wisniewski. Were you at Lacy's on March 22nd?
I was not.
Alex was a friend of yours?
Yes.
You liked him?
Yes.
Do you know who Jason Mengel is?
Yes.
Fair to say he's not a friend of yours.
Right.
He's someone you, for lack of a better term, didn't like.
Had indifferent feelings.
You've talked to the police before about this, is that right?
Yes.
And in those talks with the police, as you already went through, you were honest with them?
Yes.
You told them what you felt?
Yes.
Told them what you saw?
Yes.
And this was back a year and a half ago, around March of 2018 and April of 2018, when you were meeting with the police, is that right?
Right.
And when you met with the police back then, you told them about your feelings for Jason Mengel, right?
Right.
I'm sorry, objection.
What is the objection?
Character evidence, Your Honor, 90404 again.
90616 bias.
All right, I'm going to overrule the objection. Go ahead, you can answer.
Thank you. So back in April of 2018, when you spoke with the police, you were talking to them about Jason Mengel, right?
Right.
And you told them then that you disliked Jason. Agreed?
Objection, relevance.
I do not recall, but he's not a friend.
Please don't answer until I've ruled on the objection. So I think you've already answered it. I'm going to overrule the objection so the answer will stand. Go ahead, Mr. Nelson.
And I would ask that Mr. Nelson please speak into the microphone. I'm having some difficulty hearing him, so if he could please speak into the microphone.
All right. Well, why don't you move it a little bit closer there? Thank you.
At this point, I did not hear, because there was crosstalk, what her answer was. Could Your Honor or the court reporter read that back?
Go ahead, if you can.
You just want her answer?
Yes, please.
She said, I don't recall, but he's not a friend.
Fair to say that you told the police you've never liked Jason?
Objection, Your Honor. It's not bias of a witness. It has to be, and this is 906-16, it has to be for purposes of attacking the credibility of a witness, evidence of bias, prejudice, or interest of the witness.
Judge objection.
Or against any party in cases.
Hold on, we can only have one talk at a time.
Are we going to have speaking objections? I didn't know that we were going to do speaking objections in front of the jury.
All right, well, I also need my statute book if somebody has it, so.
I'll grab it.
But frankly, I don't think we need to have an extensive discussion on this. I do believe it goes, thank you, to bias to the witness, so I'm going to overrule the objection.
Thank you. What I was asking Aubrey, when you spoke with the police back in the spring of 2018, you told them you never liked Jason. Agreed?
Agreed.
You knew at that point that this young lady next to me, Ezra McCandless, was dating Jason, the man you didn't like. Agreed?
I didn't believe they were together at that time.
You knew that at some point, Ezra McCandless was dating Jason Mengel, the man you didn't like. Agreed?
Objection, relevance.
And what is the relevance?
Can we approach? I mean,
All right, let's do a sidebar. I don't want to have the jury going in and out every other question here.
You had spoke with Alex about his relationships. Agreed?
Not often.
You had heard from Alex that he was dating a boy.
No, I didn't.
Did he tell you that he had a boy that was trans that he was dating?
My sister told me.
So you learned that he was dating a boy?
Correct.
Well, Your Honor, I guess I'm going to object to double hearsay at this point, so.
When you spoke with the police, you told them that you spoke with Alex about, Alex had always talked about having a relationship with a trans male. Is that what you told the police?
I don't recall.
And you told the police that you later found out that the trans male that Alex had been talking about dating was Ezra McCandless.
Okay.
Yes?
I don't recall.
And this trans boy that Alex said that he was dating, he was bragging about how much sex he was having with that boy.
I don't recall.
He was telling you that he was tired from all of the sex that he had with that boy.
I don't believe that was me.
And you didn't know at the time, when Alex was alive, that the trans boy that he was referring to was Ezra McCandless, the woman next to me, did you? You didn't know that, did you? Alex was secretive about his relationship with Ezra?
Right.
He didn't tell anybody else about that, did he?
He told my sister and my sister told me.
Okay. But he wasn't open about that. Agreed?
Not with me.
Did you learn about other secrets that Alex kept?
Objection, relevance.
I don't know what that means.
Are you familiar with Alex's journals?
I knew that he wrote.
Did he ever share what his writings were about?
Objection, relevance.
I'm going to overrule on that one.
Did he ever share what his writings were about?
I have a few of his school writings that I've kept, but other than that, I didn't read his journals, no. I wouldn't let him read mine.
What was that?
I wouldn't let him read mine.
They were private, right?
Right.
They were, in some ways, secret, right?
Sure.
And they were only to be shared with certain people, as some secrets are.
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to sustain the
It calls for speculation.
testifying, and so if you just, I'm going to sustain. We'll leave it there. Go ahead, Mr. Nelson, with the next question.
You're not familiar with his private, secret journal writings, agreed?
Objection asked and answered.
Sustained.
Those are the questions. Thank you.
Any redirect?
None, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Ms. Wisniewski. You may step down. And is there any reason she cannot be excused?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, Ms. Wisniewski, you're free to go. Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I don't believe that there are any additional witnesses today. We are going to begin with testimony tomorrow morning at 8:30, so we want you back here early enough to be ready to go at 8:30. We'll try to start right on time. I'd also, again, want to admonish you again, it's very, very important that you not read anything about this case or watch any television coverage or listen to anything on the radio regarding this coverage or anything on the internet. Do not do any research or look at anything on social media. To be on the safe side, maybe you just stay away from that, find something else to look at or read or listen to, as it, again, it's very important that you as members of the jury don't contaminate yourselves with any other information that, as I gave you that instruction yesterday, that may confuse you or conflate what you hear here in court. You must decide this case based on the evidence received in this proceeding and not base it on any other information. Don't do any other research. Discuss the case among yourselves or with anyone else. And with that, I guess we're going to excuse you for the evening. Okay? All rise.
Is it okay if I stand, Judge?
Yeah, that's fine. I just want to take up, I guess, in reverse order, the most recent sidebar, 423, during Ms. Wisniewski's testimony. I don't know, counsel, I don't remember whose objection it was, but I believe that it was Mr. DeFore's objection. And Mr. Nelson, do you want to be heard on that? Make a record?
No, Judge, I think, I'm not sure which side, I think I objected at one point about recorded recollection, and Your Honor sustained that.
Okay, I'll get to that one. I'll get to that one next, but.
Okay, sorry, and then I believe the state objected to relevancy. We had a sidebar. We both made arguments. Your Honor, my understanding was ruled that it was irrelevant.
All right, I believe I sustained the objection where Mr. Nelson was going into the relationship and the dislike of Mr. Mengel and his connection to the defendant, Ms. McCandless. And before it went any further, the court sustained that objection. And as I understand it, part of the argument by the state was that Ms. Wisniewski was not aware of the relationship between Mr. Mengel and Ms. McCandless, and therefore she could not have been biased by the fact that Ms. McCandless was dating Mr. Mengel. That's my recollection of that sidebar. Mr. DeFore, anything you want to put on the record regarding that sidebar?
I believe the court has accurately summarized that sidebar, Your Honor.
All right, we had a sidebar at 4:11, again, where the court had sustained the objection that was made, and I would have to look back on that one. Anyone want to make a record with respect to that?
I believe if that was...
That was the recorded recollection one.
That was recorded recollection.
All right. Withdrew the question and withdrew the matter, so.
All right, and just for the record, the court agreed with the defense that there was a police report of an officer, and although he recorded what the witness said, it was not the recorded recollection made by Ms. Wisniewski herself. It wasn't her own recording or her own notes of what had occurred, so the court sustained the objection on that ground. As it relates to the sidebar at 4:13, frankly, the defense essentially made the objection to the open-ended question about character, and Mr. DeFore agreed to be more pointed in his questioning to the specific issue of character for peacefulness or violence, and as I recall things. Anything you would like to state further with respect to that, Mr. Nelson?
No, Judge.
Okay, and Mr. DeFore?
Nothing.
Okay. All right then, any other issues related to the last two witnesses that counsel would like to put on the record?
Nothing.
Nothing from
All right.
state.
Now, the issue was brought up by the defense with respect to the camera placement.
Yes.
So why don't you go ahead, Mr. Nelson, if you would just just make a record of what your objection is or what your request is.
There's a camera, I don't know, Your Honor, 8 feet directly in front of Ms. McCandless. Essentially, if she looks to Your Honor, she's looking straight at the camera its position between her and Your Honor. And I believe that camera is focused on her almost exclusively, entirely, the entire time. I've not been paying attention to courttv.com or any of the other, I've been here working, but what I've heard secondhand is that there's lots of commentary upon Ms. McCandless's allegedly staring into said camera, which is, again, where someone would naturally look in court when they're sitting at this table and looking forward. And so our request is that camera be moved so as to be not in Ms. McCandless's direct view, so she cannot be accused of, I don't know, pandering to the camera or something like that when it's literally in front of her face.
All right, well, here's the situation. The court approved the camera placement. It's consistent with the media order. This is a public trial. It essentially captures what it is that the view from the bench, basically. I haven't seen it. I haven't watched it. So the jury should not be looking at the court TV, the people that would be deciding this case. And again, I accommodated the objections that were made about court TV. Maybe this is one of those things that the defense hadn't thought of. But at this point, I'm not going to change it because, again, the camera can be zoomed in. It can be, as I understand, it could be a wider angle. But we have, again, allowed this coverage, and the camera doesn't move. It's not making any noise. And frankly, if you can ignore the camera, if it's causing some other problems, I guess I'll revisit that. I'll note your objection. But again, this is not something, if the jury is following the instructions of the court, they will not be seeing this, nor will they be seeing the commentary. And so I'm going to leave it where it is. Okay? All right. So noted. Anything else that council wants to take up before we adjourn for the evening? This is what I would ask, and I'm sorry, Mr. Nelson, I invited you to speak and then I cut you off. But Ms. Nodolph, do you have an order of witnesses tomorrow? And the question is...
I have it, Your Honor, so I can...
Okay, well, I'd like to have some idea because, first of all, are there any witnesses that we have had some provisional rulings on or that we need, that haven't been made, that need to be addressed before these witnesses testify?
All right. Well, I'll go through who we are intending to call tomorrow. Kyle DeVries. And I will be handling Kyle DeVries' direct exam.
And he's Wisconsin State Patrol, and that's basically...
He's the reconstruction expert who did the scene diagramming and so forth. Katie Hoffmeyer, who is from the crime lab. She is part of the crime scene response team. Assistant Attorney General Hahn will be handling her direct. I'm not sure about Carissa Wobler. We're waiting to hear from Carissa Wobler, W-O-B-L-E-R. We're waiting to hear. Another member of our office was using Ms. Wobler in a trial she's doing in Stevens Point, and I wasn't sure if she was having her testify today or tomorrow. I emailed to find out for sure which day they were using her. If it was today, then we're going to have her testify tomorrow. If not, we'll have her testify a day or two from now. So she may testify.
And that's a crime lab person?
Yeah, she's from the crime lab. She is the latent print examiner. Samantha Cobbs will testify. That would be Ms. Nodolph. Allison Kexel, also Ms. Nodolph. Brianna Larson. Brianna is B-R-I-A-N-N-A, and Larson is L-A-R-S-O-N. That would be Ms. Nodolph. Court KORT Fox. I will be handling his direct. Ariel Wisniewski, that's Ms. Nodolf. Max Martinson, that would be Assistant Attorney General Hahn. David Studing, actually I believe he pronounces Stoiding, Steuding. I will be handling his direct. And finally, Paul Zakau, Zachau, and that will be Assistant Attorney General Hahn. I believe we should be able to get through all of those, Your Honor, tomorrow.
All right, you think that would fill the day?
I think that will fill the day.
All right. And, okay.
Judge, I think I'm handling all of those witnesses, starting with witness for Samantha Cobbs. We're starting to get into citizen witnesses, and before those citizen witnesses testify, I'd like to take up the matter of character evidence. I'm not prepared to do that now. I want to consult with Ms. Vishny about it. I suspect that that's going to probably happen sometime certainly after the first morning break, if not in the afternoon.
Could you give me a heads up so I have, can prepare what?
It's more of the general questions that were asked today about, I think they can ask one, again, I'm not prepared. What is his character for peacefulness? And that's the extent of it. I don't think they get to go into all of these specific instances or lack of instances, but that's what I want to be heard on, is this character evidence of Alex regarding his peacefulness, how that needs to be contained as opposed to just continually going on again. So we'd like to make arguments tomorrow about that. I'm not prepared to do that today.
Okay, well, that's helpful. Thank you. Okay, anything else? Ms. Vishny, you look like you have something to say.
I'll pose it till tomorrow.
All right. Okay.
Oh, except that I'm a little confused because I thought we were starting court on Wednesdays and not.
Well, we were, but Judge Smeltzer has graciously offered to take treatment court tomorrow. So, but I will plan it. We wanted to have continuity on treatment court, but I will be doing it. Go back to that. We'll do it 9:30 on Wednesdays the next 2 weeks. Okay?
Thank you.
All right. Anything further tonight?
Nothing.
We'll be in recess. Bond will continue. That's all for today. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. How long have you been assigned to that unit?
About 3.5 years.
All right. May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
Mr. DeVries, I've shown you what has been marked for identification as exhibit number 279. Could you tell me what that document is?
This document is a curriculum vitae. It summarizes my crash reconstruction related education and instructor experiences.
And let's just hit some of the highlights. Can you start with when you first started working in the technical reconstruction unit? What type of training did you receive to become involved in that unit?
It starts with basic crash investigation, technical crash investigation, advanced crash investigation.
Could you just slow down just a little bit?
There's a lot to go through. Crash reconstruction itself, and then there's additional specialties through that. There's forensic mapping, there's computer-aided drawing, there's specific caveats in crash reconstruction to motorcycle or commercial motor vehicles. It's an extensive list of training that is continuously ongoing.
All right. And do you have ongoing training as you go through or as you continue to work in the technical reconstruction unit?
That is correct.
What type of ongoing training do you have?
Could be whatever comes up and then it's available. Anything to further our education in regards to any certain aspects, whether it's again with human factors or forensic mapping, differences, new technology that comes to the light in the use of that as well.
All right. And Mr. DeVries, as far as your work, in addition to receiving training, are you also involved in teaching?
That is correct. I'm also an instructor. I teach our State Patrol cadets as well as other law enforcement agencies in technical reconstruction as well as forensic mapping.
All right. And when you, in this case, were you asked to assist in some way?
I was.
And by the way, Your Honor, at this point, I'd move the admission of Exhibit 279.
Any objection to 279?
No, we agree.
Okay, 279 will be received.
Now, were you asked to assist in some way in the investigation in the matter that we're here in court for today?
Correct. I received a phone call from Sergeant Richard Day from the Dunn County Sheriff's Office. He informed me that they were investigating a death that occurred in their county. He informed me that the Wisconsin State Crime Lab was also en route to assist with their investigation, and they were requesting the Technical Reconstruction Unit to assist in forensically documenting or mapping out the scene.
And so that was essentially your involvement, is to do forensic mapping?
That is correct.
All right. Let's talk a little bit about forensic mapping. How do you do forensic mapping?
There are several different ways, generally through the use of technology, whether that be survey-grade instruments such as total stations or 3D scanners. Sometimes it goes to simple hand measurements.
All right. In this case, what methods did you use to map the scene?
I used two methods. The first being a Trimble R10 total station. It operates off the GNSS surveyor. It's kind of like GPS, but it's a global navigation satellite system. It takes highly accurate measurements, and we can use those measurements. They're collected in a data collector, and we can use those measurements in a computer drawing program to create scale diagrams.
All right. And you said you used the second method?
Correct. Second method, we used a 3D scanner, a Faro Focus XT3D or 330. Sorry. A Faro Focus 330 laser scanner. It's a laser scanner, and it takes hundreds of thousands of points in a 360-degree direction. Those points are collected and stored into a point cloud, and we can use those in a 3D computer software to render an image or put in a program so that you can see what was taken, and you can also take measurements from that 3D as well.
And do these then render you accurate images of your scene and what is at the scene?
Correct. The scanner, while it's
and what is at the scene?
Correct. The scanner, while it's taking measurements, it takes a second round. It also takes photographs and overlays them with the measurements. So when you put the point cloud data in the computer, it attaches the images to the point cloud data so you can see and move around through the scene itself.
And so when you're working from the program, does it let you essentially just step into there and be able to see what you would see if you were actually there at that time?
Basically, yes.
All right. And can you then, with that information, while you're using the program and viewing the scene, can you take measurements to find out how far certain things are from other things?
Yes, you can.
And how do you do that?
Through a function in the software. Again, all the data points that are in there are to scale. Again, I can click on a point, click on another point, and it will give me the exact distance.
All right. Now, besides mapping of scenes like this, what other types of work do you have to do, or do you do as part of the technical reconstruction unit?
I guess I'm not sure what you're getting at, other than as far as,
Do you do accident reconstructions as well?
Yes.
And is that the same technology and systems that you're talking about here?
Yes, we use the same systems for that.
Now, in this case, you created a number of diagrams, is that correct?
That is correct.
Right. I'm just going to stay up here for a moment. showing you what has been marked for identification as exhibit number 282. Can you tell me what that is?
That would be a diagram of basically all of the scene that I collected, including in that diagram are general measurements of distance.
And,
Distance.
and that would include basically the location where the defendant's vehicle was found, and then over to the Don Sipple residence?
Correct.
Your Honor, I move the admission of Exhibit 282, ask to publish it to the jury, and then I'm going to ask some more questions about it.
Agreed. Any objection? No objection?
No objection.
All right, Exhibit 282 will be received.
Can I get up and move, or is there a place Your Honor would suggest that I be so that I can see what's going on? I'm not,
Sure. So Trooper, why don't you step on down?
Hang on just a moment. What do you have in mind, Mr. Nelson?
can we either, if we put that back about 5 feet, I think I can see it from here.
All right, we have room. Let's move it back.
How's that?
That's great, thank you.
And ladies and
Can the
gentlemen,
jury
jury,
all see it?
are you able to see it?
All right. So Trooper, why don't you step on down, and why don't you explain for us a little bit about what we're seeing here. Start at the bottom right corner of that exhibit. What is that area?
Okay. In the bottom right corner here, I'm actually going to move to this side. There is a trailer and a vehicle that was located off of an entrance from 430th Avenue. That's what we see here. There are some tire marks that followed behind the vehicle. Down this road here, this is actual 430th Avenue. This would be, the top of the diagram is facing north. So going to the west, we have several different driveway entrances labeled by addresses, and the distances from basically the car to the road and the road to the far residence.
All right. And so what is the distance then from the car to 430th Avenue?
It's approximately 658 feet.
All right. And the distance then from the end of the road to the Donald Sipple residence, which I believe is identified as E7614.
Correct. And that distance is displayed here is approximately 1,226 feet.
So in percent of a mile or amount of a mile, how far is that total distance?
It's approximately 0.35 miles.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have as far as that one. Why don't you come on back? We're going to move to the
If
next.
it's helpful, we don't object to any of these. You can just put them up and go
Okay,
as
great.
quickly as you can, or as you want.
Sure. Then we're going to move at this point in time to our exhibits. 283 through 285.
No objection.
All right, are those pre-marked or?
Yes, they are, Your Honor.
Okay. Exhibits 283, 284, and 285 will be received.
So, Trooper, I've got up here now Exhibit 283, I believe it is. Let me just make sure again. Yes. Can you explain what we're seeing on Exhibit 283?
Exhibit 283 is more of a snapshot of the entire diagram. In this, there were certain things that were identified by investigators. Here we found that there was 3 pieces of evidence that was located. The circle with the E and the letter, the E stands for evidence. And then the alpha character A, B, and C correspond to whatever type of evidence that was found and would be on that evidence line.
All right. And so when law enforcement found the evidence, they had you come out and actually map the locations of those pieces of evidence?
That is correct.
All right. And what was evidence marker that is labeled C? What was that as you understand it?
I believe that was part of a cell phone.
Okay. And how about evidence marker A?
I believe that was also another part of a cell phone.
All right, and evidence marker B.
I believe that was a knife.
All right. And so the knife was found at the location that the arrow is pointed to?
Correct. It would be right here, just off the shoulder of the roadway.
And just before the driveway to the Donald Sipple residence?
Correct.
All right. Thank you. Let's move to Exhibit 284. What are we looking at on Exhibit 284?
Exhibit 284 again is a blown up area of the entire scene that you had seen before. However, this we're focusing on the roadway that came south from 430th Avenue. In this particular diagram, a footpath was noted in the roadway itself. So that's where it was highlighted here. And again, 2 additional evidence markers was located by investigators. The difference here with these ones being numerical numbers is that they were found by a different agency.
All right, those were found by the crime lab?
Correct.
All right, and the other ones, the letter ones were found by Dunn County Sheriff's officers?
That is correct.
All right. And as you understand it, evidence markers 1 and 2 were what?
I believe they were foot cast impressions.
Finally, Exhibit 285. I'm not going to try to ask you what each one of these are. We'll cover that with the next witness. But can you explain what Exhibit 285 is?
Sure. Exhibit 285 is basically a blown up version of where the vehicle and a trailer was located. Again, this would be south of the 430th Avenue. The Wisconsin State Crime Lab had identified numerous items of evidence. Each evidence that's labeled here corresponds with their evidence log.
All right, and so they have either tent markers or stick-on labels marking what those evidence items are?
Correct.
And then you mapped out exactly where those were and created then this scale diagram?
That is correct.
All right, thank you. Let's move on then to the other portion of your work, the 3D scanner portion. Trooper, I'm showing you what has been marked for identification as Exhibit 281. Can you tell me what that is?
It looks like a CD or DVD of the Wisconsin State Patrol's scene recon, as it's what it's labeled here.
All right. And that contains the work of your 3D scanner?
Okay, yes.
All right. I move the admission of Exhibit 281 at this point, Your Honor.
Any objection to 281?
No, we agree.
Right. Exhibit 281 will be received.
All right, then Trooper, what I'd like you to do, you've got your computer hooked up over here. Can you step to that? And I'd then like you to bring up that program so that we can see what it looks like, and then I want to talk to you about some of the items in there.
Sure.
So what are we looking at here?
So in the program, it's called Trimble RealWorks. In this program, what we're currently seeing here is the point cloud of all the measurements that was originally taken from the 3D scanners. There were 6 scans that were completed around the vehicle, and that's what we're seeing right here. And what I'm going to do is open up the Scan Explorer, which allows it to incorporate the photographs that were taken with the scanner as well.
So I see a yellow triangle there. Can you explain what that yellow triangle means?
The yellow triangle are the setups where the scanner was located. So it helps in here, as we can see down in the lower right-hand corner, you can see where each triangle was set up. That's where the scanner locations were around the vehicle.
So there are multiple scanners there?
Nope, just one scanner, just moved around in 6 different times.
Okay. And so this is looking for one of those points that you see those multiple triangles in the small diagram.
Correct. In the lower right-hand corner, it's represented by the green triangle. That's where we currently are in the scene right now.
All right.
I didn't get that last part. Represented by the green triangle.
That is where we are currently located in the scene.
All right. And the green item to the side, is that trailer we were talking about?
Yes.
All right. Can you, with this, can you move around them to see different portions of it?
Yes, I can.
And how do you do that?
Just by clicking the mouse and moving around through the scene.
Okay. Let's go back, turn a little bit. I want you to go back to the trailer. So we're looking at the trailer kind of flat on as best you can. Okay. There were 2 evidence markers on there, I believe, correct?
Yes.
All right. Can you, and Ms. Hoffmeyer will testify to what those are. Can you tell us what the distance is between those 2 evidence markers on that trailer?
Sure, I
And
believe.
if there's a better angle to get it from, that's fine.
So because I can't see where the actual evidence is, I can see where the stickers are. The measurements will be between from the center of the sticker to the center of the next sticker.
And I apologize, what are those sticker numbers? Am I jumping ahead?
Looks like 13 and 15.
It's 14. No, 13 and 14, council.
13 and 14.
Thank you.
And so that distance is approximately how far?
Just over 6 feet away from each other.
All right, great. Now, can you, from this angle, can you also then, does this also show the vehicle itself?
Yes, it does.
All right, can you scroll around to the vehicle or turn around to the vehicle? All right. And so it also shows then the various other evidence markers that are located out there?
Correct.
Now, are you able to, as part of this, can we see the tracks of the vehicle and what happened with the vehicle as far as it getting stuck?
Sure, there's several different things that we can do here to see, kind of near the center a little bit on the bottom, you can see some disturbed ground. I can zoom in a little bit, which appears to be some type of tire mark. From this angle, trying to see if I can see it from a different angle. So we kind of got washed out a little bit from our backlight that we had at the scene. There was virtually no light out there, so we had to bring in supplemental lighting.
Okay. Is there a way that you can get it to see
Yes.
it a little bit more clearly?
Yes, we can turn off the pictures, basically, and move it into a grayscale intensity so we can.
What the laser scanner did itself versus what the laser scanner did itself versus with the pictures that it takes?
It's a kind of a combination of both, but you're seeing more of the laser scanner than you are of the picture.
All right, and so what does it tell you and what does it show you as far as the tire marks at that point?
From what I can see, it looks like at some point the vehicle came to a stop, and it looks like it appeared it may have backed up.
Okay. And Trooper, if you can try to speak a little bit more and maybe even move that microphone a little closer. I'll try to make sure I speak up loud enough, and then if you can just use the microphone. And by the way, when were you at the scene on this?
I believe I arrived at the scene, it was shortly before 10 p.m., and we worked there for a couple hours while the crime lab was processing the scene. I had to wait for them to identify their evidence, and then we took our scans. So we're there well into the night.
All right, and was that 10 p.m. on March 23rd?
That is correct.
Okay, all right. Let's move to the area. Can you get us to the area where most of the evidence markers were between the vehicle and the trailer? What is that kind of black circle in there?
This black circle here will be found at every scan station. It can't scan directly underneath it. That's why there's a black circle here in this particular scan. If I were to move to a different scan, such as adjacent to it, the circle is gone, just because now that data is now captured in this scan, not versus the other one.
Okay.
So again, same thing here for this scanner. It just can't see directly underneath the unit.
All right. Let's go back to the one you were at just a minute ago. There we go. So this is showing us then in 3D and in basically scale that scene.
Correct.
All right. Can you zoom in on, does it show any, are you able to observe any footprints in this scan?
I believe near marker number 5.
All right. And it appears that there was some blood in some of those footprints?
Yes.
All right. And what type, did you observe or did you have a chance to observe the two types of footwear of the individuals that were there?
I did not, other than the footwear that was already present there at the scene, which was identified.
All right, and that was a pair of boots?
I believe so, yes.
And do you have that on your scans?
There's one up here.
Okay.
Near evidence marker number 4.
All right.
And I believe near evidence marker 3.
Okay. All right. Great. Thank you. Can you zoom back in on those footprints? And are you able to get an approximate size of those footprints?
I can. Again, it's going to be an approximate size because I don't have the exact dimension of where each foot impression would start and stop.
Okay.
I can only go to there.
Okay. All right. And again, you can't tell if those are complete, if they start and stop or anything?
Correct.
All right. Great. Thank you. All right. There also appears to be some other items there. Can you get us in on those a little bit closer?
Any specific number?
Numbers. It appears there's kind of a gold or tan sweater there or something on top of.
Oh, here?
There, yeah.
Okay.
All right. Great. And as you understand it, things were the way that at least law enforcement reported that nothing had been moved as of the time you're doing your scans?
Correct.
All right. Okay. Let's go back again. Can you get us to any of the images that show us the tracks leading to that area?
Sure. So again, from behind the vehicle, I'm going to go back into the grayscale so I can eliminate my backlighting. We can see that there are some tire marks here that do run along back up towards 430th Avenue. Let's see where there we go. And here we can see some tire marks leading up to the vehicle.
And the tire marks there appear to be off of what is actually the road onto the grassy area?
That is correct.
And is that how how you observed them at that location?
Yes.
All right. Can we go back to, let's go to the other side of the vehicle. If we go back into color for now. All right. Can you just zoom in a little bit more on the vehicle itself? All right. Thank you. Just to give the jury that perspective. So that would be from the other side of the vehicle, which
Correct, you're looking at the passenger side of the vehicle.
And now let's go back to the grayscale and let's take a look at the, what are you seeing as far as the condition and the situation with the front tire there?
The front tire looks angled slightly to the left. It appears to be not quite sunken down, but there's some mud that's kind of squished up against the tire.
Does it appear that there's mud spatter on the vehicle itself?
Yes, it appears you can see on along the passenger door here that there is some spatter.
All right, can we go to the front of the vehicle now? And stay on the grayscale. Just zoom in there a little bit. Do you observe, and did you observe any actual footprints in the front of the vehicle?
I did not.
All right. Did you look for them?
I don't specifically remember looking for them. At the time that I was there, the temperatures were dropping. The ground was getting harder.
Okay. How was the ground when you first got there?
It was still kind of semi-hard. This area here, the grassy area, was definitely much harder than the actual driveway or road itself.
Okay. All right. But we did have footprints on the side of the vehicle.
Correct.
All right. Did you observe any footprints in the back of the vehicle? Can we go to the back and take a look?
I don't believe there was.
Okay. Okay. Can we look on the side of the vehicle here? The driver's side. Turn back. Does it appear that there is a covering over the, what would be that rear side window there?
Oh, right here, the vent window? Yes.
Yeah. And let's go to the front window as well, driver's side. Is that the condition? It appears, is the window down?
It appears that the window is just slightly more than halfway down.
Okay. Let's go down. I want you to come down to the body there. Let's take a look. Can you just zoom in on the scarf there? Thank you. And that would have been the condition of that scarf at the time that you arrived on that scene?
Correct.
All right. And finally, can we go to the other side of the vehicle? All right. And I want to zoom in on the front window again. Can you put it on the, is it?
You might get.
Yeah. And that window appears not to be down, or at least partially down, like the other window. Is that accurate?
Yeah, it looks that the window is up or closed.
Okay. All right. Thank you. All right. I do not have any other questions for Trooper DeVries, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Nelson?
Yes, please. Mr. DeVries, you were there on the evening of March 23rd, 2018, is that right?
That is correct.
And you continued to be there into the early morning hours of March 24th, right?
Correct.
You were there when it was dark out?
Yes.
At night?
Yes.
You didn't go back when the sun was up to that scene to do these scans?
No, that is correct.
And the reason is you just go out there as soon as they call you, right?
Generally, yes.
Okay. The choice to whether to wait until there's
daylight isn't necessarily your choice, it's the lead investigating agency's choice, is that right?
Correct. We initially scanned the vehicle at night when it was there. After we completed our scanning and all of the evidence was collected, the vehicle, to my knowledge, was removed from the scene.
You weren't there when the vehicle was removed?
That's correct.
You don't know how it was removed?
Correct.
You don't know if it was able to be moved without a tow truck?
That is correct.
I just want to go through some of these diagrams with you briefly.
Sure.
Exhibit 283, which is, you guys know that one?
Yep.
That you were asked questions about this, is that right?
Asked questions from...
You were asked questions by the prosecutor?
Yes, that is correct.
And one of the questions was the driveways, correct?
Yes.
I'm correct in this is not Mr. Sipple's driveway, agreed?
That is not Mr. Sipple's driveway.
Correct. Mr. Sipple's driveway is farther down the road, correct?
Correct.
Mr. Sipple's driveway is... You help me out.
282.
In Exhibit 282, you're able to see Mr. Zipple's driveway farther down the roadway, is that right?
That is correct.
So the footprints mentioned here by 283 are by a different driveway, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And then on 285, the driveways as they're shown between Mr. Sipple, which is at E7614, and his daughter's house at E7616, it doesn't show them connecting on your map, agreed?
Correct.
But in reality, they do connect, is that right?
I can't recall if they connect or not.
All right. Would it refresh your memory to see a photo of that?
Yes, it would.
I'm going to show you, you have to mark it, I guess, but.
Well, if you're refreshing his recollection, probably have to have it marked.
I'm going to show you photo number 182 from disc VV. See if that you recognize that photo. Do you recognize that photo?
It appears to be like a aerial view of the area west of the initial scene.
So you recognize it?
Yes.
And it appears to show the residence E7616 in that photo, correct?
Yes.
And it appears to show a connection between the two Sipple residences, is that correct?
Let me take another look. There's some trees in the way that make it kind of difficult to see. But it appears that the roads are connected, yes.
Great. And just, sometimes you just miss stuff, right?
Actually, in this particular instance, it wasn't, I guess other investigators said that it didn't appear to be necessary to map that part of the roadway.
Okay. You don't know, you know that there was footprints, correct?
Correct.
And from footprints, I gather you inferred somebody was moving on their feet?
Correct.
Walking, running?
Something.
Some way up on 2 feet, correct?
Correct.
And occasionally you could see the path that that person took, right?
Correct.
But sometimes you couldn't always see the path, right?
Correct.
Whether, because it might have been on a hard surface and you didn't pick it up.
Correct.
Their Sipples, or if they took the second driveway at Don Sipples based upon physical evidence, agreed?
Agreed.
And so in that instance, it might be important to know whether or not those two houses connect each other. If somebody took the first driveway and then nobody's home when they walk onto the second house.
Sure.
Okay. But you're not part of the investigation team. You're there, for lack of a better term, kind of taking orders, right?
Yes.
Again, I mean, obviously you have some discretion and you exercise that.
but you don't know the details of the case, right?
That is correct.
You're investigating what they tell you to investigate.
Yes.
All right. The maps that we have there, the 4 big blow-ups there, those are 2-dimensional representations of that area, correct?
Yes.
As opposed to what we were seeing on the screen there when you discussed Exhibit 281, Disc N, that's the 3-dimensional depiction of it, correct?
Correct.
And you talked about the footprints. Is it, I want to ask you some about those footprints again that were on evidence marker 5 that you showed. If you need to go to the computer,
okay,
let me know.
All right, Grace, I'll explain it. Okay. Whoa. Okay. Asked if illegal drink and drive, and yes, judge laughed and said, "Why are there parking lots at bars?" Whoa. Hilarious. Okay, Grace, I'm gonna explain to you what you need to know. So I'm gonna explain to you about what is federal crimes. Dun dun dun. Federal offenses are illegal acts that violate. Okay, let's start over. Federal offenses are illegal acts that violate the United States federal law rather than the state law. These crimes typically involve acts that cross state or international borders, occur on federal property, or directly impact federal agencies and interests. Federal crimes are investigated by agencies like FBI, DEA, FT, AFT, and ICE, and are prosecuted by the U.S. Attorney's Office. Common examples include white-collar crimes, mail and wire fraud, security fraud, embezzlement, money laundering, and tax evasion. Drug offenses, large-scale drug trafficking and distribution that crosses state or international borders. Weapons violations, illegal possession of firearms, trafficking across state borders, and using firearms to commit felonies. Crimes against the government, public corruption, treason, counterfeiting currency, and damaging federal property. Immigration and border crimes, human trafficking and illegal re-entry into the country. How federal offenses are classified. The U.S. federal justice system classifies felonies based on the maximum penalties a person faces. Class A felonies, punishable by life imprisonment, or the DP, we call in trials, or what is also called death penalty. Code word is deletion penalty. Code B felonies, punishable by 25 years to life in prison. Class C felonies, punishable by 10 to 25 years in prison. Class D felonies, punishable by 5 to 10 years in prison. How federal sentencing works. Unlike state courts, which handle the vast majority of traditional crimes, like standard theft, assault, federal courts abide by the strict U.S. Sentencing Commission guidelines. The severity of the offenses and the offender's crimes, criminal history dictate the sentencing ranges, which can include prison time, heavy fines, and restitution for victims. Okay. So something I was just curious about is mail and wire fraud. I didn't really understand what's going on with that, but so, and I'm going to get to the death penalty one, Grace, about how it has to do with the death penalty too. Mail and wire fraud are federal crimes that involve using my pleasure, Grace. Mail and wire fraud and federal crimes that involve using communication tools that carry out schemes to steal money or property. Both offenses require the intent to deceive someone, but they differ based on specific communication methods used to execute fraud. Core legal elements. the scheme. The defendant knowingly devised or participated in a plan to defraud someone of money, property, or honest services through false pretense. Intent. The defendant acted with specific intent to deceive or cheat the victim. The defendant used mail or electronic communications to execute or attempt to execute a scheme. Passion says, currency itself must not be considered government property. I see people crushing it into ball and ripping it up all the time. I know, interesting. Yeah, it's a real sus, exactly. You know, who's really behind the currency? Who's really in control of it? Key differences: mail and wire. Primary legal distinction lies entirely in the medium used to transmit the fraudulent messages or collect funds. Mail fraud occurs when the perpetrator uses the United States Postal Service or any private commercial interest courier, such as US, UPS, any point during the scheme. Wire fraud occurs when scam involves international electronic communications. This includes phone calls, text messages, email, fakes, faxes, television or radio broadcasts, and internet-based transmission, bank wire transfer. So I guess all of us are communicating through wire right now. Wire transfers. There's phishing scams, telemarketing, mails, sweepstakes, and insurance fraud. Max up to 20 years in federal prison. Enhanced max up to 30 years in prison with $1 million fine. Now we're going to get into the juicy part, the death penalty. How does that have to do with federal cases? We'll find out. The federal death penalty case, a criminal prosecution managed by the United States government rather than a state, where the defendant faces execution if convicted. These cases follow strict stationary rules defined by the Federal Death Penalty Act, FDPA of 1994, which dictates how capital punishment is sought, tried, and implemented. Eligible federal offenses. For the federal government to seek the death penalty, the crime must violate federal law. The capital crimes are grouped into three primary areas. Homicide offenses. Murder for a federal judge, law enforcement officer, or foreign dignitary. Terrorist bombings causing deletion death. Driving by shootings resulting in death. And carjackings are bank robbery resulting in death. Espionage and treason. National security violations where a life is not explicitly taken, but the scale of betrayal endangers the nation. Large-scale drug trafficking. Continuing criminal enterprises involving massive quantities of illegal substances, even without an explicit murder charge. The authorization process. Unlike the standard federal charges, a local U.S. attorney cannot independently decide to seek the deletion penalty. The cause undergoes rigorous review by the Capital Review Committee within the Department of Justice, the DOJ. The Attorney General sign off. The U.S. Attorney General must personally authorize the prosecutors file notice of intent to seek death penalty. Following the previous under Biden administration, DOJ under the current Trump administration rescheduled the moratorium to expand efforts to seek and implement capital punishment. Moratorium is a definition I need to look up. I see you said something, Passion. Well, Well, there's actually more to this, but let's see. What if the defendant was unaware of their victim was a government employee, or all those things? Does it matter? Passion, I can double check, but if it's a federal, it would go to federal court. If you were the attorney of a defendant, that would be a good argument to make, right? That's something that can be brought up as an argument. Maybe before it goes to trial or during the trial. Because if they didn't know, yes, if a federal person is deleted, it has to be. There's no question. Yeah. But if they, you could argue that and a jury can find them not guilty of doing something against a federal agent. So, yeah, that's how it works. But that would be a good argument that before it goes to trial, it could be made, or during the trial. The trial sentencing process. The federal death penalty trials are strictly bifurcated, meaning that they are split into two distinct phases before the same jury. Okay, so here's phase one, the guilty phase. The jury hears evidence strictly to determine if the defendant committed the crime. If found not guilty or guilty of lesser non-capital offenses, the capital process ends. Phase 2, sentencing phase. If found guilty, the trial pivots to a second mini-trial. The prosecution presents stationary aggravating factors, substantial planning, heinous or cruel execution, vulnerability, and victim. The defense counters with mitigation factors, severe childhood trauma, mental illness, lack of prior record. Unanimity requirement. For the death penalty sentence to be imposed, all 12 jurors must unanimously agree that aggravated factors outweigh the mitigating factors. If even one juror dissents, the sentence defaults to life in prison without possibility parole. And also, Grace, just letting you know, just as I told you before, when the trial is going on, do not tell anyone you know in life, in your personal life, or people you encounter, or people on the internet about it until it's over with. And there's the voir dire. So, Grace, I was not in a federal trial, but I was in a criminal trial. And for those that are going to misconstrue what I just said, I was a juror in a criminal trial. So, there's people are going to snip that and make it into something else that it wasn't. I didn't think you would, Grace. Yeah, and I don't know how it works with other people or your state, but in my state, you have the defendant sitting there and he's looking at everybody like he wants to go and delete everybody in the room, and then you have there's like a female DA and she's just like stone cold, and then you have the sidekick DA that's being funny and cool and explaining to everybody what the case is about. Then you have the lawyers, and the lawyers like being stoic, to the point, and very persuasive, very, very intelligent too. And the judge is kind of like way in the background. You can barely see her. Right? So that is how it works. So they're going to ask you questions, Grace, about, do certain crimes or things bother you? Do you have an opinion about police? Do you know anyone that was a policeman? Maybe. If it was a criminal trial, federal trial, they might ask you, what do you think of a judge? Do you think that the state's always right? Are you know anybody that was convicted of a federal or state crime? I said it right. And what do you think about scammers online? What do you think about people that are doing mail fraud? People that did tax evasion? People that did drug trafficking? Like, what do you think of stuff like that? I think, yes, Anna, yeah. Yeah, Anna, and I was picked out of 7 people. I got into a debate with the attorney, and I learned a lot from my trial chat fam, all of them, everybody that I met throughout time. And I was able to, I had like a little debate with because the attorney was talking about, somebody's injured, it doesn't mean they're hit with something, but I mean, you can make it look like whatever you want to look like something happened, and then and they were talking about if there's a barrel and there's a cat and a mouse, and what happened was if the mouse isn't there, thanks, Anna. If that wasn't there, if there's a mouse not there, it means that you could hypothetically think that the cat ate the mouse, but there's no video camera, and he said an alien could have abducted the mouse, but who knows? It's more likely the cat ate the mouse. But I told him we don't really know for sure, but it's more likely than not, yeah. And I was very, outspoken, and I wanted to do my streaming that I do here and talk to the trial chats. I talk to trial chats and I do my own streams. I kind of multitask. But I did what I had to do. Say I'm one dude. Right. So, yeah, and they gave us some nice sandwiches. Was I the foreman? I let the other jurors decide if they want to be the foreman. I didn't mind being the foreman, but I wanted to give the other people a chance, and someone else wanted to be it. So I was not the foreman, but I basically was like the shadow foreman. I basically was like directing everything in the sense of order of the room. But I just let them, decide if they want to be the foreman or not. But I didn't say who I was. I didn't say my history of, to them who my background in trials, but to the other jurors, but I just helped them understand how it works. And when we were trying to solve the situation, I just explained that we have to go by the circumstantial mouse cat analogy. Passion says next cooking video recreating the sandwiches of justice. Yes. And what I remember was we had to deal with the evidence that were presented, right? And I told them that. Okay, so the defendant was guilty on pretty much everything except one thing. So he was found not guilty on one thing, and he was guilty on other things. And it was a high profile, the dude made national news. So it was a high profile situation. Yeah, recreating the sandwiches of justice. Okay, so the first day, and I was talking to who? Okay, and it had to do with one of the people that broke out of the prison, Gary Price. That was the defendant. Yeah, and I was, talking. I didn't talk to anybody about the trial, but I was. Now, the trial had nothing to do with that part, but it was one of those defendants. Yeah. After the trial was over, I looked it up and I was like, whoa. Because in the background, there was 2 officers that were from Angola, which is the state prison. And that was wild. Yeah, in Passion, the sandwich was excellent. It was, you know, made out of French bread, and it had nice dark bologna. I think that's the right meat. I have to look it up to be sure. But yeah, it was very good. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. And it was a 2-day trial. Yeah. I remember I was telling Lori, and some of see Moki, and then like I didn't tell them about what was going on in the trial until it was over. But I was letting the basically Lori, Mermaid, who else? Aaron. At that time period, which was this was a couple months ago. The regulars that come here, we have some more regulars now, but uh, that of like Anna's come back in the picture because sometimes people go through cycles of coming back and forth. So, and Grace is new, and Sawgirl is here too. But yeah, back then with the trial was going on, I was talking to I told them that I was selected for the trial, and they're asking me how I feel about it, and I said I feel great, I'm fine. I was optimistic. I had to end my garden live streams earlier than usual, and I was upset about that, but I did what I had to do. And I missed being in the sun in the morning, doing the morning live streams and doing the nighttime live streams with Sawgirl. That's what I miss doing during the trials, because I like doing that with them. But I'm glad it's over with now, and I'm able to do that like we did before. But yeah, I was just, I liked doing the garden lives and the daytime, like watch the sun come up, and we talk to people at night. I didn't want I didn't want to not do that, but it was only 2 days. Passion said I should be more French in the spaceship. Yes. Oh, thank you, Anna. Thank you. Yeah, I was. But yeah, I was in, and I had this live stream going while I was at the trial because I wanted my people to be able to watch the trials. And the Saw Girl was there during the time I was at the trial. Yeah, she was there too. So it was that group. We have Anna, and Passion was as well, because I want to include everybody. So I'm going to basically say in layman's terms, everybody that are regulars that are here with us now. I was talking to them back then about the trial when it was happening. But I didn't tell them what was going on in the trial, of course. I just told them that I was going to be in a trial. That's all I was saying. Yeah. Yeah, because I want to, and before that, I was, although I still talk in the trial chats, of course, and, I have fans there too. I've done my own live streams about the trials, and I usually like to do them because I don't run ads in my stuff. Because I just think running ads in a stream is stupid, but I want to make sure people, I was doing my duty while I was gone. Oh, you heard right after I was done. Okay. And the people there were very nice. I like my fellow jurors. They were very cool, and they spoiled us with a lot of snacks, man. They gave us tons of snacks, tons of candy. It was like Halloween. We were saying it was like Halloween. Moki, that is wild. Whoa. Oh yes, Grace, to provide for my subs and viewers. Yeah. Hey, Moki, that is crazy. Someone drove through her neighbor's yard and took out a bush. That is nuts. Wow. They want to keep you happy with food and snacks. Passion said, maybe I should be less sympathetic to jurors. They have a surplus candy supply. We could make them wait forever. Yeah, I'll tell you, there's like a big table, like the Untouchables, or one of these, like, think of like a syndicate, and there's a big long table that's like a kind of a rectangle, and everybody has like chairs. There's a refrigerator, like a Temu refrigerator that's kind of broken, and there's popcorn, and there's candy, and as I said, you could order food. They give you a budget, and they order food from a restaurant for you. My neighbor drove his lawnmower through a huge foresty shrub. Yeah. Moki said Albertson has outlaw light beer on sale for $2.50, 12 a pack. Never had it, but I'm going to stock up. Oh, that's great. That's great. Great idea. A car slammed into a pole, caught on fire in the street behind our home. Fireball amok. Yeah, but you gotta stay with guard unless the lunch. I'd be smoking and everyone will be waiting. Yeah, there is guards everywhere in the system, in the courtroom. You know, they're everywhere, and they're very nice too. Yeah. Yeah, and we're like in this like office room, right? And I said, there's just everything. So for one lunch, I got Greek salad, and other people got things like the different sandwiches or fish and rice, stuff like that. You could tell there's a smoker in the jury with their weird delays. Oh, okay. Oh, you're basically, it's a big room, but yeah, it's a room that you're in, that they keep you in. Then they bring you out of it into the other room, where it's the courtroom. So there's a courtroom, and there's like a rec room in the back, and you put all your stuff. So you keep your purse, you keep your lunchbox, whatever, in the back. And you said they give you sandwiches. So the first day it was sandwiches. Delicious. Next day, which is had Greek salad. Grace, you're not allowed to leave. No, it shouldn't make you claustrophobic. But yeah, as I said, it's a courtroom, and in the back there's a hallway. As I said, your courtroom may be totally different than mine, and there's also a room where the prison, the jail is. There's a sign that says "Do not enter." And that's where the jail is. So as I said, Grace, it's not a small room; it's a big room. It's like a caboose, like a caboose, big room. Yeah, passion. It does feel like being, isolated. It's a truly, and also want to let you all know they take away all your phones at a certain point. When you're on the trial jury, they take away your phones, and it's really an isolating feeling. Because I remember, like, it was the first time, and since I started trial chat, and also my YouTube career, where I was completely isolated from my chat friends and subscribers. Like, I couldn't go to trial chat or text y'all or whatever. I was completely, and as I said, you have all these security guards everywhere, and and there's I could see over to my left where the jail is. So you do feel what like the defendant feels, that isolation, and you could smell the jail. You could definitely feel it, and yeah, you're locked in a room basically, and you have to knock on the door to like talk to the other people. So there's like a security guard standing in front of the door that you're in, and you have to like knock to send a message. Exactly, Anna. Right. So it is like that passion, like being trapped. Yeah. So, and we would send a letter. So we would communicate with the judge through letters. And there's a big long hallway too that you have to walk. So yeah, it's but I really miss my chat, my other chats that I'm in, and everybody else. It just was wild, like wow. And I remember I really missed doing the live streams I wasn't doing and stuff. So you kind of do feel what it's like to be the defendant, like what Passion's saying. Like your jury needs to know what it's like to be trapped in a sardine tin if they're going to decide on someone else's eligibility. Yeah, exactly. I don't know. There's no windows. You're basically like in a box. There's a bathroom. I said there's no windows in the room anywhere. And there's like a fluorescent light that shines above you. Oh, it was the same courtroom as Pinot's. And I know a lot about Ted Bundy. We'll call him Bundy. I know a lot about Bundy, and I never saw his trial before. I only saw parts of his trial. That's something we're going to rewatch in his channel, Bundy's trial. I'm going to be really into seeing how seeing that trial. So I am. Well, we will rewatch that at some point. And the thing about the courthouse, it's like where like the jail and everything is there. Yeah. And you can see you can look up and see all the windows, in the courthouse. All the windows. I got to tell you something else, Grace, at least for me. It's like a whole bunch of people, okay? You're in a line. You go into a room, and the police officer, the guard has a metal detector, and he checks all your stuff. You have to put all your stuff in a box, and then you go through a metal detector, and they, check you out. Then you go through this hallway. Then there's this long line, and you're with 1,000 people, right? Then you're just filtered out into these different rooms. You meet people, talk to people, then all of you get split apart in different places. And there's a big waiting room, like a airplane. Think of it as a crammed sardine box of humans, of people in like a waiting room in an airport. and you're just filtered out, and there's a big intercom that booms, and the judges talk to you, and you're just herded around, and you're given a number and a card. So that is, and then they do and it's possibly may not even be picked. Okay, there's a chance you wouldn't be picked at all. Passion said, I love to live in an old courthouse or police station, very secure and unique design choices. Yeah, it is very cool. Definitely. Thank you, Anna. Yeah, he did the Chi Omega sorority attack, and he beat to death those women. He also abducted Kimberly Leach and murdered her and raped her. Yeah. But yeah, it's the Chi Omega attack. I couldn't get it all just pieces. Carol Laranche or something. She got away from him as someone of it. And okay, and I'll explain to you about Carol Laranche. Okay, understood, Saul. So this is what happened. So Bundy was going on his rounds, and he was going to be pretending he was Officer Bud. He had these role-playing fantasies that he looked at, and he was trying to act it out in real life because he just couldn't go from like fantasy or role-playing to reality. He just went into reality, right? Because he just couldn't control himself, and he didn't want to control himself. So he would be Officer Rosebud, and he wore his suit, and he had his hair and himself, and he would go, "Hey, excuse me, miss, someone has broken into your car, and I have to take you down to the station. And he will want to make sure that it's the right person. What's your name? Carol. Okay, Carol. Yes, that's right. I have it. That is you. My partner, we're going to go into the station. My partner will write you up." And say he takes her from the parking lot, and he says, "Here in my vehicle, we're going to go to the station." And then she goes, "This is not a police car." And he's like, "It's a Beetle." He said, "Well, the budget isn't really that great, and I'm undercover. So let's get it over with." And they both go into the vehicle, and then they're driving along this big, empty space. Say there's mountains and there's sand or grasslands, whatever. And she's like, "This is not the police station." And he just is like, "Quiet." And then she starts to fight him. And then he goes and wrestles her. He takes out a firearm or a bat or a heavy object. He said he's going to go beat her to death if she doesn't stop. And she realizes he's not really a policeman. And then they're having like this crazy fight, and she like beats him up, and he's just trying to like delete her. And then she gets out of the vehicle and waves a bystander car that's coming down the highway down, and she says, "Open up, open up." And then she zooms off. So eventually he gets caught, and he goes to different state. He gets caught, and he's arrested. So that is Carol. And he did this with many women. What Bundy would do is he would wear a cast, and he said, "Can you help him with a sailboat?" And that's what he would do. He would go and take him to his car, and he said, "Where's the sailboat?" He said, "It's over my parents' place, and they feel bad for him. They'll go help him." Instead, he takes him in the middle of the woods and tortures him to death. Right. So, and let's see, and Leo impersonators are very dangerous even today. They pull people over with their Amazon source lights, wear their fake uniforms, and use your critical thinking whenever you meet one. Yes, LEO, thank you. Eagle, Army, Navy stories, sell anything, cop, military you could want. Yeah, the looks deceive the girls. Yeah. His look deceived the girls, and he was able to trick them into doing things. His charm and his way with the ladies were very ways that they tricked them. And he was a clean cut, cool guy. I just think that these ladies were, didn't real. Some people thought it was weird, some people didn't. There's an interview we could react to that came out recently about one of his relatives talking about him and what happened. So it's a new interview. She was saying when Bundy came over to the house one time during when they were in college, her dog tried to kill him, and she kept barking like a crazy dog and trying to take him out. And she met him before, but the dog was like psycho, was trying to take Bundy out and jump on him and attack him. And then they had to wrestle the dog to put him into the bathroom, and the dog kept on throwing its body against the door. So the dog, and this was around the time he was murdering people. So the dog must have known there was something bad about him. And she was going to the store with him in the car, and he was saying that he did not do any of these things, and it was something else. It was a completely false charges. The next thing that occurred was she was going to get something at the store, like the library rather, and she saw a crowd of people gathering, and she thought it was something not good she felt. And she went by her car, and he was outside the car, and he was in a circle with his hands out saying he's Ted Bundy over and over again with his eyes closed. And a crowd of people were gathering. And she thought it was the weirdest thing ever she ever saw. And completely different what she thought. And she thought, this guy's a weirdo. It was a cousin of hers, right? And while they were driving, she looked at him and he was smiling at her, and she knew he did it. So he had moments where he would act normal, then he would act like a weirdo. So yeah, it was interesting seeing like the relatives' accounts of him. The mother just thought he was innocent till the very end. She didn't think he could do anything wrong. And it's very sad. But yeah, she thought he was innocent. I don't think he was good looking, but I've read many did. Many think so. Yeah, and the thing is, Grace, he frowns, he smiles, and the thing about him is that he's creepy. He gives off creepy vibes to him, and you're able to pick up on that. Back in that time, they just went by like looking at him at first glance, and his suit and his outfit. He wasn't like a dude with that looked like a, let's say, a hairless or some hair with a beard, with a messed up shirt, with an evil look on his face. He didn't look like Count Orlok from Nosferatu, that like the bald vampire with teeth or something. Not that bald people look bad, but I'm saying like he didn't look like a villain to people. So yeah, that's what he did, and that is true. His eyes were crazy as Manson's. Yeah, because his eyes were. There's some mug shots of him, and he looks really haunting looking. Like really, like he just has this. I saw a recent mug shot of him, and he's smiling. He looks like he like knows what he's doing, and he's like enjoying it. It's like say Grace. There's it's like he's this, either sometimes he was fair, sometimes he was tan. He has like these blue eyes, his dark hair, and he has like a suit on or something, and he's being articulate and needs some help with something real quick, and he'll be on his way. And like, people are not looking at him really closely. Some people did, but not everybody. So yeah, he was educated, a law student. He was in politics. Yeah, that's what he did. Ted Bundy watched the Rose Bowl of 1978 at a local bar at Ann Arbor, Michigan on January 2, 1978. He broke out of prison. And I'll explain how he broke out of prison. It went out. Okay, I'm going to explain how he broke out of prison. So, the way he did it was he lost a lot of weight. And he was digging a hole with a sharp object in the ceiling. And when he did that, he went through the hole. It was on New Year's. He was talking to his relatives about if he broke out, what would they think? And he was also saying that the state had charges that were bogus. So that is what occurred with Bundy at that time, and he went through the crawl space at the top. Okay. See? He went through the crawl space at the top, and he went into the jailer's office, and he put on some clothes, and he took $700. Then he went over to Chicago, then Michigan, then he went down to Atlanta, then to Florida. Yeah, okay, so that case, the time that he did that case, when he jumped out of the courthouse, let's do this. Okay, and we're going back in. I think he had two. Yeah, he had two escapes. You are correct. So Bundy, there's one time he was doing his own defense in one of his trials, and he was allowed to go to the library for his case. So what he did was he went out. Hilarious, hilarious. There is his window, right? And he was in the library. He asked, say the guard goes to take a smoke, and he's in a library studying for his trial, for his own defense. Then what he does is he opens up the window and he jumps out 2 stories. And he sprains his ankle and he goes into the woods. He tries to go into where Canada is. He was hiking in the wilderness, and he found a cabin, an abandoned cabin with some stuff in it, and with some, food, not really much food, really, and he stayed in there. Must be why we rarely have courthouses with scenic views through the huge windows. Right, exactly. Me wondering how to react, you suddenly pulling the rug out. Yeah. So he escaped twice, and he was in the library. He jumped out the window, and he limped off. And he was saying to his lawyer that he was going to be almost out of the country. He was going to be almost in Canada. And this cold front came in, and he was freezing and wet. And he just, he was a couple of days went by. He was tired, hungry, and he just was like, he went to throw in the towel. So he went back into the city, just kind of trying to hijack cars and stuff, and they eventually caught him. Yeah, he was saying, like, when he was in the courthouse, he just saw there was a window and he just jumped out. He said to feel the fresh, cool air again. It was like this exhilarating thing. And then the second time, and he had fans help him. He had his fangirls, most likely, help him with money and stuff like that when he was, because he had $700 during the second escape when he went to Chicago and, he was watching a Rose Bowl in Michigan. Isn't that so freaky? He was in a bar in Michigan with everybody watching his state play another state, and he had to be low key about it because he didn't want people to know who he was. I always wonder about that, like the travels. Like he's taking a plane, going to Chicago, going to this place, and then he went down to Atlanta. Like people just like passing by. Like he goes to apartment to apartment. It's and Grace said he was a necroreact. I'm gonna say a code word for that. I'm gonna say necroreact. Yeah, he was that. That is true. He wanted to possess the object, the people, like they were objects, and like a plant or something. And after deleting people, he would, for a long time after they were gone, he would still do stuff with the body. It's very disturbing. It was found, everywhere. That's what he did, in the wilderness. And he was into hiking and, back then, now we have drones and stuff and all kinds of ways that we will be able to catch him easier. I know, Passion. It's extremely disturbing. And, it just basically, it's, when I learned about that, I thought that was crazy. That people do stuff like that. That's when I started leaning towards believing the death penalty. There was a teacher that gave a big argument about why the death penalty shouldn't be a thing. Then when I was learning more about him, from the same teacher actually, I was like, I could see why people do the death penalty now. I mean, John Gacy, who was a gay deleter, he had men under his house, and he did stuff with them too. So, and these people are pretty gnarly. Jeffrey Dahmer was a zombie, pretty much. He was really into that. Okay, he was really into that stuff. Yeah. Yes, Ramirez is as well. Yeah, Manson, he likes to act like he didn't do anything, and he just wants them to write something witchy. I remember he was saying in an interview he didn't delete anybody. But you see how like clever this dude tries to be? Yeah, he didn't delete anybody. But he had other people delete people. He radicalized people to do it for him. That is true, Saw. Yeah. Yeah, I believe he was a zombie himself. But yes, he was trying to create zombies. Yeah. There was a dude that was in Dahmer's house that was kidnapped by him, and he said he treated him very nicely, and it was easier to get away from him. He was handcuffed to him. He was also leading him to the bathroom. He was just very nice to him, and eventually he got out of his grip, and he treated him like a person. First he handcuffed him to a bed. Yeah. Oh, right. Right. Okay, I'm going to rephrase that in English. And I do believe there is. I do believe there is. Absolutely. Two people escaped. The underage boy was returned to him. Right. An African American survived. Man survived. Right. Oh, Grace. Of course he deleted people. Yeah. I mean, that's obvious. And you see, Manson looked totally different before the drugs and his crimes. Although he was bad when he was a kid in Kentucky, he was bad. His mother was a prostitute, and he burned down a church. He burned down a school. He did a lot of different types of petty crimes. Yeah. Yeah, and with the thing with Bundy is that he appeared so normal, but he was not really normal. He was quite a psycho. Yeah. That's why it was very shocking to people. You see, Grace, when people are treated like that, it causes people psychological problems, and they don't have the way to deal with it. It makes them into monsters later. Exactly, they're created. Right. Dahmer's dad gave me the creeps for many reasons. Yeah. That's where it's like a cycle. Now, some people are born with something. They think that people could be born with something bad, or they have and also there's people that have a predisposition to it, and that's why people having right counseling, or that's why if religion is done properly, I think all the religion could be the reason why people turn bad sometimes. I believe people had values about shall not kill, shall not steal, and understood concepts of like we can't control what happens, but how we react to it. And that anger, rather than deleting people and doing psychopathic things, you could use the anger as motivation for something good or to improve yourself. I mean, say making as much money as possible, or doing YouTube, or making it the world a better place and improving yourself as well. So that's why, like, I think, like, say something frustrates me, right? Or I go through things. I use it for this, doing something productive instead of something bad. And I do not regret my YouTube journey, and I've, a lot of people along the way I've met, and it's been a great experience. And yeah, so that is something I believe is extremely important, that people have a different mindset. It's not what happens, it's the reaction to it. Like, Bundy could have been in politics, he could have been he could have done all kinds of things. He could have been a lawyer we watch in the trial that we observe. He could have, and he would work for a suicide hotline. He could have done a lot of good things. But it's all that wasted potential. They use their skills for something bad when they could have used it for something good. Okay. So continuing more about the execution in the federal trial, is that method 4 is location of execution. So if someone's convicted of a federal crime and they're getting the death penalty, this is what happens. In a federal death sentence, the federal prisoner is typically housed on death row at the United States Penitentiary in Indiana. Execution protocols. While lethal injection utilizes the single drug pentobarbital, serves as the primary method, Department of Justice expanded the federal protocol to encompass additional methods, including firing squads, lethal injection, electrocution, depending on the available resources and the state rules of where the trial occurred. So the trial that you might be in, there might be drug traffickers, tax evasion, wire fraud, things like that. And there's some things, Grace, that may be withheld from the trial you may not know about. There are some things you may not know, and the best thing you could do, you go with your intentions and what your feeling is about your gut feeling, and also the evidence that you see, and what the evidence is that is presented to you. That is what, like I would do. Such a shame Darrell Brooks fizzled out into obscurity. He could have been a diplomat between aspiring sovereign citizen and reality. Yeah. All right, so we're going to explain about how federal juries are chosen. Yes, yes. And I'm an experienced juror, and before that, I spent since 2022 at the trial chats, and I've learned from attorneys and people that are just trial watchers that I'd say are smarter than most attorneys. You know, as they call them, trial junkies. I've learned so much from them. Like Passion, I've learned so much from her over time, and all Anna and all the others. You know, even people that were not attorneys that are just trial watchers are very brilliant with these things. And before that, I was involved with. I was in naturally. I was into criminology in school, and I studied a lot about Ted Bundy. I studied about him a lot in Charles Manson growing up, and when I was like a teen and growing up throughout time. Then I got into the other ones. So that is what I was also involved in politics as well. I was on a podcast about politics. So besides my experience with the jury stuff, I was involved with lots of things before that. That helps me with the jury stuff. Yes, my pleasure, Grace. I am glad to. And look, it's going to be okay. As the prosecutor told us in the court, you're not in trouble. Any answer you say is not a wrong answer. They want to know if there's anything that would bother you or disturb you, because they want to have a fair jury. And you're not going to go to jail or prison or anything, over, if you say this or that during the jury selection, during the voir dire. And there was an incident when someone was held in contempt that before my time, when someone went to McDonald's on a break, they were held in contempt. There's instances where that can happen, but as long as you follow the rules they tell you, you should be fine. And you're very professional, Grace, and you're going to do, if you get selected, you may not even get selected. Like Moki wasn't selected. Anna, I think she mentioned that before what happened. And some people are just never selected. So it may not even happen. But me, I always put myself in the spotlight every time I go somewhere, like unintentionally, so I get myself picked into things. Right. Scared. And also, Grace, don't be late. Passion said, I studied at the YouTube Academy. Happy to watch any trial, then figure out what the local rules are, and before telling strangers what's correct. Exactly, Passion. Yeah. I consider Passion one of my instructors. Like it's like a college at the YouTube Academy. And I learned from her in the YSL saga. And she's very productive and very cool to see the details. Yeah, Grace, I made you one of the managing moderators along with the other ones, although you're new, is because you use words I don't even know sometimes, and use words that I do know that from studying literature. For like when I was at school, I was given a college vocabulary class, and a lot of the words you say is the words I learned from there, and some words I didn't even know. So, and very professional. So glad that we have you here. We all have an ability to be good or bad. We all have a choice. That's why I like free will, because I chose to do the right thing. Everybody can know here, I chose to do the right thing in life. That's why I'm here with all of you. And other people didn't. But it was my choice to be here with all of you. I could have been bad if I wanted to, but I didn't. And I'm going to now explain how the federal juries are chosen. Federal juries are chosen through random multi-process governed by the Jury Selection and Service Act. Rule 24, the Federal Rules of Criminal Procedure. The system is strictly designed to ensure that the final panel represents a fair cross-section of the local community and completely impartial. And so are the people who hang out in the courtroom live streams here. Oh, yes, absolutely. They are too, as well. Kind people. Right. The process begins entirely at random using technology to build a database of potential jurors within the federal judicial district. Courts pull names primarily through local registered vote lists. Hash, Sawgirl, Moki, Anna, Miss, and Lori, and Aaron. Yeah. Well, yeah, they're very sweet. Shout out to all the trial chat community too, as well. All right. Courts pull names primarily through registered voter lists. Supplemental lists. To ensure the diverse representation, many federal districts supplement driver's license and state ID records. And registered voters. Oh, a mermaid. The Magnificent Mermaid as well. And Mermaid's always stuck up for me and been in my corner, and I'm thankful for her too. And I remember, Grace, I recruited all those people to the channel. Oh yeah, Grace, I went wrong too by voting. When I was a couple years ago, I didn't register to vote at all. Then at some point, I just thought that I needed to vote because of, I was like, I need to do something about this, which was kind of silly of me, but then I got selected. But yeah, there's a point where I didn't register to vote. But then I said, you know what, I have to be involved in this. So then I went and registered. Yeah, Passion, and that's where I met y'all at. At Law and Crime. Usually hang out in Law and Crime when there's a good trial on. Moki is there sometimes too. Yeah, that's where I met y'all. I love the community over there. I've been there for many years, and I still go over there. And very cool people. I like them too. Thank you, Passion. Yeah, I voted when I was in somewhere in my 20s. Earlier, like earlier 20s, something like that. Right. Passion says the eligible voter pool is weird. Once you're in, they cycle you through again and again. Some states get in trouble for being pretty lazy about it. Yeah, exactly. All right, so here we go. Grace, we're going to talk about the jury. Qualification and summarizing. And summonizing. From the master wheel, names are randomly selected to receive preliminary screening. And hilarious, Passion. The selected individuals are mailed qualified questionnaire or direct court online a juror page. To verify they meet basic federal requirements to qualify, person must be U.S. citizen, at least 18 years old, reside in the judicial district, speak, understand English, and have no active felony charges or disqualifying mental physical conditions. The summons. Those who qualify are placed into a qualified pool. When a trial is scheduled, the court clerk issues an official summons ordering a smaller group, called the venire, to report to the courthouse. Trial specifics and hardships. Once the venire reports to the courtroom, the presiding federal judge introduces the case and identifies the parties involved. The judge will hear and rule on the immediate hardship excuses. For example, if a trial is expected to last several weeks or months, individuals with severe medical conditions or extreme financial employment obligations may be dismissed from the pool. Voir dire is a legal term meaning to speak the truth. This is the court phase where the judge and attorneys interview potential jurors to uncover any underlying basis in high-profile cases. Jurors may first fill out the extensive written questionnaire. By the way, Grace, you get paid a little money when you're on a jury. And this is an update for everybody about the jury stuff, is that I did get paid for it. Unlike many states, courts where lawyers lead the questioning, federal judges typically take the lead voir dire, asking the bulk of questions. Generally cover whether a juror knows anyone involved, has read media coverage of the crime, or holds strong personal beliefs that would cloud their judgment. Passion says, yeah, accusations of only getting jurors that are above a certain age, or only getting jurors of a certain race, eligible jurors getting asked again and again. Remember one accusation about only getting people with last names where from half the alphabet, including it, was the entire community of your peers. Grace, it's very minuscule. You could buy a... I don't know if it would even buy a... Maybe it could buy you a movie ticket if you go 2 days. You know, it might be like $10 a day. Or something. Unlike many state courts where lawyers lead the questioning, the federal judges typically take the lead during the voir dire, asking bulk of the questions themselves while allowing lawyers to submit follow-up inquiries. Questions generally cover whether the juror knows anyone involved, has read media coverage of the crime, or holds strong personal beliefs that would cloud their judgment. Step 5. Exercising juror challenges. To narrow the pool down, the final 12 jurors plus alternatives, attorneys use two distinct types of legal challenges to eliminate prospective jurors. For cause. Used when a juror demonstrates clear bias, a conflicting interest, or an inability to follow the law, admitting they cannot remain impartial. The judge must approve these. Unlimited. Permissitory. Used by the lawyers to reject a juror based on strategy or gut feeling without stating a reason. They cannot be used to discriminate based on race, gender, or religion. Strictly limited. Passion said you gotta be able to arrive on weekdays for barely any money for what could be weeks, so it's just easier on the system to isolate retirees and CEOs and ask them over and over. Allocation of preliminary strikes. The number of available preliminary strikes depends entirely on the severity of the federal case. Capital cases. Each side gets 20 strikes. Standard felony cases. The defendant gets 10 strikes when the government gets 6 strikes. Misdemeanor case. Each gets 3 strikes. In the capital cases where the death penalty is on the table, federal jury selection features a unique process known as the death qualification before a juror can sit on a capital cases. They must be willing to fairly consider all stationary sentencing and options. Anyone who states that they would automatically vote for a death penalty regardless of mitigation evidence is excluded from the cause. Conversely, anyone who states oppose the death penalty so strongly that they could never vote for the under any circumstances is also excluded for the cause. All right, so that is how it works, Grace, in the federal trial. That's how your jury selection is going to work. Okay, well, I'm glad that you like it. Okay, awesome. All right. That looks like that's it. Yeah, Grace, when your trial is over, if you are selected, we look forward to hearing your story. If you're chosen. Well, also we will miss you, Grace, on the spaceship as well. I'm very glad that I found Passion. I'm very glad I found LC and all the people there. I like all of them, and I'm glad that I met them. And it's been an amazing adventure, and it led me here. So, yeah. I will say the LC chat, the trial chat people contributed the most to the spaceship. I even say although all the groups that were here before and after contributed to the monetization, the trial chat people I feel were the ones that pushed it to that level. So the trial chat community is very dear to this spaceship, indeed. And trials I was always into true crime, and I know aliens and conspiracy theories and stuff is something I'm also obviously known for. But the trial stuff was something I was extremely into. My companion from school was very into aliens, conspiracy theories, and I'd say we both were into that, obviously, but he leaned more towards that, and I leaned more towards true crime stuff. But this channel is a combination of both things. Yeah. So, yeah, shout out to the true crime junkies. out there. All right, so we'll continue watching the Ezra McCandless trial. All right, and Grace, if you have any more questions about anything, just let me know, and we'll go over it. Passion said, "We can. LC can be pretty powerful. We just need a good wall to stare at in spare hour." Yes, absolutely. Yeah. And I will say, it's a Saw Girl says, "I'm thrilled I found you. You are truly amazing, original." Oh, thank you, Saw. Yeah, and but no, I mean, like if you asked me my entire story at LC, all the ups and downs, and um, good and bad days, and feuds, and good times, whatever, I'm enjoyed my experience there, and it was amazing. It was great, and I do it all over again if I had to. Yeah. Grace said, "I'm into true crime, conspiracy, paranormal, and a million other topics. Alien, I honestly never thought to research federal juries." But yeah, and I'm glad to do that. And Grace, I want you to just know that it's going to be okay. You're going to do great, and I'm here to like give you like a prep for what you might be about to experience. I remember when I was doing a live stream in February, and I got the a message from my mom, and I got the message that I knew when I saw it. I glanced at it, and she said some things. I knew what it was. I saw a picture of an envelope. I knew what it was. And I remember I actually prayed that it would never happen to me. I prayed I'd never go to a jury. And God answered my prayer, Passion, in the most humorous way that could have been answered. Yeah, I was like, God, I don't want to go to a jury. And the next day, it's like God gives me an envelope to go to a jury. It's like Jonah when he didn't want to go into the whale, and he didn't want to go to Jonah didn't want to go to the city to preach. And so what happened, Passion, was, of course, you know the story, and the storm happened, and the people thought on the ship, on the boat, he was cursed. So they threw him into the ocean, and the sea rather, not the ocean, and this big fish of some kind swallowed him up, or a whale. They don't know what it is, some sort of big fish, or a whale, right? And God brought him to where he had to go. And Grace thought she was in trouble. Yeah, I mean, and I learned from the best, and all the experiences. And I will say the bad experiences I've had in time and the good experiences are all good for me. I'll tell you, I'll single for everything. And when bad things happen, it's a learning experience, and you learn to keep going. So yeah. And my favorite chat at Trial Chat is a United Trial Chat. And that's what I love to see, and we will see that even more in the future. United Chat. Everybody getting along. And yeah, do it all over, do it again. Yeah, exactly, Saw. Because it's like, and even with things that make sense in a moment, the dots connect in the future for me. I remember when Passion and I, around December and November, kind of a harder time for me, I was going through some things, and we watched the OJ trial. And Dan Abrams, who owns Court TV and Law and Crime now, that's what he got to do. He was there with Court TV when it was going on. And that was a really great learning experience for Passion and I, because we weren't as familiar with the trial, and it was a different time period. And I was marveled by all the big clunky computers that they had. So that was really cool. Proving that God is omnipotent and omnipresent still. You pension it for an outcome, but God knew better. Yes. And I'm glad that I was selected for jury duty. I was glad I went through it, And I helped the people on the jury with the decisions because they didn't know about trials that well like I did. Omnipotent. Yes. Yeah. I said it right that time. I remember during December Passion, I met some different streaming groups on YouTube in different parts, and I recruited more people and brought them to the channel from different parts of YouTube. It had to do with unsolved mysteries. Didn't have to do with the trials, but it had to do with something similar. And I didn't know anybody in that chat room, but everybody thought I was awesome. And I was like, oh, this new group of people think I'm great, and they liked what I had to say. And I was like, look, I did it all over again. So, and I brought them to the channel, and that was a great learning experience to have in these different people from there over here. Like we have some, let's say, Sunny, Mindy, and there's Brig, Commander, and them. Tiger's a lurker. Slider actually came in one of the garden lives. He found it. Probably the other ones probably told him about it. But yeah, so some of the people that were here from that. So yeah, I remember the first night that I was there, and it was not a trial group. It was just watching different mysteries that weren't solved. And thank you, Saw. Thank you. And the screen name was Hummingbird. And we were watching this, and every single dude in there had a mustache, a really cool mustache like I do. And because there's sometimes I'll have like a more of a mustache look, and Passion likes the mustache I'll have sometimes when I have it. And they basically had a mustache like me. Well, not as great as mine, but some of the people had a mustache similar. Okay, Grace. So one of the Hummingbird said every time, she said, Alien, every time we see a mustache, we take a shot. And that was a funny drinking game we did with the other group. And that was fun. Just a brand new group I didn't even know. And we're making jokes the whole night, and it was funny. And I was there most of the time. I wasn't at the trials or anything. I was just over there, and I remember they were telling me, they're asking about me over there in the trial chat. People were asking about me. I'm like, all right, okay. So I'll start going back gradually. This is over in January. Then I'm, back around like I was before. So, yeah, basically what happened was the unsolved mysteries. People that want to look at that kind of stuff, they've not seen me in a while, but I go there when I can. But yeah, they wonder where I'm at. But I'm just go back to the regular schedule that I usually would do. And yeah, so I don't regret anything that happened to me. It was all a good learning experience, and it made me who I am today. So you would think, like some of you, like you know me for a while, might go, well, this and that happened, but no, it was all good. It was all good. And like really and I remember I would stay up all day, like to the night into the morning with these people. It was around January, December. I was watching the OJ trial with Passion, and also I'll go to the other stream, and Passion said I got so much older when I have the mustache. I haven't seen it combed with pirate hat yet, though. Combined with the pirate hat, though. Oh, you will see. You will see that, Passion. Yeah, that I'll look very elegant with that. Yeah. Yeah. And I remember Mindy when we were looking at the unsolved cases, and we're talking about the God and the aliens and stuff, and because we see eye to eye on that with the faith in God and Christianity, and she subbed to me and said, "Oh, that's great." And I remember it was like Twilight, and I remember with Slider, I would stay up with them. It'd be at nighttime all the way till the daytime. Then I'd go to sleep during the day, and then I would do the live stream at night with y'all. And I remember that it was during the daytime. I would meet so many random people there, and it was so cool to see that Like, the one dude, random dude in LA was talking to me about the Tupac trial. Not the Tupac trial, but the Tupac case. And that there's new things that came out by the Tupac case. And that there's different rappers that were involved in it. Like, the one driving was involved with it. The police may have been involved with it too, and it may have been covered up. And also stuff about the hotel. That the whole, where it was, the entire area was pretty much staged to delete them. And that there is testimonies coming out from the families, and we were talking about it for like, an hour. And this random dude that was going to be painting his house, and his wife was going to go kill him if he didn't get it done. He took time off from that to talk to us about Tupac, and he was like a country dude. And you wouldn't expect him to be interested in that, but he was. And we were all having this like intellectual conversation about that case. And I knew from the trial chat experience about the cases when I went there. So, yeah, it was a fun experience going to a completely different chat room where I didn't know anybody and just starting all over. And yeah, I made an alien homeland there. So I realized, like, if the reset button is pressed, either way, the spaceship is still there. But then, as I said, and Fifi was really, cool telling me about, people in the trial chat were asking about me. I wasn't there. Oh, and I'm like, all right. And I want to go back there and make sure everything is in check and everybody is acting orderly. And Passion and I would watch OJ all night into the daytime. And I would go there and everybody was glad to see me. And I made my presence there known. And so if anybody wanted to be funny or do anything silly, I was going to be there to do what I got to do. And, and then everything started to calm down and everybody started to act normal. So, yeah, it was eventually that's how I got back there. And I was up all day and all night. Yeah. So it was eventually came back to the trial and, and I celebrated my birthday at trial chat again. And everybody told me happy birthday. Everybody. I was like, whoa, that's wild. And it was the year before that, I had a birthday party at trial chat and they spanned that chat. Thousands of people were like, happy birthday, alien spaceship. So I'm very popular over there. And it's been pretty cool. So yeah, that is my story about the beginning part of this year and last year to now. Yeah. I never took the time to actually learn about the Tupac case. I remember the name Biggie Smalls, though, whatever reason. Yeah. I also... Suge Knight was involved with it too, apparently. And everybody says he didn't do it. But, somebody did something. And there's conspiracy theories around Tupac. They believe that he was deleted because he was trying to expose the government stuff. And he was really good with his music and his message about exposing the corruption that is going on, and he was very artistic, intellectual about. And people may not think he's intellectual, but if people looked at the deep meaning behind the things he was talking about, he had some little messages in there that people really liked. But yeah, there's lots of rap beefs. Say like with Foolio, that's a more modern version of that. The rappers beefing with each other and doing gang stuff, and they just didn't learn. All these people wasting their lives. And with Tupac was even bigger, influence, and he was really, exposing things, and he didn't think he was going to live that long. So I'll explain to you about Biggie Smalls. They started as close friends. Before all that drama happened, Tupac and Biggie Smalls, they're actually very tight. They're very, like, two bark on a tree. It was around 93. Now, Tupac around that time was already a major platinum-selling artist and actor. Biggie was just a rising newcomer from Brooklyn. He was, in the rap game, and he was in Brooklyn, he was rising up. And Tupac took Biggie under his wing. He mentored him, gave him his career, advice, and even let Biggie crash on his couch when he visited Cali. And they performed together on stage. There was a turning point in 94, the studio shooting. Everything shattered in November 30, 1994, and Tupac went to Prod Recording Studios in New York City after City for a guest verse in the lobby. He was ambushed, shot 5 times, and robbed of his jewelry. Yeah, I kind of think Tupac as one of those founding members of the idea of rap versus rap equals criminal, but I don't know the story. I just have these assumptions. He definitely popularized that. It wasn't just him, Passion. It was a whole group of people besides him. It was, Diddy, all those people in that time period, including Tupac, were involved in maybe the turning point of it. We'll get down to the meat and potatoes about it, about the origins of that in a moment. Bleeding. Tupac made his way up the elevator to the studio room where Biggie, Sean, Puffy, Combs, Diddy, Timu Diddy, Baby Oil himself, and their crew were recording. Tupac survived, but he looked at their shocked reactions and became convinced that Biggie's crew either set him up or knew the attack was going to happen and didn't warn him. Biggie always vehemently denied having any part in it. The Coast to Coast War. While Tupac was subsequently recovering in prison, unrelated charges, Biggie released a track called Who Shot Ya? Though Biggie claimed it was recorded before the studio shooting, Tupac took it as a direct mocking insult. When the West Coast music mogul Suge Knight bailed Tupac out of prison, Tupac signed the Death Row Records based in LA. This officially kicked off the East versus West Coast rap war. West Coast Death Row Records, led by Suge Knight and Tupac. East Coast was Bad Boys Records, led by Puff Diddy Combs and Biggie Smalls. The beef came incredibly aggressive when Tupac released the ultimate diss track, Hit 'Em Up, where he explicitly claimed that he slept with Biggie's wife, the singer Faith Evans. Ooh. The tragic endings. The rivalry escalated out of control, though the media and street tensions ending in a double tragedy less than a year apart. Tupac's deletion. September 1996. Tupac was deleted in a drive-by shooting at Las Vegas Strip after attending a Mike Tyson boxing match. He was at a Mike Tyson boxing match, and he was deleted. yeah, exactly so, bro. Passion said, "That's standard behavior these days. Oh, you got hurt, bro? Let me make an album about that." Yeah. Biggie's death, March 1997. Just 6 months later, Biggie traveled to Los Angeles for a music event and was gunned down in the near identical drive-by shooting. For decades, both murders went cold and fueled countless conspiracy theories. However, the legal landscape surrounding Tupac's case has finally evolved. Former gang leader Dwayne Chef D. Davis was arrested, charged with Tupac's murder, with his highly anticipated criminal trial scheduled. Biggie Smalls' murder remains officially unsolved, though investigative consensus suggests it was reactionary hit by other associates on death row records. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, the assumption that okay, so push the exact narrative 90s. Okay, so Passion, your assumption makes a lot of sense because the media heavily pushed the exact narrative in the 90s. But the real history actually is reversed. Tupac did not create the rap equals criminal stereotype. Instead, he was caught in a massive cultural war where politicians and media used the rap music as a scapegoat. See, by the time Tupac became famous, gangsta rap was already a massive commercial force pioneered by older groups like NWA and artists like Ice-T in the late 80s. So it was in the 80s. It wasn't in Tupac was in the 90s. He was born in political activism. Tupac was not raised in the street gang. He was not at all. You know, he was this like an artistic. He was like a actor. Like he's like in High School Musical, but that's basically what he's like. He was not raised in a gang. He was raised in Black Panther Party. His mother, Afeni Shakur, was highly ranking Black Panther who successfully defended herself in court while pregnant with Tupac. I was going to mention what's her name using him to justify Young Thug. The same idea. What's her name? Fannie Willis. Yeah. Yeah. Timu Willis. Yeah. His godfather was Geronimo Pratt, prominent Black Panther leader. His stepfather was Mutulu Shakur, a Black libertarian activist. Tupac studied poetry, ballad, and acting at the Bellamore School for the Arts. Because of the background, his early music was highly political, focusing on poverty, police brutality, systematic racism. His debut single, Brenda's Got Baby, was a poignant story about a 12-year-old girl trapped in poverty. The clash with the government. His fame grew. Tupac lyrics fighting back against the oppression drew his eyes in the highest levels of American government. He became public enemy number one for conservative politicians who blamed rap music for society problems. In 1992, the U.S. Vice President Dan Quilly publicly demanded that Interscope Records withdraw Tupac albums from stores, stating that it had no place in our society. After the defense attorneys claimed the teenager shot a Texas state trooper while listening to Tupac's music, the political target on his back solidified the mainstream idea of his music was inherently dangerous and criminal. Life imitating art. Tupac's tragedy is that he eventually began living up to dangerous persona that the media created for him. He grew wealthier and more famous. He found himself surrounded by real street figures. He got tattoo he got tattoo that read Thug Life, which he actually defined as an acronym. the hate you give little infants F's everybody. Meaning, if you mistreat children in the ghetto, it comes back to hurt society. Between 92 and 95, his life devolved into constant legal chaos. He shot 2 off-duty police officers in Atlanta who are harassing a black motorist. Charges were dropped when it was revealed the officers were drunk and initiated the fight. He was convicted of sexual abuse in New York, a charge he venomously denied until his death. He survived being shot 5 times in 94, which made him deeply paranoid and angry. Passion says, "You gotta be kidding me. Listening to the music while doing something else was a catalyst, a felony autophilia." Yes, exactly. Thug persona taken over by Death Row. When Tupac was bailed out of prison by Suge Knight and signed to Death Row Records, he fully embraced a hyper-aggressive outlaw lifestyle. He was angry at the world, angry at the justice system, angry at his rivals. The political activist who wrote songs defending women and poor was suddenly replaced by furious artists driving Lamborghinis, starting fights, and releasing brutal diss tracks. So while Tupac became the ultimate poster child for the criminal rapper image, he was actually a brilliant, conflicted artist who got swallowed up by the vast street element and media narrative he tried to critique. This is how the thug life rap started. When NWA did not just start gangster rap, they fundamentally changed the music industry, forcing the creation of parental advisory sticker and brought the realities of inner city Los Angeles into mainstream global culture. Before NWA exploded into the scene, the late 80s, hip hop was primarily New York centric art form dominated by party anthems, rap battles, and socially conscious messaging from groups like Public Enemy, Run DMC. NWA was formed by Perfect Storm district of personalities who eventually brought crucial elements to the table. This is in 1987. Eazy-E, charismatic drug dealer who used his street earnings to fund the startup label Ruthless Records. Dr. Dre, a brilliant DJ producer who crafted the systematic, heavy-hitting soundscapes, sampling funk legends like Parliament and Fundick, and that made brutal lyrics highly energetic and danceable. Oh yes, Eminem. Yeah, absolutely saw wrong. That's fact. Ice Cube. The Master Pen. Teenage lyrical prodigy who grew up in the South Central LA and wrote the vast majority of Group's most violent poetic verses. In 1988, the group released their debut studio album, Straight Outta Compton. Unlike the upbeat music era, the album began to explosive declaration, "You are now about to witness the strength of the street knowledge." 2016 is when some friends and I saw that movie, Straight Outta Compton. It was 10 years ago. Yeah. And they explicitly rejected the label gangster rap and preferred reality rap. They acted as the underground journalist, using graphics, semantic language to describe the crack cocaine epidemic, gang warfare, poverty, and aggressive policing that they witnessed daily in their neighborhoods. F the Police and FBI Warning. Defining the track, the album F the Police struck like a courtroom trial. It was structured like a courtroom trial where members of the NWA prosecute the police department for racism and brutality. The song struck a massive nerve. It was controversial that the FBI actually sent warning letters to the group's record label in '89, accusing them of advocating violence against law enforcement. This corporate censorship backfired completely and gave NWA a massive anti-establishment street credibility. Yeah, happy film anniversary. Yes. Happy film anniversary. Jax, yeah. Yeah. Yes, glad they stayed out of Orange County. Yes. Zero radio play, platinum sales. The mainstream media completely banned NWA radio stations, refusing to play their songs, and MTV banned their music videos. Yet, through word of mouth, cassette tape and trading, and rebellious suburban youth, audience eager to hear what the government was trying to ban. The album went multi-platinum. They provided, they proved to the music business that explicit, raw, street level content was incredibly profitable without any corporate backing. How it opened a door for Tupac. Without NWA creating the blueprint, there would not be no lane for Tupac, Biggie, Snoop Dogg. NWA made acceptable to expect it for rappers to talk about criminal underworld, police tensions, and street life. Ironically, Dr. Dre would leave NWA years later, co-found Death Row Records, exact label where eventually signed Tupac, Shakur, and ushered the next most volatile era of the genre. Okay, and this way. All right. Tupac's family, including his cousin Jamala Lazane, publicly spoke out to clarify that the Shakur family has never believed that Suge Knight was protecting Tupac, nor do they support Suge's recent claims regarding the events in Las Vegas. Tupac's cousin Jamala Lazane directly addressed the circumstances surrounding Tupac's murder on platforms like the Straight Game TV YouTube channel. During her interview, she pointed out several red flags about that fatal night in '96, highlighting specifically that Suge Knight told Tupac to not wear his bulletproof vest. The Shakur family maintains that Suge played a negative role by getting Tupac involved in LA street gang culture instead of just letting him focus on his art. Yeah, I am going to be doing a garden stream tonight, yes. There's also the MGM video. Refers to the infamous September 7, '96 security footage of MGM Grand Las Vegas. It captures Tupac Shakur, Suge Knight, and their entourage acting Orlando Anderson in the hotel lobby. Investigators believe that this brawl triggered the reality drive. Yeah, see you there, Saul. By shooting later that evening, the altercation took place shortly after Mike Tyson versus Bruce Sheldon boxing match as Tupac and his crew walked through the lobby. Anderson was identified by death row associates of the Crip who had previously robbed him. So that is some information about the Tupac case recently and in the past. There is no concrete physical evidence or official documentation proves that the claims made by Tupac's cousin regarding the bulletproof vest. The allegation reignited early 2026 remains a matter of conflicting personal accounts rather than verifiable acts. the core claim versus counter narrative. Tupac's cousin publicly claimed that Suge Knight actively pressured Tupac not to wear his bulletproof vest in Las Vegas, allegedly telling Tupac that he would take care of him and didn't need it. Because this interaction happened in private circles decades ago, there is no way to objectively prove it. The story highly contested by different people who were close to Tupac. The too hot narrative that close associates, as well as accounts regarding his fiancée Kidada Jones, state that she begged Tupac to wear the vest because she felt something bad would happen. According to this version, Tupac refused entirely on his own because he complained it was too hot outside. Womp womp. Yeah. I see. I even wear my hoodie outside when it's hot when I'm doing the garden lives with y'all because it's necessary to do. But the outlaw's perspective, Muta Napoleon Blaise gotta remain a rumor for now. Then don't know if it's helpful or not. I guess it's bringing the topic up again. Yeah. And more people could get into the case and learn about it. The Outlaw's perspective. Muta Napoleon Bale, The Outlaws, has publicly cast doubt in the cousin's version of the story. He noted that Tupac was incredibly strong-willed and independent. The idea that Suge Knight could simply tell Tupac what to do or dictate his security choices does not align with how Tupac operated. Ultimately, while the cousin's interview adds another layer of suspicion, the death row records, it functions strictly as the unverified allegation. No journal entries, audio recordings, or independent security logs exist to validate whether the vest was left behind due to Suge Knight's interference or Tupac's own discomfort with the Vegas heat. In April 2026, Tupac Shakur's family made a major legal move by. Oh yes, absolutely, Grace. Yes. Yeah, and sad too. In April 2026, Tupac Shakur's family made a major legal move by filing a wrongful death lawsuit in Los Angeles County Superior Court. Oh yeah, I agree, Grace. The civil actions is being led by Maurice Morpreme Shakur, Tupac's stepbrother and fellow hip-hop artist, acting as the administrator of estate of Tupac's late stepfather, Mutulu Shakur. The primary named defendant, Dwayne Keefe D. Davis, the former Southside Compton Crip gang leader who was criminally charged with first-degree murder. In 2023, in addition to Davis, the lawsuit names John Does 1 to 100. Family's attorneys explicitly state that they intend to use the civil court's discovery process to uncover the identities of other individuals who funded the plan, orchestrated the shooting. Oh, okay. I understand, Grace. You can use code words if you want, but I understand. Yeah. The Passion says a California court for a civil trial. That would be interesting one to watch. Did you say Los Angeles or Las Vegas? I said Los Angeles. The Broaden conspiracy connection to Sean Diddy Combs. Civil complaint argues that new evidence revealed that broader, more complex conspiracy that goes far beyond a simple street retaliation. The media catalyst, the lawsuit directly points to a grand jury transcripts and a Netflix docuseries, Sean Combs, The Reckoning. The allegations, the legal filings leverage old and new claims, some originating for past admissions made by Keith D himself, alleging that Bad Boy Records executive Sean Diddy Combs may have offered $1 million bounty to eliminate Suge Knight and Tupac during the 90s bi-coastal rap feud. Combs has vehemently denied these claims. Civil lawsuit is entirely separate from the state of Nevada. Okay, I led Los Angeles, but I'm seeing Nevada state. So let's go back. What is this exactly? Yeah, Los Angeles. Yes. So I was right. Passion. It was Los Angeles. This has to do with where the shooting occurred in Las Vegas. So the trial would be in Los Angeles, but the incident took place in Nevada. On ground commander responsible for the shooting of Shakur, family civil suit designed to subpoenas. By doing this, the family aims to legally compel the long silent witnesses and music industry executives to testify under oath, seeking undercover financial trails and hidden actors who have avoided accountability for 3 decades. Yes, the leverage discovery. Oh, okay, Grace. Yeah. We got some rabbit holes to go down with this. Okay, let's see. Let's look at this. Let's look at the specific grand jury transcripts. The specific grand jury transcript the family is using evidence comes from the from 2023 Las Vegas criminal indictment of Keefe. Over 500 pages of testimony were unsealed during those proceedings, detailing the night of the shooting, underlying industry politics. Shakur's family wrongful death lawsuit leverages these specific transcripts to establish three core pieces of evidence. The grand jury transcripts contain testimony providing that individuals outside of the white Cadillac participated in planning that executing the hit. The family is using these records to legally justify naming 100 John Doe co-conspirators, aiming to use civil subpoenas to identify everyone who assisted the shooters. $1 million alleged bounty. The transcripts heavily featured O'Keefe D's own admission to the police after the proffer reviews regarding Sean Diddy Combs. According to the records, Keefe D claimed that Combs openly stated in a room full of people that he would give anything for Suge Knight's head. Scared. Transcripts online allegations that Bad Boy Records offered $1 million contract to eliminate both Tupac and Suge Knight during the height of the East Coast-West Coast feud. Combs has forcibly denied these claims, calling them unsubstantiated. Contradictory shooter testimony. The unsealed records reveal internal. Passion says, I don't think I'd be a good juror for a civil trial. I keep seeing reasonable doubt in all this. Absolutely. In Passion, it was a very long time ago, and there's a bunch of hearsay. And no concrete evidence in this. Unsealed records reveal internal gang conflicts regarding who actually pulled the trigger. While O'Keefe D long maintained that his nephew Orlando Baby Lane Anderson was a shooter, the grand jury transcript included I'll read that again. The unsealed records revealed the internal gang conflict regarding who actually pulled the trigger, while O'Keefe D long maintains that his nephew Orlando Baby Lane Anderson was the shooter. The grand jury transcript includes testimony from another gang member stating that DeAndre Big Dre Smith was actually the gunman. Both Anderson and Smith are deceased. The family is using this confusion to prove that the full truth was covered up by a broader conspiracy. Record label security dynamics. The transcript included historical testimony from figures like Reggie Wright Jr., former head death row security. His statements outlined the volatile street warfare between death row's mob Peru and Bloods, Bad Boys utilization in Compton Southside Crips for coastal protection, which the lawsuit references to establish the financial and corporate motives behind the murder. Some guy in a separate trial said something else conspiracy. Yeah. The whole memo. Yeah. Whoa. Okay. The highly anticipated criminal trial for the murder of Tupac Shakur is scheduled to begin in August 10, 2026. In Clark County District Court, it's going to be in Las Vegas. Right. So the trial is going to be in Las Vegas. Clark County District Court. The defendant on trial. The criminal trial strictly targets Keith D., a former leader of the South Side Compton Crips, and he was indicted in September 23, remains the only person ever criminally charged in connection with 96 drive-by shooting. He has pleaded not guilty. Yes, facts, passion. Major. Yes, so we're going to watch that trial. Definitely. Yeah. Major evidentiary ruling. The court held a critical trial readiness hearing where District Court Judge Carly Kearney handed a major victory to prosecutors. The tell-all book is admissible. The judge officially denied the defense's motion to suppress evidence. This means that prosecutors are fully permitted to use the Davis 2019 memoir, Compton Street Legend, as evidence against him at trial. The book Davis openly admitted to being inside the Cadillac and providing the weapon used to shoot Tupac. Scared. Confessions in the stand. Judge also rejected the defense's arguments that Davis's 2008 and 2009 police interviews were involuntary confessions, made out of fear, ruling that they can be presented to the jury. August 10, 2026, Clark County District Court, Las Vegas. Because of the massive global media profile of the case, the court expects a uniquely large jury pool. The judge denied a defense request to completely sequester the jury, confined them at a hotel away from the public, but did agree to a partial sequestration model to protect jurors from the media exposure during the court hours. A final status hearing is locked for July 14, 2026 to finalize the schedule right before August trial begins. Just for everybody to understand, the Shakur family's separate wrongdoing death lawsuit filed in Los Angeles. So there's a Los Angeles wrongful death lawsuit, an early civil discovery phase, and will proceed independently of this criminal murder trial. So that's a separate trial. But the other trial about the murder of Shakur is going to happen this August. So we got to understand here is that this other trial has not been in development yet, but it'll be in Los Angeles. Yes, Passion, absolutely. That would be good to have him there. An official trial date for the wrongful deletion lawsuit has not been set. Because the Shakur family only filed the civil complaint in Los Angeles County Superior Court recently, late April 2026, the case is in its absolute infancy. Subpoena discovery phase. The main goal of the lawsuit is to unearth new information. The family's legal team is currently preparing to issue massive waves of subpoenas to music industry exclusives, banks, and witnesses to impact Dawn of 100 John Doe to conspirators. The investigative process typically takes 1 to 2 years before civil trial is not ready for court trial. Waiting on the criminal verdict. The civil courts in high-profile murder cases often intentionally slow down or stay in their proceedings until the criminal trial concludes. Judges do this as a testimony given of the criminal trial can be officially used as established evidence in the civil lawsuit. So we will have to wait for the civil trial dates. The criminal murder trial against Keith D is locked and starting on August 10, 2026. Right, so that's information in that trial. Yes, I can. Yeah. I can write a vote. Okay, so that's the information about that case. And Tupac. Let's talk about the maximum prison sentence. Okay, now we're going to go to the maximum prison sentence. The maximum sentence Keith D. Davis faces, found guilty, is life imprisonment without the possibility of parole. Maximum sentence. So, because prosecutors officially ruled out the deletion penalty early in the case, life in a prison is absolute maximum punishment to the state and Nevada can pursue. Sentences and sentence enhancements. Davis is charged with open murder with the use of a deadly weapon under Nevada state law. If he is convicted of first-degree murder, his sentence will be influenced by several legal factors. Life without parole. The most severe outcomes available by the judge. Life with parole. Alternately, the judge could sentence him to life with the possibility of parole after serving a mandatory minimum of 20 years. The sailing the sandy sea of Nevada desert to find Michael, ask him to watch a trial. Yeah. The gang enhancement. Because prosecutors allege that Davis acted as the shot caller, orchestrating the hit for the Southside Compton Crips, the charge includes the criminal gang enhancement. Under the Nevada law, a gang enhancement allows the judge to track 1 to 20 additional years to run consecutively after the base murder sentence. Unrelated jailhouse sentence. The separate from the murder trial, Davis was already sentenced to 16 to 40 months in prison in 2024 jailhouse fight. If convicted of murder, any new sentences will be added on top of that timeline he already is serving. Yes. I'm going to tell you, Passion, what the defense is going to say. So the defense is going to say how Davis lied in his own book to make money. Defense team. Michael Sandift plans to argue, which is the attorney for Davis, plans to argue that the confessions in Keith D. 2019 memoir fictionalized the exaggerations designed strictly for entertainment and financial purposes. Because the judge just ruled that the book is fully admissible at trial, the defense must now convince the jury that the written text cannot be trusted as actual legal truth. The ghostwriter bluster defense. The defense will argue that the book was co-written with ghostwriter Yusuf Jah, making it impossible to prove which specific sentences or claims were actually written or dictated by Davis himself. They will paint the book as contents as a creative bluster and street bravado tailored to create a sensational story that would sell copies rather than a factual sworn document. Marketing an authentic narrative for money. The defense will show that Davis was capitalizing the commercial public interest in unsolved murders of Tupac Shakur and Biggie Smalls. They plan to argue that Davis exaggerated or completely fabricated his role as the shot caller who provided the murder weapon because a minor role would not secure a lucrative book deals, documentary features, or paid YouTube interviews. Same argument came up recently for AI-generated lyrics. How can you tell the difference? It doesn't matter. Yeah, exactly. Exploiting the lack of physical corroboration. The defense will highlight that the state's case heavily relies on the book itself and old interviews rather than fresh physical evidence. By framing the book as a work of commercial historical fiction, the defense will challenge the prosecutors to back up the book's claims with independent evidence, knowing that the most other physical evidence and direct witnesses from '96 are long gone. During the pretrial hearings, the prosecutor successfully pointed out that Davis has repeatedly done interviews calling the book real truth. To counter this to the jury, the defense plans to argue that keeping up the facade of the book being 100% true was simply a necessary marketing tactic to protect book sales and entertainment contracts, not legal admission. Okay.